Let the horns play. Yeah. Let the horns play. Let's get it. LordCognito, the MC. Let's get it. What's going on, bro? How y'all doing? Sunday. A little tired today, but getting my energy up. Good to see y'all in here. Is that Lord Galvatron? That's my mans. I was busting heads up in the Halo. What's going on, y'all? Getting the door, waving the 4-4. Okay, Boozy. What's going on? Y'all want a 16? Top knot. What's up? Regulator, what's going on? Kyle, Jimmy, a trade. Always trade, but I'm gonna be real. Like, I'm happy they had Jimmy. I ain't gonna lie. Like, what they did to keep Jimmy with the insurance, you know what I'm saying? So that was a smart move. That took a lot of pride. And shout out to Jimmy, you know what I'm saying, for keeping it. Yo, what's going on? Pop not don't want my 16. All right. Bro, what's up, man? Slimmy Long. Oh, a lot of Niners fan in here. Let's get this W. Yes. Let's do that. Punty, what's going on? Your kids out there gonna be in the building soon. Crazy Horse, what's up? You know what I mean? Paulo, Cooper, what's up? Newbie McNewface. Of course, the legendary OG Bay Area Gerald Mack in the building. I see you. Salute. I see the videos giving inspiration. Wondering, Dutch, my guy, what's going on? The midweek mix-up Lord himself. Got that Lord Gold up. I appreciate you, brother. It's fun playing games with y'all yesterday. You know what I mean? Live Supremacy, what's up? Necro, what's going on? Yeah, y'all getting me energized, getting warmed up. A little tired today, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. But good to see you up in here. We got the legend K.Asante pulling up. We gonna get Attic up in here. The king. Solve, the Sostradamus. Actually playing multiplayer games. No doubt. So look, we gonna have some fun show, fun topics. Pixel Big G, what's up? I see you. Mass Erect, can't say it like Soft said, but salute. Black Conflict X, my man. Power to the people. You know what I'm saying? X Abbott. Oh, he ready for competition. Abdullah Nuaz, what's up? Texas Lean, yeah. I see y'all. Regulator, what's up? That's my guy. Salvation, what's up? Thomas Lorfields, salute. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna get the people up in here. I'm gonna get me some advanced GG because I need to focus up. I gotta focus right now. I'm sipping on that. About to sip on that strawberry daiquiri, the new. Texas, what up? Yeah, I'm gonna need some focus today. It's one of them days. I gotta get the focus popping. Little scoop. It's a 2-scoop day. You know what? We go long with the podcast. Shout out to Advanced GG. Hold it down. Zach, what's up? Powder, 5-9. Yeah, I need that powder. I know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Go to advancedgg.com. Code IronLord on the checkout. Yeah, I know what to do. Yeah, I definitely did. Today's a focus day. Get the energy for the gym, but focus, because right now, you know what I'm saying? A little sleepy. Anyway, enough of me rambling. Let me go get that. Oh, you need the powder? Let me get you the link, brother. Oh, I didn't know that. Hold on, I got you. I'm going to connect on all the powder. Y'all know that. Hold on, let me get you the link. Let me put you in with the connect right quick. Since y'all need that powder like yeah, I'm pushing P. That's right. I'm pushing that positive P right there. Advanced GG, go get that 10% off right now. I David got a mini fridge going on. Shout out to Advanced GG. They be holding me down, man. Salute to the whole team. Salute to Instel. Salute to Ibantis. Salute to everybody down with Advanced GG. I see y'all moving and shaking. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, don't talk about Matt. He moving that other. If you want that uncut, you want that raw. Let me stop. Salvation, you gonna give me a trouble. Just look at my man. He doing what he do on his side of the block. I'm doing what I'm doing on my side of the block. Powder and focus, advanced GG energy. Let's go. Y'all have fun with that community. That Texas, all right, no doubt. Yeah, that was a fun show. Shout out to Attic, man. He be putting them together. You know what I'm saying? He said, you know why we... Damn, Forza Legend. You didn't even want to hear me talk. You know why we here. Let's go, King. You on that King and them podcast mode. All right. On that note, I guess I better go. Let me go get King. Since Forza Legend don't want to hear me right now. He don't want to hear me. No doubt. What's up, Puckish Road? What's up, Lord Cognito? Just wanna what? What you wanna do? Yeah, I'm on the block. I'm outside, man. I'm moving things out here. Send podcast. You already know. What's up, Isaac? No doubt. All right. Thank you, Forza Legend. Show, you know what I'm saying? Show your boy some love, man. I woke up early to set this up for y'all, man. What's my favorite flavor? I like that sour. You know, I like that sour. That kind of resonates. You know what I'm saying? And he got the watermelon flavor. They got the sour apple. You know what I'm saying? Focus flavors. Oh, grape is fire. Grape, go get that grape. Right now I'm sipping on the strawberry daiquiri. You know what I'm saying? Getting right. See my energy already up with the focus already. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Thibodeau, what's up? I'm trying to think. So many, man. The energy flavor is fire. Isaiah early with the PlayStation. Xbox has no games. I just want to let y'all know. Shout out to Isaiah. Getting up early, you know what I'm saying, to tell us Xbox has no games. He got the PlayStation logo. He ready. He outside. He repping his set. No doubt. Salute to you. Good to see you up in here, regardless of whatever console you rock, man. Good to see you up here, regardless. Just be respectful. That's all I ask. Crew about to be messy. Yo, you actually got my surname, right? Okay. Dallas, man. What's up? Just so y'all know, who's about to spit right now. It's one of the illest in the mic right now in the gaming. He did our intro, the legendary Dallas man, level 1 gaming. The boy gets it popping. He gets bars. And I'm going to probably let him talk, because I've been talking. I'm real talkative this morning. I don't know why. But I'm going to let him get his bars off, and then we going to get... Oh, hold on. Attic done pulled up. Attic done pulled up on me while I was talking. Attic. All right, never mind. He can't talk to y'all. He doing something.
I lost track of time.
Oh, you playing game? He lost track. No doubt. So look, Attic gonna get up here. King about to get in here. I'm not trying to get that DMCA, whatever they doing with the music. And I'm gonna see y'all in a minute. And listen to the wonderful walls of Dallas, man. That's in the chat. This boy is spitting. Let's go.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again.
And we are live. Iron Lord Podcast. LordCognito here talking about the latest with Advanced GG. There's a lot of things going on with the new product line. Let's get right to it. So we got that focus line, y'all. This is that standard. This is what we use right now. Kind of our caffeine substitute. And what we usually do right now when we're gaming, we don't use coffee anymore. We're utilizing this focus. On deck number 2, you already know this is my favorite right here, the energy line. You already know, birthday cake, one of my absolute favorites. Completely delicious. This is a pre-workout equivalent. And also doesn't use beta alanine, so you don't get the jitters and stuff like that. So it's really good for that. And then the new, we got that hydration line, y'all. This is really good for people who don't like caffeine, who want an electrolyte substitute, and it is really sugar-free, absolutely delicious. So you got your 3 choices. Once again, you know Cog Lover is sour. You already know, and we're doing this right now. So go get yourself to advancedgg.com. Use code IronLord on the checkout. This is something I use all the time. We got to support Advanced GG. Great products if you want to get your workout on. Even if you don't work out, you're just gaming, you need that focus. And again, the hydration line for those who don't want caffeine, no sugar, electrolytes, you're good to go. LordCognito here, Iron Lord Podcast. Peace.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. A little mic check right quick. See the levels of this OBS thing. Somebody talk to me real quick.
Hello.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
How are you this fine day?
I am doing great, sir. Yeah, there we go. We get the levels right. All right. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 273. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm very excited about our special guest. And we've got Microsoft wanting competition with Sony. Series S sales in Japan, a potential Xbox handheld, and TeamNinja choosing GamePass to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who not only provides a refreshing and objective new voice within our gaming community, but whose passion for tech trends, informative debate, and pop culture easily managed to keep it on the real. Introducing the creator and host of the K.Asante YouTube channel, co-host of the GamingCirclePodcast, and panelist of the Primetime Gaming Podcast, the Lord of Slander Regulation, fellow VR brethren, and world-renowned Captain Keys of the Halo TV show. You see the resemblance, y'all. Live from Florida, and finally making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord K.Asante. How we doing, sir?
Okay, I can leave now. I just need to record that. So every time I show up in a Zoom meeting, that plays right beforehand. Thank you. Thank you. This is amazing.
Long overdue, brother.
I appreciate you having me. This is awesome, man. Like as I said to you in the DMs before, I love this show. I've been watching this show for a long time. I'm here to represent. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
so
appreciate
I'm
you,
proud.
brother.
I'm proud. You know, this is awesome for me. So yes, thank you for having me.
No doubt, man. Big fan of yours, man. And first of all, salute to you and your patience and the scheduling, trying to work everything out. And it had to go there. You know what I'm saying? Then obviously, you know, we actually linked up in real life when I was out there in Florida when I went to GCX.
Yeah, that was real cool.
My man K.Asante pulled up. See, this is what I respect, King. Like, when dudes pull up, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just talking. And like, dudes actually go to the events. They go outside. So salute to K.Asante. What you been playing, brother? What you been playing?
Oh, so that's a very open-ended question, and that may start a debate for a long time. Ooh. But no, real quick, as I'm not sure who coined the term. I think I was either Jez Corden or it was Pong Soul, but they have coined the term, and I basically feel myself diagnosed that way. I am a grazer. So at any given moment, I'm playing maybe 18 different things.
Oh, you kind of the say this, and you kind of like bounce around, like you.
Oh yeah, I'm always bouncing. Now, recently, and shout out to Lord Sovereign. It happens, man. It's just Steam Deck all day, baby. Like now, what am I playing? What platform I'm playing? That changes. But what hardware am I playing it on? It's Steam Deck. I've been just Steam Deck for a while. Let's see.
You were like one of the first that was super high on the Steam Deck, and you were giving me the breakdowns as soon as the specs came out and what you were able to do with it. So you already had plans with it further than a lot of other people did. So.
Brother, man, I had plans with that, and I have beautiful plans with the old Logitech GCloud.
Oh, we're gonna get into that
one too.
We got that.
We're gonna get into that.
You know, but no, I've been playing a bunch of games. You know, I've been playing a bunch of Nintendo games with the kids, you know, Mario Kart and Mario Tennis and this and that. Been getting into that Metal Hellsinger. Love that Metal Hellsinger. I think it's great. You know, been playing that. Believe it or not, been spending far too much time in Death Stranding.
Okay. The GamePad. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Were you slanderous at release? And now that it's a game,
not at all. I actually thought. See, I thought I played that game when it first came out, and I thought, like, initially, you know, and I listened to a bunch of podcasts as well. And I love the introspective conversations about what the game was. Was it getting somewhere, or was it the journey to get somewhere? That was the game. And the more you play, the more you find out that it's the traversal itself that's the game that I thought was super interesting. And it was one of those weird things where I'm like, maybe one weird thing will happen out of nowhere because it is a Kojima game. Let's see how long I can go and see if that happens. Like 10 hours later, I'm still every once in a while jumping. It's fun. It's fun, you know.
No doubt. So the K.Asante getting them games and grazing all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Salute. And you already know we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table. My co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. You know, I played a lot of Deathloop this week, actually.
Deathloop.
I've been invading our mutual friends on their worlds as Juliana. And then, you know, when I first started, there was a bunch of them there, you know, that I could invade pretty equally. But yesterday, it seems like they all turned it off. Like,
they got tired of you terrorizing them.
Well, it's because I played a lot of it on the PlayStation 5, so I know how to troll people on that. So, like, I know where they're going to come
down with
from.
the beta testers?
Oh, Lord.
I actually played the game when it came out, but anyway,
the beta.
There's like these little things that you could put percentage grenades on stuff, and I know the way people usually go about getting like to certain rooftops and stuff, so I'll put it like right there beside a ledge, and when they go up, it hits them off the map, and then they die automatically. And what's funny is like I do it like 5 or 6 different ledges, and then like I'll just see them. It will just say you've been disconnected from the host. They just quit. Like,
they got tired of you terrorizing it there.
Because I'll just throw those up, and then I'll just go on a rooftop with a sniper rifle or something, and just wait for them to go over those grenades.
That's evil. I see what you're doing. So it's been all Deathloop, nothing but Deathloop. Anything else?
I played a little bit of Destiny too. That's about all. I really haven't had a whole lot of time this week for gaming, but I did put a lot of time in Deathloop from Fall Guys. Played a couple of games of Fortnite this morning with Bill.
Shout out to legendary Epic Games, Bill. Still well now.
That's what's up.
There's some weird stuff on there now. Like you can.
Yeah.
They got these like buildings that if they're chrome, you can phase through them like Silver Surfer.
Not like Silver Surfer, like T2.
Like the Terminator 2, like
right.
metal. Okay.
Well, yeah, I was saying more like the material seems like more like
when you get the chromia, you turn into a ball. You can turn into the like, you know how when T2 turned into the slime on the floor?
Yeah, they roll
through. You can turn into the slime on the floor and move around. Okay. You can jump out. It adds an extra layer and mechanic to the game that is crazy.
And not to mention, like, up until now, the only way to get in houses, because if houses are built of chroma, you could face through the walls.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to go through the front door. The only way you could go into a house currently is you either destroy a wall, which is very loud, or you go through a door, which is very loud. I'll be sitting there like looking at the door because someone's chasing me. And then when I sense there's more of them there, I just phase through the other wall and run. Like,
no doubt. Somebody TV, I can hear their TV. I don't know if someone's got their
not mine.
I mean, their YouTube. I can hear a little, but just slightly. It's very, very low. Maybe the YouTube's coming through. But anyway, that's been it. And of course, we have the most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank, My man, Lord Sovereign playing multiplayer games this week. What's going on?
Yeah, I know. Like this, brother.
Welcome back, sir. Welcome
Getting
back.
back on that bike is it's difficult to say.
You did your thing. I got my head caught out there, popped. I was like, yo, that's soft.
Yeah, you know what it is. You know what's so different about how I go back to like Halo 1, Halo 2 days. You have your map, and you didn't really have too much in terms of like changing things around and whatever. It was the map was what it was. You memorize the map, you memorize where the weapons are, and that's how you kind of started. You got really good at it, right? I was a big sniper rifle guy, and I go right for a sniper rifle when we did, anytime we did like Blood Gulch or anything like that. And these maps, again, custom maps, you could do whatever you want. Everything changes, and the maps are so big that it's like every time out, you can't really rely on anything, right? You just have to sort of adapt to the situation in the moment.
Yes.
And it's just different, right? It's just different, but it was fun playing with the whole crew, playing with the community. You guys really came in there and really showed out. So that was fun. I wish I could have stayed longer, but yeah, man. I mean, it's funny because we talk about all this stuff about Halo, this, that, and the other. There's nothing wrong with Halo except the release cadence of content.
Right.
Beyond that, Halo's fine.
To its core, right? The
core
is there. It's
like we said last week. Halo is a fantastic first-person shooter. It's a horrible games as a service.
Yeah. And that's
it shouldn't have been a games as a service.
Well, that was my fear going into it. I was like, when you change it into something else, you have to understand that who the game has to be for, and then also the release cadence. Because at that time, like, one of the first things I said was like, "Hey man, Fortnite is out here like monthly, like weekly, doing different things." So you have to be on that cadence if you want to stick with that. And it's just hard. It's just hard. I mean, maybe they need to figure that out, and maybe figuring it out means it's not suited for that, or maybe they body up and then we have they have 500 people working on this game at some point. Who knows? So we'll see. I've been playing more AC Rogue on my on the Steam Deck. That's another thing.
What's up?
AC Rogue reminds you about the limits of that style of Assassin's Creed game as opposed to the RPGs, right? The RPGs immediately let you climb anywhere and everywhere, right? It doesn't matter. Where AC Rogue, you have climbing paths. You have certain things specifically you can climb on, and you can't just go up everything. So that's different. So my hope in playing this, right? I'm enjoying it. I'm getting used to the limitations again. But my hope is that when we go into Mirage next year, they take some of that stuff that they learned from the RPG ones, some of the stuff that they decided not to pursue after Assassin's Creed 1, and they mix all of that together to give us like the perfect, smaller, stealth-based Assassin's Creed. I don't know that they're going to do that because that's a lot of work. And, and one thing about UB is it feels like a lot of their games are like on a freaking assembly line. But my hope is that they really take all of those things that they didn't pursue in the past, more of the stealth stuff, more of the social stealth stuff.
Agree.
And then incorporate it with some of the freedom that they give you in the RPGs to make that perfect Assassin's Creed game that appeals to everybody, right? We'll see. But I'm excited for that. And the last thing, big shout out to La Máquina.
La Máquina, what's up?
Pool host, baby.
Oh, some baseball talk.
Host, joining the 700 club where he belongs. I'm sad that he is retiring because I would love him to stick around as a DH for a few more years and get that fake Bonds out of there.
You coming for King? Oh wow!
Why you gonna come?
Bro. Nah, Bonds was great before the juice.
Here we go. Baseball solving back.
He didn't need that.
You gonna tell me?
We talking the
get
baseball
Bonds out of there. Get McGuire out of there.
700 club.
Out of there.
Oh, here we go.
And he hasn't partaken.
Oh, he partook, no question.
All right,
he didn't need the juice to get there.
So Pujols
I'm gonna need some
partaking
juice to get
in
through this
the same
conversation.
stuff that my man partaking.
When did he partake in that? When has he ever been accused of partaking in that?
Listen,
Never.
Allegations.
Everybody that was walking around in that era has a smell of taint upon them.
Never.
Right? If Andy Pennant,
Albert Pujols' head didn't get bigger.
Listen, Andy Pennant, the dude with the least muscular body in the world, and your man looks like he can bench press the Incredible Hulk, and he's what is your man 70 years old right now putting up 700?
There you go.
Test that man.
Nope. He's good to go. The same way at the moment Aaron Judge hits 62, he's the king.
Oh man.
I don't care. The rest of it, You gonna tell me?
You know what the record books say, right?
Yeah, and
Bonds.
and as soon as he buries him, it'll be done with.
Wait, so
That's
what's the
not
number?
gonna happen.
How much
not
does
happening
Bond
this
have?
year. Not happening this year.
Baseball is soft. How much does Bond currently have? Where's Pujols at in the numbers? What's it?
760 something.
Young man and never catch him.
He's retiring, so he's not gonna
Yeah,
catch
exactly.
Oh,
It's over. It's over. Wrap
him.
it up.
Wrap it up. He's retired.
Anyway,
and that's the sad part about it.
Time on the baseball
How
talk
can
for
you
addicts. For
abide-
addicts' health. For addicts' mental health, we need to move time. on the
Just for the
baseball talk.
record, King abiding the cheating. This is
Oh no. Listen. You know my whole motto. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Oh God. Time. Anyway, Sam, other than the baseball analysis, is there anything else you'd like to say, sir?
That is it.
All
I think a king will talk about this, but shout out to Florida for knocking out MMA fighters.
Wait, something went down? I didn't even know.
Yeah, he knocked out some other kid, and the Ryzen promotion. He knocked out some other kid.
He did one of them joints where he go overseas and knock out the star.
He was in Japan. He knocked out the star MMA.
Oh man! Shout out to Floyd getting the bag, doing what he do.
He's out of control.
Yeah, him and Jay Paul right now is out of pocket. But anyway, and of course we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the excess baseball gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience and is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how we doing, sir?
I want to know at what point in time can I get my General of the Stop Snitching campaign added to my name?
We need General with a Stop Snitching campaign? Okay.
Dudes is wild with it. But we ain't gonna go there. Shakur Stevenson.
Okay.
They Top Rank is weirdos. They want to have a fight on Friday.
And they got that lead to the side at work. You know when you at work trying to front? Addict, wake up. Anyway, continue.
You stupid. Shakur Stevenson and Top Rank wanted to have a fight on a Friday, so I couldn't do a combat talk on a Friday. Scheduling stuff. Cog has the last words and stuff like that, and we try to stay in line with who has what days on ILP. But what I don't like is them switching up premiere fights on off days, weird days. It'll make Shakur Stevenson's ticket sales and views look minuscule because people aren't used to those days, a Friday being a fight night. Maybe for MMA or something like that, but absolutely not.
Okay, so no Friday night fights. So.
No.
Okay, fair enough. What you been playing?
What's the difference between the day?
He would rather play Switch than listen to baseball and combat talk.
Baseball and combat talk back to back on Addict.
Let me download. Let me download Tetris.
Saturdays is traditional fight nights.
Yes.
If you're a bum, you fighting on Friday nights and Monday night fights.
Yep.
We know that. So to have somebody fight on a Friday night and he's a premier ticket puller, that's kind of disrespectful. And Bob Arum does that to certain people of different persuasions. But anyway,
okay.
Yeah.
That's what we doing.
All right, so he said this is what we doing.
Okay.
I was playing Deathloop. I heard that just came out.
You heard
that brand new game.
Because it came to a certain service? Or
I didn't acknowledge it when it was in beta. So
so it was on another platform. It was in beta.
It was they didn't get a complete version. They got a complete version.
You messy.
They got a gold edition.
So the Game Pass version of Deathloop is what is it called?
The gold edition.
The golden edition. What is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
golden.
that is
That's
It's the
what he's about
Aurelius
to-
edition.
That's what he's about to say about Octopath Traveler 2 when it comes out on Xbox.
It's the Aurelius edition.
version.
See, the thing is, there's a lacking. Their game is lacking. I saw Digital Foundry. Shout out to y'all for doing your job. And actually telling the truth for sometimes, some things. Anyway,
wow.
So Deathloop was dope. It's this game that I had downloaded, and it's called
What's the game?
Pro Deus.
Okay, Pro Deus. Okay.
And it's
Proteus. I know the
Proteus.
game.
Okay. What's this about?
It's a shooter. And it's like Doom. Right, it feels like back then. It feels like Wolfenstein or old Doom, not new Doom.
No, okay.
You know, old Doom, like when it came out. And I like these new companies going back and revisiting 16-bit era and giving us a proper 16-bit, 60 frames per second, no drops, no frames missing type of games. Yeah. I love the Metrovanias. We have the animations and stuff like that coming through. So that it was a welcome surprise when I went and I checked it out. I was like, wow, this is a little bit different. And, you know, I play Halo. I really, like Addict, I really didn't have much time to do anything else. I played some Fortnite this week. He was trying to get me into Fall Guys. And I said, Addict, I have 1 hour today. And I'm not going to be distracted. I love you.
And you can do more games on Fall Guys than one Fortnite match.
And that tells the whole story right there.
All right. No doubt. Salute.
And then the next time we play Fall Guys, he's going to complain why he don't have any of the cosplay.
No problem.
Oh, you missed out on the
exclusive
items.
He's going to be like, Saul, send me some money from the Iron Bank. I need some of this.
Why?
I can't go around.
You see the
naked.
shirt? You see the shirt?
He's snitching on the bank? He's snitching on the bank? He's snitching?
But somebody please get him one of these.
I'm good.
Anyway.
Sometimes things got to get snitched on.
Sounds like you're infected, bruh.
Anyway.
You have to send me one of those, actually.
Speaking of snitching, Cognito. Let's go.
Oh, you coming for me? I know what you're doing. Because I told on you.
You told on me.
I told on you. I told on you. We gonna get to it. And of course, the snitching ninja himself. You know me. LordCognito. Spread that realist in the rubber ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, what you need to hear.
That needs to be your name for now.
Nah, stop that. I'm just playing. You get 1 week. You get 1 week of that. That's it.
No, every week. It's the snitching ninja himself.
When they call me Big Snitch Face or something, I was like, wow, these dudes really did it up for the memes.
I hope those people
Snitchigans.
I hope Jeff Grubb and them, since you say Jeff Grubb and them report, I hope they say the Snitching Ninja report.
Yo, shout out to them. Yo, you know who had fun with it? Oh, my man.
It's just you're not going to be able to. Don't talk about ILP with the Snitching Ninja. Refrain to yourself is the defining dude, Sneaky Ninja.
Sneaky Ninja. Shout out to Tom Henderson and all that. They had fun with it. That was a lot of fun, man. So yeah, for me, been rocking. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Had a great defining dude where we talk about what's going on in the industry. Had this the conclusion of the me and Mr. Matty Plays Yakuza Like a Dragon beef was hilarious. Go check that out. He had his things to say. The community was dragging him, but it was funny. He stood on his square on how he felt. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing.
Wrong square.
Yeah, a lot of people feel it's the wrong square, but I had that heart to heart with him. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what happened. You know what it is, King? It's like, when someone try to force, like you having fun, you playing your game, and then the community try to force you out of what you doing to make you do something else. So you already come in with the disposition like, oh, this better be the hottest thing in the world because y'all stopping me.
That was the Dink and Robbo.
Exactly. That's what so I already know what part of it is, but he did have some good points as to why he's not feeling certain things in the grindy aspects, which I thought was legitimate argument because there's a part where
Persona's not grindy.
Oh, that's true too.
No, but I think
doesn't have a lot of interruptions with the
I
school
think the
stuff
argument
at the
that he had, considering the games he's been playing recently, right, the Trail series, right. I think his thing is that when he went into this story, and I think past Yakuza stories, right, Yakuza stories in the past have their funny side and they have their serious side, and there is a delineation within that, right? A lot of times the silly stuff is side story stuff and it's not really super incorporated into the main story arc, whereas like a dragon is a lot different.
It's completely different.
It's completely different. Like it's like Ichiban himself is a different type of character where comedy is kind of the core of him. Right. So I understand that integration with Ichiban. I understand how it's different, but coming from core Yakuza games that he's played, which is only a couple, but he's played some of those.
Good point.
The feeling is completely different.
Yeah. And I get that. The only thing I was gonna say is that because if you played the series, you came up with that, and he loved that. Right, yeah. I could see how someone could say, you know what, this is culture shock. Like, what are they doing? And I get that. You know what I'm saying? But finish off. I interrupted you.
No. And he made another great point where it was just like, usually when you come into a series, you're most attached to the one that brought you in, right?
Of course.
And no matter what. So again, it is that thing like those old games brought him in.
Yeah.
he's been on a different type of RPG for a while now. So it's jarring in and of itself just to sort of switch to something else. And he was able to see the differences very distinctly, and it's just something he didn't like. If he had come in with Like a Dragon and hadn't been playing so many JRPGs up until now, right? Because he's a big JRPG head. JRPG guy. Yeah, so he might have felt differently, but I get it. I still need to play Like a Dragon.
Yeah, you got to. Go ahead.
All I know is he's the only man's on this earth I've ever talked to that says that he don't like that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This time, look, I got stoned me for Elden Ring. I was just
like the well was spoiled.
It was spoiled already.
When you go in there with that kind of mindset that you're gonna hate something because you're being made to play something, I get that. But at the same time, the quality of that product speaks for itself. And
shout out to
you don't give it a chance. You don't give it a chance.
No, he finished. No, he beat it.
He finished it. He put like 50 hours into it.
He beat the game. He literally put the work. I gotta give it up. You know, at the end of the day, look, not everything's for everybody. It's not for him. It's all good. Also, shout out to Defiance Duke Ultimate. It had an amazing fantasy football style episode. It was hilarious. We get to pick teams, what games we think is going to come out for the next year, and then little bets on the Metacritic. Hilarious. Go check that out. That's for Ultimate for the Patreon. Shout out to The Last Word. He bought this tie, got Travis. Shout out my man Demon Joe pulled up. Young boy is hilarious. He fit right in. Go check that out. As far as games with me, finally, Deathloop, like King said, man, got a chance. I waited. I am glad. I know King's being disrespectful calling it beta, but I am glad I waited, because it's like, at the end of the day, we do get the extra stuff. It's in Game Pass. So I was like,
It's not really a lot, though, like the extra stuff you get.
No, I feel that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's something.
It is not really a lot.
But
so they give you fries with your food, and that's not really a lot.
But
I don't eat fries, so I guess
I mean, if something was missing and I get something extra, that means that other product was incomplete. And that means that product was a beta.
Beta. We doing beta boys now.
Beta, as our friends overseas
You doing beta boys already, King?
A lot of capping going on.
There's definitely a lot of capping.
And when you're capping, you got Hayachi.
You know what's funny? I should have waited too, because I went and bought. I'm like, I'm gonna play this on the play. Man, I played 2 hours. You know how it goes. I couldn't find time afterwards. So it was $60 down.
Yeah, you was caught in the death loop.
Oh, hold on. We got 2 merch purchases. Gotta salute them right quick. 3. Hold on. Put the crest up. I know the name situation. You know what I mean? Shout out to you.
That was Phil Dominus Maximus.
Well, wow. They going crazy.
He have his own cup.
Listen, they got the Iron Lord joint with all of us. You know what I'm saying? That T-shirt up in, I think it's like at the dark navy. Yeah, then they got the Phil Dominus new cup, the new Phil Dominus cup with the scepter and all of that. Then somebody caught the little man, shot the little man in black. Yeah, man, no doubt. Salute to you. You know what I'm saying? Had to give it up right there, doing what you do. So anyway, why little man ain't getting on the screen? Oh, there we go, little man.
There you go.
He ain't want to leave. Little man out of control. But so I've been doing that.
Definitely in Japan.
Yeah, he definitely think he's in Japan. We're gonna get to that. Been playing that Attic. I've been playing that WoLong. Finally took some time, but that demo. I hit you up the first time when you played it. I was like, what's the real? And you were like, oh no, that's it. Yo, graphically, very impressive. Character creative. Put your damn hands together. Like, I'm very impressed. People of my persuasion could be made in this universe very accurately. I have a very accurate Mass Effect level representation of Cognito inside WoLong, getting my Shaolin on. Go ahead.
I don't remember what my character even looks like.
Yeah, I didn't get into the character. I did
because you got to say I'm from the Astral Chain. I love you, Astral Chain. I love my JRPGs, but sometimes just slapping a tone on the same model isn't sufficient to represent me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the reason the Japanese people have a problem with that is because I don't think they care, and I know that sounds really bad,
or you get Barrett, and that's a whole
we gonna get into that. We gonna get it, but we gonna leave that alone. But what I will say is the care and attention to detail on that's one. 2, the game. Like, I love the different, like the water style. Each one has like a different one of support. You know what I'm saying? The one I'm using is like a magical type of class. It's fast. It's fluid. Elden Ring. They have a very seamless, even though it wasn't implemented in the beta demo.
It's like Sekiro.
Yeah, yes. Then then they got a
so I
little
said it's Sekiro, very
Sekiro,
Sekiro.
and a little Ghost of Tsushima vibe, because some of the attacks when Ghost of Tsushima, some of them will do that unblockable. There's that red flashing light to let you know, yo, what you about
Sekiro's
to.
in that.
Oh, Sekiro does it too. What you about to get hit with, you either better learn the counter or you better roll, get out the way.
Just get out the way.
Clear representation of the enemies, the vibe. It's just a nice vibe to
It's
it.
the first game that TeamNinja's ever made that I can honestly say is on a From Software level.
Yeah, like this felt like
That's what it felt like. It felt like From Software.
Yeah, it felt like when you start Elden Ring and you know you get to that little overlooking and you see what you got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? And then for me, you Shaolin Ninja the situation. I'm in now. Now I'm like, yo, now I get why y'all love Elden Ring the way y'all love it. Because I'm like, oh, this is the Elden Ring for me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, this.
I like the ninja magic.
Yeah.
I like the choices that you have to take.
The
like
options.
if you want to do like fire and stuff like that. If it's going to be defensive.
The martial arts.
What I took from it, I thought it was a From Software game. And I said, I could have sworn I said TeamNinja when I loaded it up. So I had to back out again, and then I went back into it, and I said it did, and I said, "Wow, they really saw Elden Ring."
Yeah, they was inspired.
Or you know, they probably not, but you know, they really wanted to change the direction of how their games were, and this is a vast departure from what their games normally are.
Yeah, shout out to WoLong. Very, very impressed. I ain't gonna front. I might be there. Well, it's Game Pass. I'm definitely gonna be
Game
here.
Pass. You
So,
did
hey,
anyway.
no excuse.
Shout out to us.
Yeah,
shout out to us. We winning. Hey,
This is probably like one of the most impressive games they've gotten in Game Pass in a while.
Yeah, this we gonna get when you get to your topic.
what the hell? They just got Deathloop.
That's their game. I expected that.
You did?
Yeah.
I expected it last year. Guess what happened to my expectations?
Anyway, no doubt. So I'm doing that. Staying sharp on Tekken 7 on my Steam Deck. Staying sharp. I've been in Dojo. I've been online.
Addict, are you feeling these dudes with these Steam Decks? It's like 3 Steam Decks to 2. None of us. Me and you don't have these
I don't
things.
need one. I don't need one.
I mean, I don't need one either. But it's like Mercedes-Benz owners.
Yeah, we a little bougie with it.
Yeah. I feel like Mercedes-Benz.
Man, you gotta be able to
Give him a year.
customize.
Let's see if we talking about this thing anymore.
You know what I'm
Say,
saying?
give him a year.
Look at Addict try to hope it go
Yeah.
away. It ain't going away,
I'm
sir.
not hoping to go away. I'm just being honest.
Nah.
Every time someone has made some form of handheld, I keep hearing the word, "Oh, this is gonna kill the Switch. It's
I
gonna
never
do
said
this.
that.
It's gonna
I
do
never
that."
said that.
And
Nah,
then
that's
after
way-
about a year and a half, ain't nobody talking
you
about
talk
that
about-
sucker again.
you
See,
talk
you
about-
focusing on one argument.
Yeah, you
Then
focus on
don't
like
listen
one
to us.
dude. It's like one dude pissing him off, and like we
Basically,
represent
all
this
It's all
dude.
of Twitter. It's all of Twitter. What you say, one dude?
That's literally
Twitter is
one
one
dude.
lane of the big highway. Very one
There
lane.
you go. There you go.
You know, the rest of the highway's locked
analogy.
down for me. So
Thank you for putting us in that
I'm
lane.
getting off the highway. I don't drive on the highway, man.
Anyway, you know what I'm saying? But that's all. That's always been for me. But sorry, you want to get these super chats?
Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, hold on. We have Lucius Augustus, $2 super chat member for 1 year. Love playing Halo with the Lords. IOP stand up. Shout out to Lucius Augustus.
Thank you.
That was great. And we got Forza Legend member for 34 months. Lord Bronze, thank you so much.
Salute.
Well. Looks like SatyaNadella wants all the smoke. Jim Cataract's Lion Ryan need to watch out. On God and them, Xbox is the best buy.
Wow, they go all the way in with this one.
All the way in. Sith Lord member for 3 months. Lord Bronze, thank you, sir. Shout out to the birthday man, Mr. Boom. Shout out to Boomstick
Oh, it's his
XL, the
birthday?
brother.
Oh.
Today is the birthday.
Put
I'm
his
sure
hands-
Boom is holding it down today for him.
Yeah, put the crest up for
I gotta
Boom.
say, I apologize, Boom. I tried with all my heart to make it to your show on Friday. Happy birthday, many more. A lot of people were hitting me in my DMs this weekend, telling me it was their birthday. So salute to everyone, because it was a lot of you guys. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Boom, man. One of the legends of the community. No doubt.
Down, so, yeah.
If you don't follow him,
Happy
go to him now and
birthday.
follow him.
Yes.
For sure. Happy birthday to the man, Mr. Boom. Without him, I would not know about King and the Lords. Thank you to him, no doubt.
Yeah, he's responsible for a lot of people getting shot in the community. Salute.
Yeah, for sure. We got Hargeet Chani, member for 1 year. Shout out to you, sir. $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords. Let's get to Jim crying, dance move, snitching, lying, Ryan.
Damn, they got all type of names for this man.
Bring it, King.
Get him, King. Get him, King.
Then we got Free R. Kelly, $5 super chat. And good morning. Hope you guys have a good day. I ain't got much to say on Sony domination today. I'm too busy playing Modern Warfare 2 beta.
I bet you that's secretly King.
You know, and I gotta say this. I love you, Kels. The problem is, your guys' days are numbered. The money man said so. You want competition? Well, let's do this then.
We will get to that.
Then we have. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, man, like, hit us up with when you get to the end of the generation, you out on what's that thing on the half house when you doing the half house thing,
Halfway house,
hit us up.
Halfway house at the end of the generation.
Savage, bro. Continue.
Then we got Tazuichi for $10 super chat. Sup chat, sup lords. I'm here for one thing. Cog, stop snitching. What happens in the family stays in the family. No Takashi in here. No Nino Brown. Understand, my guy. All jokes. So yeah, what he's referring to.
King, do the point.
King, the point.
Yeah, there you go. Stop snitching. There you go. So on the latest episode of Defining Duke, Cog tells the story about how he was unaware that I despised Friday or Saturday nights when we would come over, and my intention would be Halo, some wrestling, Tekken, and I'd walk in and they'd be playing XCOM.
Yeah.
So the thing is, this is where I got to call for it.
Hot.
He knows full well that I didn't. He talked about I didn't know this. Yes, you did. No, I was the only dissenter. This is him choosing not to care that I didn't want to play this game because I was the only dissenter. Everybody over there would come in and be like, "Yeah, make my man this way, make my character this way." I'd walk in and be like, "Do whatever you want with him." Not have any input. I'd be like, "Yo, I'll be in the other room playing Rolling Thunder or Shinobi." I'll be playing PSP, and nah, man. And it was one of those things like.
They probably had you kicking the doors open first. Like, since Saul's in there,
since
if he dies,
Saul's
not a big deal.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was.
Remember the time
you saw Panic
and blew up everybody?
He dropped the grenade and blew the team up in the Sky Ranger.
Operation Human Shield.
Yeah. So I was not about that, because the thing is, that game, again, all shout outs to them, because you look at that game and it was the most disgusting looking thing. You really needed to get into it to understand it and play it. Yeah. But I just remember, like, the first time going in, I'm like, all right, let me give this a chance the first time. And they're like, "Yo, put me up here on Overwatch or whatever." And I'm like, up here? And then you look at the screen and it was a flat surface, and I'm like, where are the levels here? I don't see where it's up here is. And I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Let me go play something else. I could not. So he knew full well that I despised this game. He just chose not to care. That's what
chose not to care. Listen, man, you never say, "Yo, that joint is whack." I've never heard once how this man Bob say, "Yo, that joint was trash. I don't like it." He chose to abstain after a certain amount of time, and he just left. So he was still having fun. So maybe by ignorance, and having fun. Yeah, that's probably what it was. No doubt. What else we got?
Hold on a second. Let me get this. XD Mellow 7, $5 super chat. Y'all be saving my arse on a labor Sunday. Shout out to you working on Sunday, sir.
No doubt.
Shout out to the King, Cog, and the crew. And pau no cu dos sonistas. Apologies for my bad Portuguese. I appreciate that.
No doubt.
Then we have Donald Taco, $5 super chat. WoLong, all right, but Xbox ain't catch a dub because Rise of the Ronin is going to be a better TeamNinja game and is exclusive to PlayStation 5. Shaking my head.
How do we
For
know
how
that?
long?
We don't. That's out in 2 years. We don't know
how do we
that.
know that?
For how long?
No, it literally said exclusive to PlayStation.
Oh no, we know it's exclusive.
Yeah, it'd be exclusive for a time period.
But
You
we
how
don't
they
know
do.
that it's better. Like
They
we
pass
just-
stuff off to people, then we're gonna get the gold edition, and you know what it is.
Oh, that's what we
Yeah,
doing.
but
everything
Then
is
look
gold
at you now.
once
Look at you
again,
now.
though, like having that kind
Shout
of
out to Mr. Ha.
mindset,
Look at you now.
we're gonna go for having that kind of mindset. We're gonna go from games like Persona to games like that. That we're gonna get everything 2 years later.
Well,
Like,
don't Persona have a gold edition?
oh my god! So they're getting the same version they're getting. King. I'd rather play the game when it comes out than get a gold
I hear
edition
you.
2 years
I hear
later.
you. I hear you.
No doubt. Continue.
And this is the cross I need to bear every
Here we
week.
go.
Let me play with your joystick. $2 super chat. Speaking of WoLong,
Oh, yo!
hey Sabu,
Yo, I didn't even catch that. Wow.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
That's
have you
kind
seen-
of crazy.
why I gotta put the eggplant there though?
No,
buddy.
no. Have you seen the picture?
The picture.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
His
he or she.
avatar is the
He or she.
wildest.
Shout out to Kirby.
Oh, I keep saying he, right?
Yeah, he or she.
But when I reference him, it's she.
This is they.
They, whatever they are.
We are Venom.
we are
did the
Venom.
double entendre with WoLong.
Kind of crazy.
Chill. We gotta chill with these titles, man.
That's
What's going on?
That's your buddy. Don't walk away from him now.
Continue.
And we got Cedric H $5 super chat. Just got done with the WoLong demo last night.
See, I can't even. When the name come up now, it's a whole different
It's
kind
a whole
of.
different connotation now. The fluidity and the amount of stuff you can do is fire. Yeah,
Yo,
I don't
part
want
of
to
me-
talk about the fluid, no fluids, none of that. No.
Part of me feels like, was he deliberately trying to sound suspect, or he just doing a super chat that sounded suspect?
I think it's very purposeful.
Yeah, that's very personal.
Mhm.
Then we got Texas $5 super chat. It's the Lord's Day. Let's go, Satya, smoking on that gym snitch pack.
Oh, that's gang violence, sir.
He out here perpetuating gang culture.
You out here perpetuate gay culture, sir. Relax.
There we go. Hashtag stop snitching. No doubt, no doubt. Then we have, let me see anything else pop up. We're good. We're caught up.
We all cut up. No doubt. Hold on a second.
That's right.
All right.
Stop snitching.
Let's get the stitching off.
It was like he.
Little button. There we go. All right,
I go in the precinct with the shirt on.
Stop.
They be like, really?
Really?
Really though.
Really do. So now that we've gotten into what the Lords have been playing, we got to switch our focus to the patient, Lord K.Asante, his video game system history, his journey into content creation, and of course, what led him to creating the Gaming Circle podcast and the K.Asante YouTube channel. So, Lord K.Asante, what are some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming, sir?
So I knew this was going. The question was going to come up, but it's weird when you become an old like I am. That question becomes more difficult to answer every day. Let me see. I would say probably the first video game system itself.
Yes.
Must have been.
What was the first one?
Has to have been Nintendo, like the NES.
NES days,
right?
okay.
Yeah, you know, I'm an '80s baby, born in '80, but as
Oh,
it tends to
you're a
be-
young buck.
He's a young buck.
Still.
Oh, yeah.
He's still a young
Some of
buck.
us yeah, yeah. I just started the back pain. It's still early days. Just started, just early days. Yes,
No doubt.
But yeah, during that time, you know, as it tends to be, you're young, you don't have too much money, and even during that time, maybe parents don't see the value in consoles. So you know, it was difficult getting what you wanted until a little later down the line. So I think my first actual official console that I got to keep, and we'll get into that. The first console I got to keep was probably not the NES, but probably the Game Boy.
The
OG
Game Boy.
That was the first one I got to
OG.
keep. Yes.
Okay. So we're talking the Tetris days. You know
Oh
what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I will. I'm sure I will start the slander early, but to me, objectively,
careful.
the greatest game ever made, Tetris.
Oh,
Let's
May
go.
not be my favorite game.
Yeah.
But it's the greatest
pretty
game
much.
ever made.
Pretty much is probably
Because
the
next year a Tetris game will come out and still sell out.
It's
made in the
probably
80s, you know what I'm saying?
the most perfect game made.
Yes.
From the music to conception to execution.
Yep.
Yeah, I
And I have to say that the most perfect version of Tetris, Tetris Effect. Tetris Effect
Oh,
is
Tetris
kind
Effect,
of
yeah,
Tetris Effect is crazy. Tetris Effect in
Amazing.
VR, another
It's
level.
mind blowing.
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to Hustle and Motivate. You know, you go off for that Tetris. You already know. Gaming Times Patrick is in there. You know what I'm saying? Christopher, everybody. Listen, Tetris, despite addicts' feelings, yeah, it was monumental for its time. And what wasn't it? The pack-in for the Game Boy?
The Game Boy.
It was the pack-in for the Game Boy. Yes, it was the pack-in for the Game Boy. And I played the living heck out of that thing.
Yep.
Like man, you know, and I think I've seen some articles recently, not too long ago, about somebody that took it to war or whatever, and a Game Boy got mortared or whatever, and still it comes back and it plays Tetris.
Wow.
And that thing was made for war.
I saw the video. And it was like it's all covered in like cement and like it was destroyed, but it still turned on and played Tetris.
Wow.
The original one, right?
That's it.
The brick one.
That brick.
The one without the back screen, without the
without the back
the OG.
Shout out to the build quality of the Game Boy surviving
Because it was made for children.
Yep.
And Nintendo knew they had to build them like Tonka trucks.
Oh yeah. Oh, believe it or not, King, I'm learning that now. Like my two kids were getting into that gaming realm right now, and as much as I'm like, yeah, let me play this Xbox. Yeah, try this PS3. Yeah. If you don't hand them a Switch, it ain't going down.
Talk about it.
So you just have to kind of regulate that. Hey, you know, we all transition from period to period.
Yes.
The Nintendo period is was good right now for them.
Yeah.
You know, I've learned
what I would
that,
tell
for
you
sure.
to do, you know, as the one that has actually the earning power.
Oh,
and
here we go.
Right. What I would tell you to do is walk in there with a Wii U and say this what this was before that was that.
Oh, no worries. I've actually done that. You know what? So
What he said to you?
And we'll get into where it all started. But like I have all the OG consoles, like almost all of them, all the OG officials. So like I've handed them like a Nintendo NES. The only thing they could play at the time, I think, was Balloon Time. I think it was.
Okay.
Oh, that's what's
Yeah,
up.
the two of them, and and then we moved on to Genesis. We moved on to Sega Genesis. You know, we tried some
That's
of that.
a good daddy.
Oh, you know how we
Yes,
gotta
of
do.
course.
And shout out to the homie, Everborn Saga. My kids love Sonic. Like,
Oh,
they are
wow.
fiends. Like Sonic is the game in my household. So
Same
you know,
thing with
that's
my
what I've
son.
been doing. I've been
Yeah.
trying to get them.
It's nuts.
Yeah, Balloon Fight. Yeah, that's it.
That's what's up.
No doubt, no doubt. So the Game Boy, that was first we get. So where did you transition to? You know, either console wise, PC.
So
where you go?
So when I was young, and some of us who have these upbringings know us what. Originally West African, right?
Okay,
and
yeah.
that comes with culture, right? It has a certain way of being.
Yes.
And to make it a double situation, not only West African, Ghanaian,
Oh God, yes.
but
That's my guidance.
also half of my family was Jehovah's Witness.
Oh,
Wow.
Jay,
You know what's
me
good.
and you
You
have
know what that
stories to
is.
share, sir.
You know what it is.
Me and you have stories to share. Oh
Indeed,
wow.
indeed.
Okay, JW's in the building. Salute.
Indeed. So it made it difficult to, you know.
Oh yeah, you can't have them worldly possessions and violence in these games.
That's right. That's exactly.
Real quick
And now,
sidebar.
that is
Yeah.
Jehovah's Witness part, right?
Yes, yes.
But then the West African
Oh,
part.
you had to double.
It just, you know, it just.
Let me tell you how bad. Real quick sidebar for those who don't know. With JW household, like if you had the I know my friend, right? He had the like GI Joes and stuff, like Transformers and stuff, and soft. They get them and then take the weapons out the box, strip the thing dry, and say, "Now here is your Snake Eyes. Here's your Optimus Prime, the way it is been intended to be for you to play with." Oh yeah. It's real. It's real. No birthdays, no Christmas. Not trying to slander anything, but continue. I just want to be real for a kid how that is.
Let me add one more arrow to your quiver, sir.
Let's go.
My birthday is December 25th.
Oh, you're finished. You're
wow.
finished. Bro, you're finished. Bro, not only do you get no acknowledgement, again, no slandering of anyone, we're just giving the realities of kids in the religion. So that grew up in it. No birthdays, no holiday, so you go to school, everybody's like, yo, this is the gifts I got. It was my birthday. And they be like, yeah, K, Sonny, what did you get?
Nothing.
Nothing. Well,
Nothing.
I got the lesson of being told of what that day actually meant. And his birthday actually it was.
Yeah, not yours. It didn't matter. Oh my god.
Yeah. Talk that
But
talk.
needless to say, I say all that to prime the pump and say it's a little difficult getting what you want when that is your situation, right? So it ended up being initially. So I lived all over. I lived in Europe most of my upbringing because of my parents. I lived in the Netherlands. Basically, most of my years of being raised were in Holland, Amsterdam, places like that. So
Passport game.
So
Kind of dope.
that's
kind of fire.
so
Kind of dope.
so basically, after and I think let me see the next console after Game Boy. Look, so I moved to the States. I've been moving back and forth, so I have to do a little thinking.
No,
here.
do your thing, man.
So moved in early 90s, and my mom's lives in the Netherlands. My dad lives in the States.
Okay.
And mom's was like, you call moms, hey, how you doing, this and that. Maybe hit me with that Nintendo.
I would like this.
Yes, so the first time, and at that time, of course, mom and dad divorced early on. It's a whole thing. So dad lives in the States, and I live with dad. So mom would send money to her sister who lives in New York, and then and at the time I lived in New England, Rhode Island at the time. This is in the early 90s.
Okay.
So she would then come visit me for the weekend, bring me the NES. I'm just like,
that was your escape. That was the hookup. Let's go.
Listen to the rest of the story.
I think King knows where this is
Oh,
going.
no,
we talked about this already.
I don't know about this. Let me go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So weekend comes, it's amazing, I'm happy, and I know what's good. So I hide that in my room.
Yep.
I don't
Can't let nobody see that.
It is what it is. Long story short, it ends up in the attic.
Oh no.
And that's where it starts. And once my dad recognizes that I know it's in the attic, then it disappears forever. So that was the first
Wow.
He did,
You know what I'm saying? And I
He
think I was
broke
like,
my heart when he
Oh, yeah.
told me that, and I couldn't say that story. I mean, he has to tell his truth. And when he said, I was like, wow.
Yeah, it's real. No,
no, but you know what though? I'll be honest with you. All of those experiences really got me to where
we are today. I'm
Yeah.
glad you said that. I'm
So
glad
it's
you said
good,
that. Yeah.
all of it was really good because what it did was, so early on, I was really into music. I loved music. I studied music in school. I play a bunch of instruments, all of this, right? And music led me to technology. Technology led me to games.
Yes.
And for some reason, the world would just never let me get my game on, right? So it became almost a mission of my life
Yes.
to be able to get my game on. And that's what got me where I am today.
Preach
what
it, brother.
So I'm just like, keep taking it away from me. That's what got me where I am today.
And again, even though we said what we said, it was the harsh realities of a kid not being able to experience certain things that we wanted. You know what I'm saying? It gave you more of an appreciation when you were able to have it. And in defense of the religion and culture and stuff like that, it made us focus on studying. It made us focus on education, and you have an appreciation for it. So I definitely want to say what you said.
No shade, shade on the religion.
No shade.
Although I wouldn't consider myself, I wouldn't call count myself among their ranks today.
Same.
I've spent a lot because of that upbringing. Spent a lot of time investigating religion.
Yes.
And have found appreciation and understanding for all kinds of religion. And I can really communicate. One of my best friends, Muslim dude.
Same.
He and I connect real well. We have great debates, and it's always great.
Absolutely.
So no shade on that.
Absolutely.
I just have one take from it, like the fact that you were given the NES and it mysteriously disappeared. Did that play a hand in your level of respect to your consoles that you still hold to this day? Because with my own personal stuff, I purchased all of my stuff myself. So anytime I hear a story with people like, oh, my father brought me this or my mother brought me that, that was not to be.
Yeah.
The King family household was dead broke, paupers. So I had to go work for everything, and I had everything. But that's the reason why, like, you can look in my background and see I have stuff because I value everything I have.
That's what's up. That's it. That's it.
real.
Absolutely.
That's real, brother.
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right, King. Yeah, that's it. What was it? Somebody told me this weird thing about, what was it? Damn it. What's the man's name? Eddie Murphy.
Yes.
When he was coming up, he couldn't drink cola when he was coming up because he had no money. So what did he do when he got his first million? He built a room, his whole house.
Bro.
Built a room and put nothing but coke in it.
Bro, same thing. These are the drivers, right? Because it's the same thing with my story. I'm just
So you said Eddie Murphy, he put nothing but coke in it.
Pause.
He had 2 rooms that had coke in it.
Y'all stupid.
Now that's not where I was going.
That's called the powder room.
You can go in there and freshen up.
Powder.
Freshen up in the powder room.
Yo, Ed, no disrespect, B.
Shout out to Eddie.
You know what it was, though. You know what it was.
You know what's funny? Today's the anniversary of Party All the Time, like 35.
Really?
Wow,
my
yeah. Y'all crazy as that. Yeah. Shout out to Eddie Murphy, the
I
legend.
thought Tekashi was bad.
My girls like to.
Yo, when I saw him on MTV on the piano.
Yes. Yeah, apparently it was a bet because Richard Pryor bet him like $100,000 that you can't sing. He's like, oh, word? And he got up with Rick James and he made the album literally. Shout out to Eddie.
I hate to say it to y'all guys, but y'all got to check the Spotify account. He has some new albums out there.
Oh, yeah. Murphy's outside.
He said, I hate to tell you,
bro.
Poppin', he got the new joint with Nicki Minaj.
Eddie got the new joint.
He got the new joint with Drake. He got the stimulus package.
Shout out to Neil. He said, "Cog, how do you know that?" It just happened to come on my timeline today. So it's funny. King started talking about Eddie. I was like, "Yo, I just came on my timeline today." So salute to K.Asante and all that. But yeah, tremendous. I love hearing these stories and the upbringing. So now you get the passion for tech. You going forward.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
So okay. So
continue
yeah, real quick. So what ended up happening with that whole situation was basically, so at the time I lived in the States, lived with my dad. He took my Nintendo away for reasons, right? And it's not just that reason. This was in the 90s, you know.
Yeah.
Video games rot your brain.
Oh yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. And what was my favorite game? It happened to be Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat.
You know, it is what it is.
Of course we gravitate towards the violence, the blood,
You know
the
what I'm saying?
disrespect. Yes. Continue.
So my dad would leave, go to work sometimes, you know, when he's out, and I come home from school or whatever. And at the time, he had, and for the children in the room, he had a brother word processor. Now,
word processor.
Oh, let's go.
Remember that?
Yeah, I had that.
I had to yell at my moms not to get that. I was like, yo, we getting a computer, B.
An actual computer.
Yeah, no, she's like, I don't need it. I can just buy a word processor. No. I shut that whole down.
And it had just a little screen in front.
Yeah, no.
It had just that
processor.
little strip, little strip, and then that's all they had. And then you just had to pray that you didn't make all these mistakes coming over. And then the cool thing is that it would print out the whole document at the end, right? But it was fingers crossed.
That's right. But my dad's one had a few lines. It wasn't just straight dot matrix. It was a little thicker. So we would start
when he sell you Nintendo.
So, and one of the best things about this brother word processor is on the install floppy disk, which you have to put in.
That's right.
You could also, and Dad did not notice, but of course, Dad's son spoke the language of tech, so found that Tetris was also playable on
That was your hustle to word processor.
So I spent most of I would say the early to mid 90s just playing Tetris on the brother word processor.
He's like, wow, he's so studious.
So was that
working hard?
Was that pre-installed on there, or did you
the
engineer
floppy
that?
comes with both. The floppy comes with both the basically the startup sequence for the mini OS that was the brother word processor, and also had Tetris in it. That's what you're poking around. You'll start to notice a trend with me. I do a lot of breaking stuff, and I've noticed that because of that, my son is a little something I can't say on the words. He breaks everything. And I'm just
he tinkers. He's a tinkerer.
Hilarious.
So yeah, that's basically how I got my Tetris fixed for quite some time.
Now this makes sense
of course,
with Tetris.
You'd go to school and you'd pass by the computer room and CRTs are like this big, and you know, and then you'd pass by and you'd stop and your mouth was gape wide because what is that on the screen? It happens to be a screensaver of. I think it was Wolfenstein 3D. Those screensavers, So I was always kind of in the gaming sphere, but the Game Boy, OG Game Boy was my first real console for a while until I moved out of the States.
No doubt. So for me, it's funny because me and you share very similar gaming histories on some level. Like, I think when it's kind of like the first console that you bought with your own money, I think is a real significant thing, right? So I wanted
to, yes.
Yeah, prior to all, because everything
Absolutely.
you could only do in moderation. There was very limited access to what you could do. My out was my dad, because my mom and my dad were separated. So I would just go, he would take me to arcades, he got me Coleco. So like dad was like, she would get mad. I come back with this stuff. So my question is now, when do you get to that point when it's like, okay, K.Asante, this is my console, my money. I get to do what I want to do.
Surely. Surely.
Let's go.
Before I got to my console, there was one other console that came in the mix that really changed the equation for me.
Oh, let's talk about it.
So at some point, I was living in the States. This was the 90s. This was the early 90s. So I think I was like 12, 13. And then I moved back because I didn't want to live with my dad anymore. It was a whole thing. Moved back, live with my mother, right? And for a short amount of time, I lived there for just a short amount of time, but I wanted to go to high school, college, this and that. So my mom was like, okay, well, you can go live with your uncle. But before I did that, I spent, I'd say a couple years or so in the Netherlands with my mother. And at that time, like she had remarried, stepbrother, my cousin was all there. A house full of boys and a little one, and my brother. So I would say like four boys in the house. So we kept working on mom, and as you know, money's tight, but we still did what we had to do.
No doubt.
You know, and she brought home the PlayStation 1 with the demo disc.
Wait a minute. She got the
PlayStation 1
That's love.
with the demo disc.
That's love, big bro.
I'm telling you, that changed my life.
Hold on. I gotta stop you because you know our backgrounds. That's love.
Yeah, absolutely.
Low key broke protocol for love of the sun.
Absolutely.
Continue.
Absolutely. And I will say at that time she had then strayed from the path.
Okay, she's straight for the path. Okay, got it.
Oh yeah, so
She got a little worldly. She got a little worldly.
Yeah,
She was more open, you know.
Yeah, she was separate from the flock.
Yeah.
And mom's kept, you know, mom's always been that way.
Yeah.
She's always been have my best interest at heart and all that.
that's
So,
love.
you know,
So
always moms. You know,
let's get to your demo disc, because you got the demo disc in the house, and for a lot of you guys that don't know, you were happy as hell when you got a demo disc.
Oh,
all right. So you had the one with
sure.
Jumpin' Jack Flash. What did you have on your demo disc? Do you remember?
I mean, Battle Arena Toshin.
Yes.
I mean, you know what it is.
Yes.
You know those
Talk
days.
that
The
yes.
pixels were huge,
Talk.
and that's how
Yes.
you wanted them.
Those polygons was crazy.
That
Those
3D,
monsters.
bro. That 3D generation, bro.
The 3D generation. It started off with a little bit of a hitch, but we were in love.
Yeah.
We were in love. Absolutely.
absolutely.
You know, Parappa the Rapper. You know, all of them.
I love that. That game was the first music game that I actually purchased and repped.
Yup.
Because, you know, at that point in time, we really didn't know. And Sony was pioneers in this field because they were doing things, especially with 3D, especially with sound, because it was on CD.
Yes.
They were doing things. They were trendsetters, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
And that's and a lot of people get mad at me because they say, "Oh, you hate Sony." No, I hate the new ones because this Sony follows, but they don't lead. And I love what they used to be. So yeah, and you had that.
I'm seeing folks in the chat. Wipeout, Ridge Rate, like
Yes,
that demo disc
Wipeout.
was stacked.
Talk
okay?
about it.
So let me tell you why I'm bringing this up first.
Let's go.
Because that demo disc eventually failed. It started playing, but it wouldn't play every game. It would just play something.
Yeah.
But here's the key.
Let's go.
So we would, you know, and I've heard a lot of people make this Game Pass analogy. You know, remember back in the day when you used to go to when you go to the rental store and rent games?
Yes.
That was what we used to do. We used to go not too short, not too short a distance. Like it was so short that even the kids who aren't allowed to cross the street can go to the game store and get. We knew them, they knew us. We'd go rent some games, right? Now, parallel to this time, I think I was 15, 16? Let's go. Parallel to this time, I was making music. Me and my boys were doing things. Yes, we were kids. Craziness, right? Yeah. I was DJing on the side. You know, I was doing a bunch of different things.
DJ K.Asante? Okay.
Yeah, I was doing a bunch of different things, right? So at that time, a buddy of mine was like, "Hey, have you heard this new technology thing? You're into technology. There's this amazing technology. It's called MP2."
No, he ain't say MP2.
I was like, "Yo, what is this? Oh, see all these huge crates you take with you on all your gigs? Yeah, it can all be just right in this thing here. Look at this. blew my mind back of the head, right? So started hunting, and you're a youngin. Into the Netherlands at the time, you could, we was hustling. And by hustling, I don't mean the American hustling. I'm talking about PG hustling.
You were doing what you had to do to get the information.
It had to be done to get what was necessary. So I'm DJing, I'm getting money, and I'm doubling my income every time I get a new gig. So I'm buying PC equipment at the time. My uncle is like doing real big. He's showing me how to do PC. So I build a small little PC. I put a CD burner in it because I need MP2s. You know what I'm saying?
Was CD?
I might see where this is going.
I was gonna tell you, like, you should have just come see me when your demo disc failed. I could have resurfaced it for you.
Was that the PlayStation one with the blue bottoms?
Yeah, the blue bottoms. You had to learn how to resurface them. And if not, there were other solutions.
Other solutions, you say?
My solution.
A little bit of Vaseline. Pause.
Let's continue.
Big pause. Needless to say, one day, I'm doing this PC stuff, and the demo disc fails. We go to the store, we rent a bunch of games here and there. One day, I rent Mortal Kombat Trilogy.
That was good.
Right? And I'm like, you know what? I know you can't do this, but statute of limitations expired by now.
Statute of limitations up. This is not snitching. Continue.
I made a copy of this disc.
You did that. You did that CDR. You did that CDR to RW. You did the R.
I did CDR. You did that R. I put the disc in. It doesn't play. I'm like, dun, dun, dun. But
you found the workaround.
The demo disc would load up.
There you go.
So what did I do?
A nice little swap.
Situations. Only thing that ever worked. I played Mortal Kombat Trilogy for probably all of the rest of 1990s all the way, and it turned into, like, it eventually got me a bunch of people that would come to the house. We were doing tournaments. Mom's knew outside was not necessarily the greatest place you should be all the time, so she'd be cool with me bringing people over.
Nice.
So it was, the boys, the girls, they'd be hanging out in the house.
Oh, we share very similar histories, Kayla. This is crazy.
This is why you've heard me say to you, like, when y'all speak, I'm just like, you guys, we are kindred spirits. I remember what it was like, and that's why every time I see y'all on the show, I'm just like,
that's love. That is so crazy. I gotta interrupt you. It's just so crazy. The reason why I love these gaming history segments is because, and me and King Solve, and we talked about it. It's like at the time, we're all in our own separate worlds, right? And we think what we're doing is so unique and no one else. And then when we meet all these people, we bring them in the realm, and you hear the stories, you're like, yo, and just even the international scene. I love when you mentioned Netherlands, and we've had mods off of Poland. We've had so many people from different countries, and you're like, yo, the passion for gaming was the same in all of these pockets, all over the world. Everyone was thirsty for the knowledge and doing what they had to do to play these games. It is so fire to hear these stories. Continue, bro. This is fantastic.
No, absolutely. So needless to say, I, having found that out, made like lifelong friends, and one of my boys, like, I've known him for my almost my entire life. He is now he's an ex-developer, but he's worked for all your famous development houses. Say something. He's probably worked there. I met him. That's how we met. We met playing games. We met MK tournaments. He's worked for your Epics. He's worked for your EAs. He's worked everywhere, and I still communicate with him. That's how we connected from way back in the day, right? So we did all that, and then eventually, I think it was early 2000. My mother was like, "Hey, it's time to get serious. It's time to do." So I left the Netherlands, and at the time I'd worked things out with my dad. He was like, "All right, you can come live back in the States." So 2001 is when I moved back here, and I've been here ever since, right? So in 2001, I lived in New England. When I first moved to the States, lived in New England, I'm like, nope, I'm gonna live by myself. Got a little spot with my uncle. Trying to start a little hustle. Dad hooked me up. He was a FedEx driver at the time.
Shout out to
FedEx. In New England.
In New England. Oh yeah.
Cold
New England.
Okay.
In Christmas.
You're a dark skinned man in New England.
And now I'm a dark skinned man in Florida.
Yeah, oh my God, from the fire pan into the fire. Because I was out in Boston, and I found out a lot of things very quickly.
Yes. Yes, in New England.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, a lot of
but
things.
Needless to say, my first job after working, I worked FedEx and this and that. My first job, EB Games.
Woo! You made it. Yo, how did you feel when they gave you your name badge?
Bro, I was so excited because at the time it was the only place, and at that time I had just moved to the States. I think I'd hustled my way into like a buddy giving me like an old Dreamcast, right? And I like the Dreamcast is like my game of all games. I love that. So I had just moved to the States. I have a Dreamcast. Nice. I have your Jet Set radios. I have I'm playing your Sega rallies, this and that, right? And I've been playing it for a while, and I'm liking it. But this was during a time when Sega, when Dreamcast.
All I can hear is as soon as you said Sega Rally, game over, game over, the most exciting game over. Your game is over.
Isn't EB Games just another game, like another game store?
Yep.
Yeah, it was Babbage's.
It eventually, EB was bought out by GameStop, and they all became GameStop. But at the time, EB and GameStop were competitors. Yeah, at that time. So I'm working there, and this is the first year, and I was there. And what happened was, this was the year. This was 2001, May or June. Like this was the year that the Xbox, the OG Xbox, was coming out. Right. I am a Dreamcast guy. I have a Dreamcast at the house. Love my Dreamcast. And then I'd walk by the EB Games at Providence Place Mall in Rhode Island. Right? I see this game where you got there's a kiosk, there's like 4 people standing at the kiosk, and there's like a whole bunch of people behind them just in line waiting, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I go and I get closer, and it's like there's a dude in a car, and the others are in the car as well, and they're shooting. And like, what is this thing?
What is
this? Halo Combat
Evo. It was Halo.
And it hadn't been released yet.
Yes.
It was, it's coming soon.
Announced.
People saw it was in the kiosk. I was in. I was sold.
Brother.
Absolutely.
I hate to cut you because you taking me back to a time capsule. You're absolutely right. Because at the time, Microsoft was really trying to get awareness out. And what they did was put the kiosks in all the EBs, the GameStop, and they would let you play 3 to 4.
All the places. Yes. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, please.
It was in all the places that were going to be carrying the Xbox brand.
Yes.
So that was the deal that they had with all the distributors. And not all distributors carried them.
Right.
Because people really don't remember Sony was blocking them too.
We doing that. We going full circle with it.
But at that point in time, we didn't know the politics of the stuff. We were just completely 100% gamers. We really was going by what we can afford. Like those kiosks was very key to getting a cultural awareness out to the people.
Yeah,
absolutely. I walked in looking at that thing going, I got to have this game. I walked out with a job and a mission to get one.
Let me ask you a question,
I walked in with not even game. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. When you played the demo, because we all walk up to the kiosk and we all put the fat Duke in our hand, pause.
Shout out.
And
hey, I will accept no Duke slander.
You're a Duke?
I still have a Duke back
here. It's the big head gang.
Yeah. Shout out to Aaron Greenberg.
Big man hands, love the Dukes, no doubt.
I'm 6'4", and that's still way too big.
Pause. So what part of the demo for Halo was the aha moment? Because everybody,
I know yours, King. I know yours.
Yeah, I think everybody has this one
moment with Halo.
This one moment with that game. What was your aha moment that you said, "Oh, this is completely different"?
So, what got me in the room was seeing a bunch of people in line waiting to play it, right? And then what the aha moment for me was, you play it for a while, it stops, the kiosk restarts, and then a new bunch of people get to try.
Right.
So they restarted, a new bunch of people get to try, and where the demo starts is right when the Pillar of Autumn is about to like crash, and Captain Keyes, who was a nice Caucasian man.
Thank God you got the role, brother.
Yeah, right.
Stop it.
Let me stop. Good.
So, and they're crashing, and you go through the cinematics right at that end. You don't even get to play on the ship, but right at the end, and then you land. It crashes. There's nothing we could do. Cortana says it in your visor, in your head.
Yes.
And you look up, and and they're coming, and we suggest you escape.
Yes.
Go under.
Right.
That was it. You look up to the sky, you see that. I was just like, yo,
This is
this
different.
is
Yeah,
different.
this is
right? 'Cause I was really
different.
good into Dreamcast. I was on PC at the time. I'd play PC games. So I know, hey, you know, people can really take it there cinematically. I had never seen that like with this. And then all of a sudden when the cinematics end and it's a multiplayer game, so then the other 3 people can like file into the warlog and they're going, this person's shooting that person. It's a wrap. That was it.
Bro.
That was it. Wow.
Okay, King, tell yours. I'm gonna tell mine. Good.
You know
Halo
my
aha
moment.
I think I know yours. Okay.
I pulled up the kiosk, got the controller in my hand. You know, you look at everybody and you feel in your head, I'm gonna play it better than anybody that played it before.
Yes.
Whatever. And I'm going and it felt very intuitive, right? I went into a dark area and it said hit the white button.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to
light-
the
the
white
flashlight.
camera button on the
Flashlight comes
Duke.
on.
The flashlight on the gun. And I'm doing this and I'm looking.
And you're projecting it, and the light is bouncing off of things, and it's just like
Light source.
That moment for me, that's the moment I turned around and gave them my money.
Pre-order.
but- Pre-order, automatic. We stayed there waiting for it. But that was the moment I knew they had something.
Yeah.
Because this is something I've never
seen before.
done
Preach.
in a home console game.
Preach. And I want to expound on that because that was one for me. The second was right after, you know, all hell breaks loose, Pillar of Autumn. You know, the Covenant are on. You got your little, you know what I'm saying, the guys throwing it, you got your elites and all that. But I remember most games at that time, people got to understand, it was very basic. You shoot, they're there. I'm throwing a grenade, and they're moving out the way.
Yep.
And they're
Yes,
not
AI was
trying to
AI
get
was
shot.
insane.
And I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? Like, you're supposed to die. I'm the star. and they was talking to you, and you know, they get him. And I was like, yo,
The demon's here.
the demons. And I'm like, what is that? Like, there was a level of AI that Bungie was doing that we never saw at that time in first person
quick
and on
aside,
console.
AI and physics.
And physics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Physics.
Oh,
See,
yes.
the thing is, when
My
you threw a
kiosk-
grenade down and it everything around it blew up in the proper manner, right?
Yes.
bounced.
Oh my! I had only again. I don't even know. This was 2001. I'm trying to remember. Hey, because again, the only other aha moment I had at that point, I think, and I might be wrong about the timing, was the gravity gun in Half-Life 2. Right? Never seen physics before.
Absolutely.
Before that.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely.
Man, that was special.
Continue.
And I should say also my kiosk at the time, and I found this later. I found out this later because I ended up working there and getting to know the people that were there. They turned the difficulty up to heroic.
Oh, they beast niggas. Oh, they
Get you out of there quick.
Yeah.
They want you on that kiosk, look.
Yeah.
So the AI was murking you. Like it was just like, get out of here. Who are you?
Okay,
I remember the first thing I played on Halo was multiplayer on Blood Gulch.
Oh,
Like, that was the
God.
first thing.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't touch the story till after I.
Oh, so you played multiplayer first? I never
Excuse
knew
me.
that.
Public service announcement. Public service announcement. We have over 700 people here.
hit
We
the
only
like.
have 200
Hit
likes.
the like,
You know,
bro,
K.Asante
please.
is giving you his childhood. He's giving you his history, and we're dropping gems sprinkled in between. Please
Facts.
share this out.
Hit the like button,
Please,
guys.
hit the like.
No doubt. Continue, Attic. I'm sorry. You were saying also that so you just playing the multiplayer first, and then that's what got you in the store.
First thing I did was the multiplayer because, like I said, I got the original Xbox for Fable, and I got the 360 for Fable too. Like Halo was an afterthought.
Oh, Halo was afterthought.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like I remember, like I bought a 360 when Fable came out.
You know what's
Not
funny? I
before.
never knew that. Fable.
That's
because
crazy.
I've never had a history. That's
I
why
mean,
I've never had a
if
history.
you remember,
Are you implying that the host didn't do his homework and have a gaming history with Lord Attic? Is that what we're implying? That needs to happen?
That's exactly
you
what I'm saying.
know, Attic is a stepchild. He doesn't, he doesn't get that.
Oh, come on, don't do him like that. Salute that.
No, the funny thing is that, there was worry about Halo, right? Because we didn't know
Yes.
we didn't know what it was going to be. We saw the kiosk, right? But again,
Real-time
even
strategy.
even back then, even back then, you know, we were like, hold up, this ain't the full game. We don't know what this is, right?
Yep.
So not until the reviews came out. Up until the reviews came out, I was most excited for Dead or Alive 3 because I was like, oh my God,
Me
I
too.
can't believe they're doing this on this machine.
Yep.
And
This
Dead or Alive's
PlayStation
graphics were next level.
At that time,
level.
next level to have that level of graphics fidelity to fight a game at home.
So it wasn't until the reviews came out, and I remember. Shout out to Ryan McCaffrey, official Xbox magazine.
Oh, yeah, the
I was like, hold up, what's going on here?
Yes,
and then there was just 8s and 9s and 10s.
Yeah, it was like
up.
10s. We were like, yo,
You know, that's the first time, and I'm gonna keep raising my hand because it's just out of habit.
K.Asante got us cooking right now.
That's the first time I heard the name Killer App.
Yes, Killer App.
That's the first time because
yes.
they associated Halo with the Xbox console, and they said Xbox has their first killer app. And I'm like,
I saw that too.
what the hell is that?
Absolutely.
Without,
Get at it.
I do feel like without Halo and Gears, you would have an Xbox without Gears, but I don't think you would have.
You can't have it without Halo.
It wouldn't have as without Halo, and I think Halo brought it to the point where it was actually took seriously during the Xbox One. Yeah, but I think the 360 Gears is what turned it mainstream.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. 100%.
You know, and it was between Gears and Halo 3 because I feel like Halo 3 did a lot for the Xbox brand, and you know. I love playing, you know, we play, shout out to the community stream. We played it for a couple of hours yesterday, but like, even though how fun that was, I will never forget like the snow map on Halo 3, going to the little bunkers and, you know, fighting for the shotgun, just tossing grenades in there. Cause like, I personally feel like grenades is a shell of what it used to be. Like grenades used to actually be like pretty much just as good as a heavy weapon as long as you use them correctly. But now it feels like it's just, oh, you shot a good time, throw some grenades. Like,
we gotta like to will him down, but we gotta get back on. K.Asante's got us jump into a whole bag of a Halo appreciation. But now continue your EB kiosk. Continue.
So yeah, I got a job working at EB. Stopped working at FedEx. The first Christmas when when the games and everything, you know, you had your NFL fever and this and that. When they first, I was there. I was at that EB when they first started selling the console, and they had this deal. Okay, guys,
let's go.
For every Xbox console you sell, you'll get X amount of percentage for yourself. Right? This was my first Christmas there. Right? Let me tell you. My check was bigger than anybody in the entire base.
The man was number one sales of the month.
Xboxes. Holy crap! You have no idea. But yes. So no. After that, and then I made the first mistake that I usually make. That I did not make again. I ended up packaging together because at the time I was like, I have to have it. I hadn't gotten my first check yet, but I gotta have it. Let's go. Put together my Dreamcast. All of the games. And traded them in to get the OG Xbox and Halo.
How much store credit was you given for?
I'm not even going to go there. I still kick myself about that today because it was the black Dreamcast. It was the Japanese. Still cannot get it back. I have since subsequently gotten almost all the consoles that I want back now. I have my OG. That one, I still cannot get it. And shout out to Mr. Boomstick. I know he's got one.
Yes.
And every time he talks about it, I'm just like...
yo, they used to get us as kids, man. Continue.
My dad had a bunch of consoles and stuff. It's at my grandparents. I actually think he had a black Sega though.
But it could also be the Sega Sports one, right? He's talking about the Japanese one.
The Japanese one,
but there was an American Sega Sports one.
Yeah, I think that also came packed in with a couple games.
Yep. Yeah, probably 2K1, 2K1.
Yeah. Shout out to Ham Solo. He said that's the way we used to live. We couldn't afford it, so you had to trade in the old one to the new one. That just was the reality. Shout out to it.
I was broke as a joke.
Yeah, bro. It was hustling. We had to try to get it. That was the only way. So you looked at your old thing, and you're like, man.
Yeah, so you had to do it, right?
Yeah.
So officially,
look over and say, who's not producing?
Who's not producing? Who could I not live with right now for this new fire right here?
Yo, because you say that, let's say the PlayStation 3 is coming out in 6 months, right? Right now, this moment, right now, this PlayStation 2 ain't gonna be valued no higher You got to go,
Dope.
buddy.
It's the highest it's gonna be.
Got
Your
to do
brother
what I got to do.
Yep. Stock market. Continue.
I remember around like the original Xbox, there was like a good year and a half I didn't have any console.
Yeah.
And that's when I got the Fable
Favorite joint.
one.
No doubt. Continue,
Loved Fable,
K.Asante.
man. That was one of my favorite games.
You know what the most depressing thing was? Like the original, because I got the game, it was the green Xbox, the original
See-through
Xbox.
one?
Yeah,
The see-through?
green one. Awesome.
I remember I got Fable with it, and it would always get to like the screen where the assassin's opening and it makes the logo, and it would freeze there.
Yo, this is making sense. We got some attic history today.
And every time it would freeze there, I had to go buy another copy of Fable because it was broke. Like it was too scratched up. It was literally, sometimes it would go through. So I'm literally launching this sucker like 8 times to try to get past that title screen one time.
Salute, bro. Yo, I didn't realize that how much Fable's important to you. Everybody has their attachment to the system, right? What got them in. But continue, K.Asante. This is fire.
No, so basically the OG Xbox was like it was the beginning of my gaming life. It really was, because that was the first console that I actually, my boy hooked me up with the Dreamcast, but that was the first console I was like, okay, I traded some in and I paid a little extra and I got that. I got it with the extra controller, a bunch of games, and it kind of put me on a path that really like. I guess I would say that console is kind of responsible for a lot of the things that happened to me up until now. And of course, still, this was 2001, so the statute of limitation on this.
Yes, continue.
Let's just say that console eventually, obviously, it was a Windows 2000 machine.
It clearly had OS on it, and things could happen with the OS.
So I will tell you, and broad strokes, but
yes.
There's a rumor that somebody took an Xbox. No, but follow me. There's a rumor that somebody took an Xbox that was put through the ringer.
Yes.
And handed it to either Bill Gates or somebody, put it on somebody's desk and said, "Do you see what they're doing with our machines?" and in the teeniest way. And eventually, that turned into Netflix. That turned into the media streaming you see today.
Center.
That's all that. And in the tiniest, most tiniest way possible, I helped bring that to this world.
Usher in a new
and that's why
generation.
it's so important.
You know what it is though, right?
Good.
Because
Speak on it,
Bill Gates' original plan for the Xbox, right? You go back to the Xbox documentary and Seamus Black and what they were talking about. They promised the PC in the living room, right?
Yes.
They promised all of that functionality. When it wasn't that, he was so livid that they had to resell him on the prospect of what Xbox would be. And at the very least, the internet stuff and getting everybody online and connected, that's what resold him. But when you showed him something like that, somebody was hacking it and turning it more into that PC in the living room, that's what opened his eyes and was like, wait a minute. So that was really, it's funny because you look at your product, you're like, damn, they hacked the hell out of this thing. What the hell?
We literally, the community showed him the capability of where this could go. Everybody who's now enjoying all the things you enjoy about your one-dimensional device that used to be just be your game player.
Preach it.
Thank your local tinkerer. That's what
we call it, y'all.
That's right.
The local tinkerer.
I'll take that. I like that.
Yeah, I know a few local tinkerers.
Better than criminal.
Shout out to the local.
What's funny is like Microsoft was famous for taking risk back then. I think they were the first people to integrate Netflix onto their platform.
Yes.
Yeah, shout out to the Don.
They brought Netflix in kicking and screaming.
They were the first people to reach out to.
They killed Blockbuster.
They were the first people to integrate Minecraft. I remember they came out initially and got that going. They're doing the Discord thing now. Like,
no, for real.
Like when it comes to social aspects, they've always been on top of that.
And to K.Asante's credit, I remember just being blown away. I remember I'm such a, again, being him a very kindred spirit here because I'm such a music guy that I would literally burn all my favorite albums to that hard drive. And that was the debut, the genesis of custom soundtracks. And being mind blown and say, you know what, I don't have to listen to the games music.
You're playing Project Gotham Racing, you're like, screw that.
Exactly.
You know what? You know what that did? Us doing that, Xbox having the ability to do that, forced EA and everybody else to go to these rappers and to sign them up to do
Yes.
soundtracks for live. Remember
Yes.
NBA Live?
NBA Live.
Yeah.
And Nas was, I'm like,
Yeah.
what? That's Nas coming through my radio?
It
I
showed
wish-
it. Go ahead, Attic.
I wish that, because I know there's like something with Microsoft and Google with YouTube. Like I wish that you could do a Spotify as long as you have premium. You can do YouTube because like they brought some of that aspect from the 360 to the Xbox One, but they didn't bring all of it. Like they left a lot of it there, and it was just like I remember playing those old games, and you could choose what you play. It was always like a perfect balance too with the game and the actual music, and you know, I Spotify's okay, but it's just like, man, just let me play YouTube videos in the background on Xbox, man.
Yeah. It was a big deal. And like you said, it was a Tigger's dream, the customization, the hard drive, you know, Ethernet in the box,
All of that.
Xbox Live. I understand why it's a special play. I think I already know the answer to when we get to consoles. Where you gonna go?
That's what started with me. That's what started. You know, and
no
then
doubt.
of course, you know, eventually I was working at EB, so I played all the consoles. I started with PS2. I never bought a PS2.
Really?
Why? Because at the time I was working at EB. Obviously, I was working a lot at EB. It was all I wanted to do. I wanted to be around video games all the time. So I was like, video games. We had a stock room full of broken PS2s. Like, you know how you had
You told that little yellow dot.
Eventually, it had 2 discs. Remember at the time, and I'm sure Sav, you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You had a choice between the OG lens and the DVD lens.
Yes.
And eventually, one of the motor would break, and whichever one was stuck at the top is the one that you'd have forever. And we'd have people coming into the house, coming to the store, going, "Oh, yeah, it doesn't play any of my blue discs anymore. Oh, it doesn't play any of my black disc anymore because the motor had broken to whichever lens it was stuck to." So we had like hundreds of broken PS2s back there. So I was just like, nope, ain't doing it.
And they just swept that under the rug.
Oh, it's amazing to me.
But
That
the red
thing,
ring of death is the thing, right?
bro, 100% king. I am, to this day, it stuns me. As many broken PS2s as I had in the back of my storeroom, I am stunned that we did not hear as much red ring kind of energy at that time. Because it was major. It was a lot.
See, this is the difference. Steve Ballmer. That's the difference. We can sweep this stuff away and act like it doesn't happen, and we can just look the other way.
Or we can address it, pay the $1 billion.
No, we not gonna do it. Hold on. I gotta step in. Flag on the field. Okay. I love you. But we not gonna not give. Before there was a Phil Dominus. There was a Peter Moore, sir.
Oh, no.
To Steve Ballmer.
Okay,
to
he went
do
to Steve
that.
Ballmer and he told him the situation.
And he said, if you don't
Steve
do this, this
okayed
is
it.
a Tylenol moment. Our brand will forever be. This man put his neck on the line. At that time, Steve Ballmer was that dude to get you out of here.
Yeah.
To get you out of here. So we got to put respect on my man name.
Yeah, your man definitely was the OG. Got to respect
that's what I would have said.
He had the tattoo. He had the tattoo.
He had the tattoo.
I think that's what he was gonna say, God.
Yeah, but he never let me finish.
I'm sorry. I got emotional. I thought Peter was gonna get his flowers, and that's my man.
People say I interrupt in the comment section.
I interrupted. I apologize.
And the fact that they had to do that to save face. Sony was an already established entity and a juggernaut in the space, so it's very commonplace to turn your face the other way when something's going wrong. Like whatever, it's not have nothing to do. It's only a small percentage, type of thing.
And again, I mean, you know, to be fair, at that time, this was like, you know, early 2000s. I didn't have the full metrics of it. It's just my small perch in my small store in that small location. Had a lot of them, and I was just like very surprised. But because of that, it kind of, I played it at the store. I enjoyed some of the games, but I never actually bought it because I had seen so many of those. So I think it was my girlfriend at the time bought me a PS3. The fat.
You got the George Foreman grill.
Got the George Foreman grill, which is alive and kicking today.
Wow.
You got the original, right?
OG.
PS1,
PlayStation 2. So you had a PlayStation 2.
Yeah, I did basically. Yes.
By default.
Yes, I ran Linux on the thing because
Woo,
at the time
that's
they let you
Linux.
run Linux on
Remember
it.
that?
Oh wait, hold on. You ain't take the lawsuit money? I took the lawsuit money.
Oh, I
but
took
they-
the lawsuit money.
Oh, everybody got the $21. Everybody got the
I
21
got the
bucks.
$21. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
yes. So, hey, they said Linux is supposed to be on it. Then the new iteration stopped having Linux, so I needed my money.
Indeed.
I was
Indeed.
outraged.
I was outraged.
Outraged.
Yo, I
It was a
took
Travis
that money.
Shamocracy.
Yes. I learned about lawsuit money quick when that joint came out. Woo, continue, kids. Continue. So then you did that, you go, and then you just continue on. Yeah.
I love my PS3. I still have a PS3, but a bunch of games, diehard PS3 dude. I really enjoyed the PS3. PS4, of course. Nice. And ever since that time, I've been, every time
Every
a
console
console comes
since,
out,
no
even,
doubt.
and I mean, like, and of course, as I said, where I originally came from. So now, when I have the chance to, it becomes a bit of a problem that my wife tends to. We have to regulate.
We have to. She's the regulators in the house
now.
Salute.
So I end up having to go, yes, wifey, here's the wallet. I cannot be trusted.
She's
Oh,
the
you've been
FTC.
known. She's the FTC.
yeah.
She's the
Oh,
FTC.
But she's cool though. Like she'll come back from the flea market and go, I found an OG GameCube. I found this. I'm like, yo, absolutely.
That's
so
fine.
I got all the, I'm trying to get. I have all the almost all the main consoles, which is including Dreamcast. I'm trying to get that back, and then I want to get the obscure stuff.
The cut.
Yeah, like the
3DOs and stuff.
the Neo Geo Pocket,
Turbo graphics.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes,
No doubt. Salute.
And-
PlayStation Go, PSP
the
Go.
only thing I'll say though is,
ahead.
now here I am with all of it. Since that time of me wanting to, play and do all that, so every OG console I have has been on the mission, and I'll leave it at that. And I think some people will understand. Every console I've had up until now has been on the mission that has not been fulfilled until the Steam Deck.
Awesome.
All in one. Put everything there. Yeah.
Awesome. I respect.
That is why it is the greatest thing I've ever had in my possession. It is all of them.
Okay. No, salute to you, man. Tremendous game history, brother. We could talk to you on this gaming, man, forever, brother. Like, you got stories, brother. Really quickly, I do want to ask you now, obviously, how I came across you being a podcast connoisseur, right? Sure. And I'm like, K.Asante, he's in this chat. Okay, he's over here. He's over there. He's over, he's everywhere, this kid. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, the transition now, because obviously you're doing your thing. You got a tech background. But like, what made you jump into this space now and say, hey, I want to do this and be a content creator?
Sure. So this was, so as everybody knows, whether you're a part of the community, like either in the chat or you're on these things, on these podcasts, we all have these conversations. We all have these debates, and, which console and what you like. And I play PC as well. I just love games, so I play whatever I can get my hands on. But during the OG Xbox One / PS4 gen, and they had the trouncing that we all remember, right?
Yeah.
I love my PS4. I was just chilling, but I also had an OG. I had an Xbox One. I loved the idea of the Kinect, but not the execution of it.
Same.
I was one of the guys who was taking the Kinect, plugging it into the PC, and doing some crazy wild stuff. Was doing really interesting things, and at some point, the conversation started. There was technical conversations being had, and like I said, I've always been on a tech trajectory. At the time, I've been working in tech. Nice. Working in pharmaceutical, working in technology. I've built games.
Can we divulge?
I will never release a game.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
I was there. Shout out to the Xbox. They turned the OG Xbox One into a dev kit. So I was just, tinkering and all that stuff. So
we're talking DevOps now.
We and I do some of that for work. Yeah. So what actually really got me into the conversation, like you asking specifically, what got me into wanting to content create, is when I kind of delved deep a little bit into what Xbox had done from 360 to Xbox One, and the operating system changes and moving to the cloud, and because for my work, I do a lot of virtualization. I do a lot of architectural infrastructure, things like that. So I deal with virtual machines and hypervisors all the time.
This is crazy, our similarities. Continue. This is wild. It's like my brother I didn't know about.
I hear that Microsoft is using Hyper-V to do all of this moving and shaking, and I'm just like, what the actual word I can't use?
Yes, because it's the Lord's Day.
Man. And you start digging into it and you see what they're doing, and it's just so technology driven and so forward looking. And man, I'm waiting for the book I want to read it. I want to read who decided that we're going to put like 3-4 operating systems in a game console. Whenever you want it, it's just going to pop up and it's going to be its own operating system in a like it just blew my mind. So when people started talking about, oh, well, the Xbox can't do this or PlayStation can't do that or whatever, I was like, come on, guys, you don't know how amazing this stuff actually is. Yeah, the implementation and what you see, it's just, oh yeah, it just pops up and you're playing. Right. But when that like side thing when the
snap.
What are the snap window comes,
feature.
That is a whole different operating
system. That's a whole OS
system
on the side. Bro, it was very ambitious. Absolutely, brother.
Right? So that's what really got me into wanting to, get in there and start. And I heard a few, people were having some conversations were being had where, maybe some falsehoods were being perpetuated. I'm an avid fan. I listen to Mr. Boomstick.
Salute.
Shout out to Mr. Boomstick. I was listening to his podcast a lot and a few other folks, and I was just like, man, I wish I could. I want to talk and say, hey, maybe what you're seeing, as disappointed as you may be, if you knew some of the logistics that got you there, or why it is that it does what it does, why it is that from 360 you had all these features and then the Xbox One you got nothing. Right? They literally rebuilt they reinvented the wheel, right? Which let's give them the right to smoke they deserve. Yeah, you reinvented the wheel, but you should have added all those features people liked before.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
But I wanted to be part of that conversation, and an opportunity presented itself. I sent Boom a message. He was like, "Oh, bro, of course," and we started chatting.
Oh, the legendary.
He invited me on. So in the beginning, when y'all said, "Hey, shout out to Mr. Boomstick, he's put so many people on," I can attest. If it wasn't for Mr. Boomstick, I would not be here today.
That's right.
Shout out to you, Mr. Boomstick. Happy birthday,
Happy
sir.
birthday. Yo, put the crest up for Mr.
Love
Boom.
that, man.
Because at the end of the day, y'all can say whatever y'all want about my brother. He gave so many people opportunity.
So many people.
And not only did he give people opportunity, he also shines spotlights on people. You know what I mean? Who are doing their thing. We were very blessed to be on the show at one time. Got us over the hump when we were trying to get to 1,000 subs. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Tremendous community, man. Shout out to Mrs. Boom. It is Boomstick's birthday. I want everybody to tweet at Mr. Boomstick, happy born day. Put the crest up for him, because at the end of the day, you may not agree with everything as far as
great man.
But as a person, don't ever come for my bro. Like, he's that guy. He's a good dude. Salute to Mr. Boom. Happy birthday, bro. No doubt. Continue.
So I got on his show. After one conversation, he said I sounded like Mark Menardin, which I guess I'll take that as a compliment. Because he's co-writing that Black Panther game, so I'll take that credit too. That's right. So yeah, he offered me a spot on the panel, and of course me and shout out to the homie Mr. Everborn Son.
Oh, which told me he super chat. I got to break protocol to say, remember that you're going to owe him knees for some bet with Sonic, and is this the God of War Sonic bet? Are you looking shaky that Sonic might outsell God of War?
Let's take a quick aside real quick, and let me fill y'all in on the craziness that happened. Okay?
Let's go.
So I'm talking to Everborn Judas, and you understand why I call him
Everborn Judas.
What do you do? You understand why I call him that?
Let's go.
He is Sonic Man #1.
Yes.
Right? Our show does not end with a Sonic or a Sega reference.
Oh yeah, you know what's going in. Yeah.
That's just what happens. And then he proceeds to tell me, I'm like, why is it that Microsoft is not, talking to Sega?
Talking to Sonic.
To Sega. Let's get Frontiers. Let's get Frontiers in Game Pass, because let's be honest here, right? That day is a stacked day with some heavy hitters, right?
Oh, yeah.
You want as much promotion and as much signal boosting as you can get, and right now I don't see Sega doing that.
Right.
And he's like, oh, I know this game is going to be amazing. It's going to be 8+, if not more. He's thinking high, but ideally, if it reaches critical status with critics, but still does not make the money that it needs to be made, that will leave them in a position to be ready for. I'm like, so you are waiting. You want this thing to fail so that the competitor, so that they're on their knees waiting for
Microsoft to be acquired. You know his grand vision. I already know.
Because of that, I call this man Everborn Jr. How could you love Sonic so much? I want to throw that Sonic to the wolves, right?
Because he knows, he understands. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, he just understands that if they do succeed, the chances of them turning to them and saying, "Yeah, we could be acquired," is definitely zero.
Yeah, it goes against his narrative. Yeah. Continue.
So I call Boomstick up. I'm like, "Did you hear this craziness, this wild madness that Everborn is spouting?" He goes, "Oh, I'll tell you this. not only will Sonic beat without any backing or any support from Microsoft, not only will Sonic beat Ragnarok, it'll be 2-1. I'm like,
you can't go to Boom to bring you back down to earth. That's not the person you go
Boom does shoot for the stars. We love our brother. He shoots for the stars.
So now both of them are like, oh yeah, we getting your knees.
Oh, those two together?
Boom is like 2-1. Everborn is like, at least it'll beat it. I'm just like, and their reason is sound, right? You know, Ragnarok is on 2 platforms. Maybe eventually get to the third, which would be PC, right? Sonic is everywhere. Sonic is having a moment. Sonic has great TV shows.
The Sonic hype
and a great movie. But while the wind is at Sonic's back and it's all for them to gain because it's everywhere, it will only succeed if Sonic is good.
Oh,
and that is
good point.
A monster. Like
skyscraper size
if.
That's a variable. Yeah, that's a variable.
You know what I mean?
That's a variable.
Because we've seen Sonic Colors and Sonic this and Sonic that, and it keeps happening. You know what I'm saying?
I feel so. Your mind, I get the mindset. Yeah.
And I want them to win because I think, I'm old school. I'm from the time when Sonic was great, and I want Sonic to continue to be great. But that if stands in my way. So
Facts.
I'm waiting for. I'm gladly ready to relinquish the knees if I lose, but. Y'all are just circumventing that if too quickly.
they delay a little too casual with the if. Okay, now I feel you.
That's what that bet is.
I love the bet. Salute to Everboy. Salute to Boom. Look, man. Again, saw your rise there, and then obviously from where you are now, the K.Asante YouTube channel, the Gaming Circle podcast, hooking up with the very opinionated yet super knowledgeable entrepreneur and mostly slanderous Everboy Saga. So, like, how did that connection? Just say, what was the genesis of that?
It was connecting with Boom. Boom had already connected with Everborn, and he and I just connected in the DMs. We started chatting. It's movies, it's TV, it's games, it's just the industry, it's technology in general. He's a technologist, I'm a technologist.
Dope.
We go back and forth, and we were having a lot of great podcasts on the phone, right? It just kind of happens that way. Hey, how you doing, bro? And we start chatting, and before long, we're like 2-3 hours in. We're like, we could have recorded.
Facts.
Facts. We initially were like, maybe we should do some spaces, and then quickly spaces turned out to be maybe not the best use of our time.
That's right.
So we were like, okay, so let's start, and dip our toe into the podcast game, and we're already panelists on Boom Show, so we know how it's done. He's given us some tutelage, he's helping us get in the game. Initially, we started doing On the Reel with Everborn. He had that, right? I love that music. I miss that music.
That's my joint. I know the connotations. I'm like, On the Reel. That was my joint. Continue.
And shout out to On the Reel. It might come back in the
phone.
We're working on that.
No doubt.
But time is of the essence. There's so much to be done and not enough time to do it with. So we shrunk the show to 1, and now we're every Saturday, he and I get on, and we're trying to. The timing is a little funky, It's the only time he and I can get the chance to do so. But unfortunately, that makes it difficult to invite a bunch of people because Saturday mornings is tough.
Saturday morning. No, I get it.
But no, we've been having a good time, and people seem to be enjoying it. It's growing exponentially, so we're really happy with it.
Salute you, brother. We got to put that in the chat, man. Catch that Gaming Circle podcast on the K.Asante YouTube channel. Go over there and subscribe. Tremendous. I got a chance, like I said, I don't get a chance to listen to podcasts like I used to, but what I do listen to, you guys really run a good show. It's fun. It's entertaining. It's very knowledgeable, very tech-based. I love, a little bit of pop culture, a little bit of the movies. You get a little bit of everything, and it's really good, man. So keep up with your journey there. You know what I'm saying?
We are literally walking on the shoulders of giants. That is the ILP. We appreciate you guys so much. You have no idea.
Thank you, brother. It meant a lot to hear that you, how you guys found us and listen to us and all that other good stuff. So we got to ask the question that we're here for. And then you, as a veteran listener, K.Asante, you know what time it is right now. Pull up your spreadsheets.
It's gonna be difficult.
You know what I'm saying, or whatever you need. But I need Lord K.Asante's top 5 video games or franchises of all time.
Top 5. And franchises, right? Franchises can be loose.
They could be franchises. Yeah, you can do franchises. You can absolutely do.
Okay, top 5. Number 5, Tetris.
Oh, Atticus
Any
smiling.
kind of Tetris.
Any kind of Tetris.
because it's just definitively one of the best games ever made. And that dude who did not copyright it in the 80s when he made it still should be kicking himself today. Because, man, he should be as rich as Notch right now. But,
he should be doing that.
Alexei Pajitnov, what is it?
Yes, Alexei, yes. Yeah, Tetris. Let's see. Franchises, Mario, anything Mario. Anything Mario.
Plumber, let's go.
2D, 3D doesn't matter. Like I'm a Mario guy. You know, to me that's one of the OG stuff.
Of course.
I play Mario Maker with my kids all the time. You know,
that's what's up.
My kids, my daughter's like really into. I want to build you a video game. I'm like, oh yeah.
He's starting them early. Let's go.
Indoctrination starts early.
Indoctrination. Let's go.
You know. So yeah, where am I? So I have
2. You got the Mario.
2. Yeah. All right. 3. Mass Effect.
Ooh,
which one?
Nope. Not
you
doing
gonna stay? You gonna stay away?
I'm saying
you stayed away from the beef.
Baby.
You stayed away from the beef.
Baby.
Okay. Keep you walk. You coming in peace.
His name on Twitter.
You coming in peace.
Franchise.
I bet you I could advance search his name on Twitter.
Yeah, and then find out where he stands.
Keep looking. I'm sure.
Toe that line.
Toe that line. You keep it political. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
That's 3.
No, and what I will say is like, and I kept up with all the drama when you guys were going through it.
Thank God.
I am absolutely with you, Attic, that if you are new to the franchise, 3 is the best.
Oh, he's with Attic.
If you are new to the franchise,
no doubt,
3 is the best. Okay. Because you've gone through all the drama, and it's basically the culmination of all of the technical skills to get to where it is. Right? But if you started with it, we won't go there.
Oh, I think I know where he's standing. Okay. I think I know where he is.
If you don't let nostalgia cloud your judgment, 3's the best.
Indeed.
Okay,
yes.
fair enough.
So number 2, 2 and 1.
Let's go.
Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see. 2 and 1. Number 2, man, that is difficult. Yeah. God of War.
Ooh. OG or the new fangled
Here we
crap?
go.
You know, and I know you're gonna come for me, King.
No.
I appreciate the OG, and I also appreciate the new because the OG was just awesome. It established the character. It really defined who you were playing and what you were there for, right? The spectacle and all of that. And it just so happened that when God of War 2018 hit, I was we were having my first child. Right, so that whole situation really hit me different. So because of that, I can appreciate them both for a different reason. You know what I'm saying? But if that hadn't been in me, I see where you're coming from. Where they strayed so far from the OG character that some might not necessarily be with that. Right?
No, it just looked like Gears of War.
Sure. It's the relationships that kept me there. Right. It's the whole because. I have a tumultuous relationship with my dad. I saw this whole thing. All of this, you know.
So the story hooked you
because of God of War.
Not the actual game, just the story.
Sure.
Wow. Wow.
I love throwing the axe, the moment to moment.
Buy Golden Axe.
Golden Axe ain't doing that, so continue.
I replayed it on Steam Deck. God of War, and it is still as good as it was.
It's dope.
I love God of War too. You know,
no doubt.
The God of War franchise.
Shout out to Nixus. That's my heart.
Shout out to Nixus, to Nixus from the home team in the Netherlands.
That's right. Miles Morales, come to see you soon.
Nixus did not make God of War.
And of course, the number 1 franchise, which nobody would be surprised by just sheer hours of playtime. And it could be technical, or it could just be because I've always just loved the story so much. I have played it for about 5 years almost straight. I played all of the campaigns through countless times. Halo.
Yeah.
For sure.
I thought he was going to say Destiny.
Well, you know, Destiny 1 is a close second. Because remember Microsoft did that museum thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been playing the Insider with Halo because when Halo Master Chief Collection came out, you know me, I'm a technologist. The idea that they were stitching netcode from so many different code bases to get, I'm like, this is impossible. It will never work. You guys are crazy. And then, of course, it didn't work at start. But I was part of that Insider program. So I've been playing that campaign for like years. But if you look at my playtime in the Halo thing, Destiny 1 is a close second. That moment-to-moment combat, man. I think I'm like 5-6 days into Destiny 1, something like that.
Regardless how bad the Master Chief Collection stained the Halo franchise, like I don't think people realize that Master Chief Collection, it's relatively working great now.
Oh yeah,
And
it's great.
there'll probably never be another game that does something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very
Before
ambitious.
it was the Master Chief Collection, it was the Orange Box.
Oh,
After the Orange
let's
Box, it was the
go.
Master
Let's
Chief
go.
Collection. It is the museum of Halo we all deserve at this point. So yes, Halo, 100%.
No doubt.
It's my number one franchise of all time.
Tremendous 5. And of course, the final question that we ask, and I think we all know the answer to this, but I still got to ask it. Favorite console of all time and why?
Steam Deck. No, I'm just kidding. No, obviously it's the OG Xbox. I don't tend to be warrior of consoles and whatnot. I love my consoles, all facets. But as you guys have heard, that original Xbox, and I still have that original Xbox in my office, the OG one. I recently upgraded the hard drive with a terabyte drive. I'm keeping that thing alive. I'm going to hand that to my children one day.
Nice.
That thing to me is, it changed even my career. It really changed the way I technically thought of things. So yeah, it has to be OG Xbox. Yep.
No doubt. Salute to the OG K.Asante, man. Tremendous gaming history. Love these stories. Salute to, of course, the Gaming Circle Podcast and the K.Asante YouTube channel. Y'all put the channel up in the chat. Make sure y'all go sub to the brother. Let's get them over 1,000 subs so they get their super channel on. You know what I'm saying? They got a really good show going on, man. Please check it out. Go subscribe. Put them up in there in the chat now. So we want to get the super chats ready, or you want me to get the poll first? Or?
Go ahead and get the poll. There's maybe one or two that came in at the end.
No doubt. Last week's poll results at the end of the people have spoken with the recent departures at 343 as reported by LordsOfGaming.net. How confident are you that the Halo franchise can turn itself around moving forward? The winner of the three-way ILP poll at 64% of the vote was 343's recent changes has renewed faith for the long-term commitment to Halo. Coming in at second place with 25% of the vote was After Master Chief Collection and Halo Infinite's lack of content. Not optimistic with 343 as a franchise, with the franchise group. And then at last place, not close, but 9% of the vote was the Messy Lords. I don't care. I'm not trying to hear anything until that Halo Battle Royale drops. Lord King, the people have spoken. They feel that overall, it's a renewed faith that in the direction that it changes. What's your thoughts?
Oh, remains to be seen. Okay. You heard everybody on this panel say the Halo Master Chief Collection was something that shouldn't have been done. I don't know how they pulled it off, and they actually stood with it until its completion. So I don't know what other head is going to show up and do that. But if y'all keep pointing off the fingers at certain people, well, when that person's no longer there, I want y'all to look over at those situations, and I want y'all to start pointing fingers then and start saying exactly what's really going on there. Because I heard a whole lot of rhetoric, like trying to put it on one person. You got hope, right? They the same people to me. Because if I hear it from a lot of people, she probably wasn't even in the building for the past 6-7 months. So what happened then? But I'm just saying, I will see. I reserve judgment until actually when it happens. Because I'm gonna tell you, the next thing you ship, and you know what? I still got an ashy Spartan.
You want some more after the customization?
Because Sovereign said, they looked over at the landscape and they looked at what was out there, right? PUBG ship broken. If you go to PUBG right now, PUBG has seasons, they have content, and it's revolving, and this is stuff that you have to do. It has been a year, buddy. This is what, the second season in a year?
Oh yeah, for sure.
What the hell is going on? Again, I'm gonna tell you right now, we need, and the way y'all was doing it, that was a no-no. So why when the individual's not there, things ain't changed? When Sean Layden was gone, what did Jim do? Drop the prices. Stuff happened, right? So again, a lot of times you guys say it's one thing, it may be something completely different. So I'm not really optimistic at all.
Oh, you part of the 25%. Okay.
Yeah.
When it comes to games being broken in general, because he's talking about the Master Chief Collection, all you got to do is fix it. Like, people can sit there and say whatever they want. This company did that company did this. You know what's funny is Cyberpunk is having a surge on Steam.
Yeah, it's insane right now.
So it's like I said, all you got to do is fix it, and the world will forgive you.
Yeah,
Like,
we've always said that live service is one of those things. If you do right,
Yeah.
and you can come back.
But I think
launch
if
a
CD
show
Projekt
on Netflix and then have the zeitgeist start all over again.
I think that has something to do with it, but I think word of mouth has more to do with it because I was seeing surging long before that show launched. It's like, look,
Must
like
be
a
little
CD.
man.
If CD Projekt Red can recover from that, and so can the Master Chief Collection and Battlefield 4 and all these other franchises. Like, people be acting like Master Chief, like Halo Infinite is in the worst state that Halo's ever been. No, I would argue that Master Chief Collection was in the worst state.
Oh,
Far
yeah,
worse.
far worse. Oh yeah.
I think the hard conversation to have with Halo is, do you continue this free to play service game thing, or do you move on from that at some point and the next Halo is just a core Halo with multiplayer and that's it?
The problem with Halo is they're going to have to, like, the reason something like Fortnite, stuff like Apex Legends works is because, one, Apex Legends has a little bit more, it was built on a free to play. When I see Halo Infinite, it doesn't seem like it was going to be a free to play from day one. I felt like that was something that was probably put in there. You know, when they saw the rise of Fortnite, they saw the rise of Apex Legends, Warzone, they realized they couldn't put Halo in there and compete unless it was a free to play. That's fine, but it's just like, you have to build it around a free to play model. And it just felt like this wasn't. It's like, look, like, go wild. Like, people sit there, oh, they don't want emotes. Well, guess what? That's what's in games like these days. Like, you're gonna have to, you know, whatever these crazy dances are, you know, Master Chief gonna have to get down like that. Like,
For sure.
It's just like, look, like, people sit there and they say, "Oh, I don't want Kratos doing the Dougie." Well, guess what? Fortnite did it, and you know, most likely the next God of War gonna sell better because it was in Fortnite. So it's just like, look, you guys got to get your nostalgia out of the fact, because guess what? These younger generations, they don't care about your nostalgia because they don't have it.
Here we go.
Like, unless for himself.
No, but
I don't care about you old
No,
folks.
but it's a lot of reality.
No, it's true. I know what he's talking about.
A lot of reality in what he said.
That's why I always laughed when people were making fun of Dr. Disrespect, saying that Halo Infinite needed a battle royale, and people clowned him for it. It's like, look, like, regardless how you like, there's reasons battle royale has lasted as long as it is. It's not just because of the game mode, it's because you feel like you're doing something new every time you land. One, it is extremely streamable because of the way it's structured. There's more reasons that structure has lasted as long as it has, and that's why I felt like Halo Infinite should have launched with a battle royale. It should have the option to go and play arena, because you get people in there with the battle royale, and then you get them in the arena and you start cross promoting them like they do Fortnite, like they do Destiny. The problem is they wanted to be Destiny without Destiny was what I'm looking for, infrastructure. Bungie has, people can sit there and say, well, they've learned from Bungie. Look, you're not in the boardrooms. You don't understand what's going on behind closed doors. You can see their mess ups publicly, but you're not in the back to figuring out what they did to fix this, what they did to fix that. You're not seeing the 80 different ways that they were going to take Destiny that they didn't do. You're not seeing all the back end. You're just seeing the front end.
Yeah, so we got that out the way as far as another Halo discussion bust out after the poll.
Yo, Hargishini's crazy. Don't run around it. He just shout out to Hargishin. He just gave the chat 2,200 Halo credits. And he said, don't be walking around. And that's another thing. Like, when you look at, when I look at Fortnite and I'm looking through these tiers, I'm like, yo, I don't even have to do much. I'm gonna get something nice. When I look at Halo Infinite, I'm like, I don't even want the stuff at the end of this. No, it's not even that. King, when I'm looking at the end of like the seasons, like, there isn't a lot there I want. It's just like there's nothing there I want.
Attic, what turned me off completely was after I brought the season pass, I still had to buy stuff, and I was like, but I want this. okay, well, you have to do this minuscule stuff that's over here that really has nothing to do with nothing, but you can only do it on Tuesday at 7:00. I'm like, what? Like, I just didn't like the way it was structured, and I'm pretty sure that they're working on that stuff. But for people to say that if I have confidence in it, I really don't, because it's been so long that certain stuff that I think could be fixed, but they're not easy fixes. I'm not a dev, right? So one thing I might get fixed, it might break everything else.
The fact that they were working on a new map instead of fixing custom games, like, that is big. That's not small. That's the foundation of Halo.
But the first thing that people was asking for, Attic, was maps.
It's just like, no. At this point, after playing custom games the past couple with the Realm, fix that. Screw these maps. Fix that.
He said, "To hell with the new maps."
If I can't even but here's the thing: if you can't even get on and say, "Yo, I want to spawn with BR and snipers," and they give you an AR and a sniper,
core
that's
foundation.
issues.
Yeah, core foundation. That's
what's the point of Forge when you can't even play it in custom games? Correct.
And you know what, Attic? Fundamentally, the problem, and you're absolutely right. Someone can also say that, right? Just like you're saying, how the heck can they have this without the fundamentals resolved? Someone can say exactly the same thing with all the desync issues. It doesn't matter how great your maps are. It doesn't matter how great your menus are. If you're in game and someone's spawning out of nowhere, just killing you because your network connections are completely ridiculous.
And for once, let me
there goes that too.
Defend B53 because I know I be going at them a lot, but. Yeah, to their point, all these, what is it, the drop pods, all the informational bits have all been about the focus has been the core gameplay fix first, and then the content map and how they expect it to come. So I hear.
But I'm gonna throw it anyway because I act like I'm part of the community and I be knowing what's going on. I don't.
Attic, when you finish, get your balls over there. Let's all get the super chats.
Us playing. You know, I always knew that Halo Infinite was in a bad part. But us playing custom games and the amount of issues that we was running into just playing basic, we did a game of Capture the Flag, beat them, Capture the Flag. The flag was disappearing, not resyncing, not coming back. Yeah. And then it turned it into a Slayer that no one won because no one did anything with the flags.
Can't get the objectives done.
And then we was having scenarios where King was on my screen, but I wasn't on his, but we was all in the party. And it's just like, that's why people sitting there, we want new content. No, I want the existing content to work.
If the fundamentals aren't correct right now.
But I'm out of here at 3:45, so let's get to these topics.
Indeed. Oh, I see Cog is not back yet.
Yeah, we got to do the super chats.
We'll do super chats right now. Yeah. So give me 1 second. Anything else pop in here? Yeah, I got them all. All right, let's go.
There's a lot of them too.
Here's a couple. Flame, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Shout out to LOGNET. Howdy, Buckaroos.
Does it tell you that they've been a member for a certain amount of time now?
Yeah, it says it. You've been said it, yeah. $5 super chat. Howdy, Buckaroos. Just dropping by to give a wholehearted recommendation for Cyberpunk Edge Runners and anime so good, I'm even thinking of playing the game.
I'm going to play the game again, and I'm going to watch the anime because people have told me that the streets have cooled down. We could do. Don't tell me time after you extend the weekly podcast 30 minutes.
Well, today I leave at 3:45, so time.
There we have Angus McDuff, member for 8 months, Lord Bronze. What Satya said was the difference between a CEO and a CFO. I got Balmer era vibes. This will be fun. Yeah, the first time that Satya has engaged in this discourse is it's a little different. Yeah,
I can't wait to my side. I know we go.
Then we got no more Oscar, $5 per
No more. That's it.
I enjoy hearing the guest history on video game systems and where they started in their favorite games. Man, y'all some undercover nerds. Ain't no undercover about it. That's
straight nerds.
Yeah. I was straight outside, but if you'd have said something to me, I'd have had to rough you up. You'd be like, "You a nerd."
Get off me. Yeah. You don't want to see a picture of me in elementary school, bro. You don't want to see that. There we go.
I look exactly how I do now, just younger.
With the beard.
With the
too,
beard.
With the beard.
No, I had a beard in middle school.
Oh my God. Jesus.
I had a beard in middle school.
$5 super chat. What's up, my brothers? Salute to my gaming community. Facts.
Salute, man. Photo the Halos, the stream, community stream.
Yeah. And we got Splendiference, member for 6 months, $2 super chat. K, we might be twins. Games were foolish to my dad. Yeah, there was just a lot of shared history there.
My mom's too. They're the work of the devil.
Then we got Splendiferous again, $2 super chat. Shout out to all the non-believers. We out here.
Ooh, all right.
And we got the homie God's Hitman in the building.
Yeah, laid him
$2
down for the
super chat.
Lord.
Laid him down for the Almighty. Like and share this podcast.
Oh, got it now.
All right, hey, so how many do we have left?
We got a few. We got maybe like 7, 8 more.
Let's just read that after King leaves because we only have him for 35 minutes. Let's just
all right. I'm gonna fly through it. I might as well just get Then we got God's Hitman. Then let's not comment on all of them. Let's do that.
Sure.
And God's Hitman, $2 super chat. I traded in my PS3, got $13 for it. Wow. Everborn Saga.
It sounded like GameStop got ripped off. Continue.
Yeah, there you go. Everborn Saga, $5 super chat. What up, Lords? Don't forget to ask K about the niece. He's gonna have to send me and Boom this holiday for doubting Sonic. Also, happy born day to Boom. No doubt. Thank you, sir. Then we got the homie, Big Cloud Gaming, LOGNET in the building, $10 super chat. Salute to the fam, LOGNET in the building. Hit that like button. Thank you, brother.
A little bit Cloud. What's going on, brother?
Then we got Mandingo McThickens, member for 2 months, $5 super chat. 2 years, sorry, not 2 years. $5 super chat. When I look down at the small windows on the podcast of the panel, I can see a pasty white dot.
Whoa!
Hey, happy Sunday, Lords. Great show. What up, Addict? He messing with Addict.
Stop being messy. Stop that. Continue.
Oh my goodness. Then we got Donald Taku, member for 1 year.
I don't care what that dude got to say.
$2 super chat. Sonic was never great, just good at its peak.
He wants smoke
He's
whatever
smoking rock, sir.
He wants smoke whatever boy right now. That's what.
Then we got.
No. You take the exclusivity away. I don't know. You might be on some. Continue though.
Continue.
Then we got JD
Sonic,
Gamer, member for 2 years, $50 super chat. Thank you, brother. Xbox wants that competition that PS wants to run from. Bottom line, PS is going to get what it gave to Sega, and I'm going to love every minute of it. Rules of the game: snitches get stitches. Don't get high of your own supply, and I am my brother's keeper.
Oh man,
let's get it.
PlayStation wants to play on the same checkers board, and Microsoft wants to play chess.
Then we got 108 Dragons once again, $5 super chat. Halo is king. What game brings massive friends together like Halo did yesterday and many game nights I played in this community? Great game nights. Yeah, Halo.
Yeah, that kills.
Imagine once Custom Games works and we get Forge up in there.
That'd be crazy.
That'd be crazy. And we got 108 once again, $5 super chat. King Spartan is ashy because he was hiding in the bush. Love my brother, though. I got you.
I can't say what I was calling you. I can't say what I was calling you right now on live. But if y'all want to know, go to the stream. Go to who Lemon is.
Yeah. And that's it. I think we're caught up. We got
to
get some
still more. You said
okay. So
wait, we got
$5 super chat from Clutchman01. The guy next to Nolly looks like he would be God's
Nadella. Yeah, that dude on
31-month member chat from JD Gamer. Compare the competition games that Xbox and PlayStation will have in 2023. I believe that all those AAA bangers coming from Xbox will be a knockout. Then we got a $2 super chat. No more Oscars. My man comes from Wii game. No more heroes, huh? Okay.
Oh, no
more heroes.
Got it. All right. Cool. I thought you were trying to get Oscar out of there. We didn't know what was going on with you. But
I don't care.
No. I'm talking about not you. I'm talking about him trying to get through. Yeah. But anyway, so we gonna move on. So look, this is what we here for. Y'all know what it is. This is the big one. It says broke the internet. Let's get it. Yes, SatyaNadella's made the rounds. Very interesting comments to Bloomberg and
funny.
What happened?
I said funny.
Yeah, very interesting. The internet was definitely broken. Shout out to Bloomberg. The chief executive.
I want more.
You messy. Executive officer, he said he's confident that the company can regain regulatory approval for its $69 billion purchase of Activision Blizzard, even in the face of in-depth regulatory probe in the UK. He said, of course, any acquisition of this size will go through scrutiny, but we feel very, very confident that will come out. He said in an interview with Bloomberg Television, he said that as you look at it, he said Microsoft is either the number 4 or number 5 competitor in the video game industry, depending on how you count. And the number 1 player, Sony Group, has made several recent acquisitions. So if this is about competition, let us have competition. And that is the segment that broke.
He low-key.
Yeah.
King, he low-key pointed across the room and said, stop him from snitching.
He did exactly what we do in the hood.
Yeah, so this is what it is, man. This is obviously the Activision Blizzard King thing is still running around here. And obviously this is the first time, I would say, that's not the first time, but Satya in the mix. With this situation. So let's talk about it, man. Let's get K.Asante. I was listening to a bit of the Gaming Circle podcast, sir. So what do you think about Satya's statements?
Honestly, I thought, and we you've heard a lot of people talking about it. They're talking $1 trillion, big $1 trillion energy with his body language and all of that, honestly, this serves, to me anyway, this serves to bring great headlines and all of that. But it's really fun for us, those of us who are watching the balls and strikes and all of that. The long and short of all of this basically changes nothing, right? Sony's doing what Sony does, and I would be very surprised if they did anything different, right? They have to do this because that's what they do, right? And of course, Microsoft is doing what Microsoft does because that's the game you play, and the CMA and the regulatory bodies will be the ones to make that decision, right? To me, all of the back and forth is literally like, and I always make this analogy. It's like Ronaldo grabbing his leg right when the referee, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just grabbing his leg real quick, right? It's part of the game. Right? If he gets that foul, you can hate on him, but he played the game. Right?
He played the game. So he played the game.
Is it real? Is it not real? Who cares? He's playing the game. Right? It's up to the referee to be like, get off your butt and kick me, right?
Stop the BS.
And if he doesn't do that, I love Hargeet. Every time he puts a tweet out there, he adds an adjective to the, lying, crying, all this.
Oh yeah, he's bad
doing
boss.
what he's supposed to do. You know what I mean? He's doing what he's supposed to. So I think it's funny. I grab the popcorn and I enjoy myself.
Tune in.
I mean? Yes, and I know. Well, I think that when Satya spoke the way he spoke, he knew what this would do.
Right.
Because they're also paying attention to what people think, right? It's all it's in the realm of public opinion that it's seemingly Sony is moving the needle, right?
Right.
When we talk about regulators and when we start talking about brass tacks and what's really going on, I have a feeling that as the CEO of $1 trillion company says, they are very confident. You don't put yourself out there like that unless you really are very confident. Unless you
said
really,
very,
you don't do that
twice.
Right? They're very confident, right? So as far as the brass tacks of what this will mean ultimately, I don't think this means anything, right? They're going to say what they're going to say. They're going, there's going to be a lot of that back and forth, but ultimately, when it's all said and done, I don't think any of this will move the needle one way or another. Okay. It's just, hey, from what it looked like to me, it was like Satya looked like it was like, Phil, I appreciate your magnanimous approach, but maybe the public opinion, the realm of public opinion wants a little bit of that heat, and that's what he brought, right? Literally, he said exactly the same thing Phil said, only he said it in a very much kind of 300 pay me some fealty energy. That's what it was.
The fealty? Okay.
That's all it was. You want competition? Okay. Let us have competition then.
Interesting.
We've been keeping the $1 trillion war chest back there for a while, letting these guys whittle. Here you are wanting competition. All right, well, let me go get the war chest. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. Okay. You know what I mean? It seemed more like that, but at the end of the day, it's just fun, right? We'll see where this all ends up.
Lord Attic, your thoughts on Satya's comments?
I'm giving my time to King.
Please. I'm here for King, please.
Okay, Saba, are you giving your time to King or are you going?
Not let King go first.
Yeah, so King,
Please,
you've been patient. His time is limited, and he's got the face. So what's going on out here?
Don't ever say I never did nothing for you, King.
And for these are the reasons why I love you. When I heard it, when I saw it, I got so many tweets. I got so many DMs. It was absolutely nuts. You would have thought that something happened really catastrophic. It did though. I call him Young Odin.
Oh Lord.
I call him Young Odin. You know what I'm saying? So when Odin come off the mountaintop to figure out what's going on with the little kids playing around downstairs because he heard some boy named Jimmy acting up. He said, man, this is above your pay grade. You don't even got a yacht yet. You need to sit down.
Young Odin.
What's happening right now? Oh, I'm very, very confident that the Activision deal is gonna go through, boo. Sit down over there with that snitching that you're doing. Hashtag stop snitching, bro. And let me tell you how real dudes rep and run and move in the streets. We number 4, number 5, depending on who chart you're looking at. Why is number 1 looking back at us?
Why is he snitching?
Why are you? Because your pockets are funny. So he said if it's about competition, let us have competition.
So just to clarify, King, you're saying that they would be okay if they could buy the same stuff and it was more of a fair thing. They okay as long as the money right.
What I'm saying is when this deal passes, and it's gonna pass because they're very, very confident in the situation. When the dude that has a yacht looks over at you and says, we're very, very confident that this is happening, that means he knows stuff that you don't know. It's a need to know basis.
It's a need to know. He don't know what's going on. Only Young Odin know what's up.
All you know is tell the Brazilians what's going on.
Why? All they know is to tell.
You done backed yourself in the corner there, Jim. You got Young Odin coming out telling you, if it's about competition, let us have competition. So if it's about that smoke, same energy, B, once this is over and we start buying up stuff and we start locking things down, don't come knocking at my door talking about I need Call of Duty to survive because we ain't got nothing that can compare to Boy, if you don't get off my lawn.
Why they had to have that voice though, King? Why you crying?
It's at a situation right
That's
now.
exactly
I told you,
what they
dude,
sound like.
I don't rep rats. Satya ain't have none of that. He ain't gonna say he's doing this to me, and we don't. Satya sat there with a smile. If it's about this work, let's have this work. If you're about them hands, my man, let's go do this.
Let's go do that.
Satya is the dude in the courtroom smiling because he's just gonna pay everyone off. He ain't getting nothing.
You want Call of Duty, you better have GamePass where you reside. See, young Phil is the squabbler. And he can squabble with anybody. You know why? Because he got the backing of the OG.
Yeah, the OG, which is rare.
So we're at a point right now where they walking in lockstep. Phil don't swing unless Satya said so. You understand? So if you got knocked out, understand OG said it's a go.
Yo.
All right. So I just want y'all to know. I'm very, very confident that Call of Duty will be coming over there. And for all that snitching you did, you just made yourself look soft. Don't do it.
And it's like I said, like, you know, don't get it twisted. Like, this is not going to get derailed because of something that Jim Ryan says on is some kind of interview. But all I know is if something happened and Jim Ryan was the culprit to stop this deal, you think they just gonna take that money that obviously they're gonna lose a lot of money, but you think they're gonna just take that money and not do nothing with it? Like at that point, Phil Spencer and Saudi are gonna be very petty. Like
they're gonna buy Sony. and close them.
I'm just saying, PlayStation fanboys, you want this deal to go through, because if this deal doesn't go through, you're not going to want to know what happens next.
They're going to buy Sony and put a for sale sign on the door. It's over.
They're going to buy Sony and fire Jim Ryan.
Messy.
You know what it is? They're not going to fire him, King. They're going to make him in charge of the ID at Xbox program.
What they're going to do is have him itemize stuff, since he likes snitching.
Yo,
you in charge of itemizing the things over there.
Itemizing.
Listen, what I don't like is dudes on my timeline talking about now Call of Duty is trash.
Oh, that's the new thing now.
You dudes is in that beta right now with your chest out, right? Talk about we got the beta. It's over for you once this deal goes through. I am so happy. I saw one dude, they don't treat our fans well, so I cancel my pre-order. Nobody cares, B.
That's on you. Want to die on that hill? That's on you.
Nobody cares, B. Like, nobody cared what you ate this morning. Nobody cares what you're going to eat tonight.
Are you implying that Twitter is not the reflection of the actual consumers in games?
Because nobody said, you know what? Since you got rid of yours, I'm gonna get rid of mine. Sucks to be you, bro.
I can't.
Jim, and this is a heartfelt word to you. Go apologize. Go apologize for the snitching. I
take that 3 years.
I'm sorry. Whatever y'all want to do for the 3 years after that, I'm cool with it. It's all money. That smile that Satya had on his face.
Yeah, it was kind of
different.
It was a weird smile.
That was like, you don't know who's waiting outside for you, B.
It was different. Solve your thoughts on Satya's comments that have shaken up the interwebs.
I think that that super chat said it all. It was different energy from Satya, because this is a conversation that the CEO generally doesn't get involved in, right?
With.
These are two, again, the heads of their respective, platforms within these bigger platforms. But at the same, they are subordinates, like they are underneath this guy at the top of the company.
Yes.
And he commented on something that's going on in arguably their smallest department, the Xbox, right? At this point, it's still not doing what other things are doing to everything else. And the fact that what I liked about it is that, and I love Phil, but Phil is very good at being diplomatic, right? He has to be, right? And he has to be. I'm not knocking him for that at all. He has to be diplomatic. Satya said, no.
Phil never would have said something like this. He never would have said something.
No, at all.
Diplomatic to a fault, huh?
Not even to a fault. That's his job, and he's very good at doing it. Because again, when he drops the A-bomb on you, you're like, damn, where'd that come from? That Phil was always had a knife in his hand. That's just, he does it with a smile. Satya does it with a smile. No diplomacy. Spoke directly. No diplomacy. Spoke directly. It was just like, and then he calls out, and
Satya is like, what PR gonna tell me what I can and cannot say?
Exactly. And the great thing about it was this, right? And he called out something that's been bothering me about the way the internet's talking about it, the way that the press is talking about it, is that these bad faith arguments that say, hey, Microsoft is bigger than Sony. Sony can't make these purchases, right? Cool, that is truth. But at the end of the day, nobody's talking about the ideologies that are the same, right? Sony's been doing this just on a smaller scale forever, and they will block as much as they can from Xbox forever if they can. So nobody's arguing that the ideologies are exactly the same. The fact that Xbox has a higher capacity than them to make these deals, like I said before, an A-bomb with a fly, killing a fly with an A-bomb.
You went viral, sir. You went viral on TikTok, boy.
That is not my problem. That's not
definitely
my
follow us on
problem.
TikTok, guys.
Shout out on TikTok.
Put those links in the chat.
Yes. Put TikTok in the chat, Addy, please.
So this is the thing that bothers me, because everybody argues, oh, it's not the same. And when people start doing one-to-one comparison, it's equivalency. Because competition is always equivalent, right? Exactly. Everybody.
As if the principle is not the same.
It's exactly, and the principles are exactly the same. And Sony will do petty things to block off things from Xbox until the cows come home if they're allowed to do it. And for years, Xbox has allowed them to do it, whether it was because they didn't have those relationships in Japan, whether it was they didn't have the install base of the place, whatever the case may be, or whether it was apathy on the Xbox side, right? The Xbox leadership didn't care as much about it. Whatever it was, the dime has turned. It is not the same.
Some
the
people
competition.
Say, yeah,
sorry. Go ahead.
No, this your ball. I'm interrupted. Go.
The competition is going to happen on the terms that it's going to happen, period. And too bad if your coffers are not as big. It's just too bad.
Too bad if your pockets can't get to this level.
But let's stop pretending that the ideology behind what both of them are doing is not the same.
The scale on a different level.
The scale is not the scale. I'm sorry, the scale. You've been fighting with them all along. You're gonna tell me you never thought this was gonna happen? You're gonna tell me that the Xbox that you've been battling for the past 20 years was always just gonna be hitting you with one hand.
You know what it is?
It's stupid.
Go.
You know what it is, Saul? I think up until now, you've never seen purchases this big. And Sony feels left out because they can't make these purchases.
They can't make that. But it's not my problem.
I like corporate Saul. I love it. But Saul, do you think it's an Do you think it's an overconfidence on what happened in the generation before, and they thought it would remain the status quo, and thus it's maybe have taken them back a bit as to why the response to fight for the Call of Duty aspect of this specifically from Sony?
I think what it is, and we've been saying it from the beginning, and they obviously did not see it, is that they figured that the status quo, console sales, first-party exclusive, they thought that status quo was going to still be 100% viable over whatever Microsoft was doing, right? And the thing about it is that Microsoft has been willing, regardless of how much money they're making on Game Pass, losing on Game Pass, whatever the case may be, what they came out and they saw the landscape and they said, how do we make ourselves so appealing to the consumer that you can't ignore us, right? And they went and did everything in their power to give you the most consumer-friendly, but they gave you a cheaper box if you didn't want to buy the high-end one, and they're giving you a service that you can pay $10 or $15 into and get a whole plethora of games, including AAA games, that Sony had to pivot at the last minute to try to match. Like,
So real quick, and then you guys Sony do the exact opposite. You paid us more money for this console.
Yeah,
you paid us more money for these games.
And that's the thing. Like, it is hubris, because they went in and they earned that high, because every time the Xbox had opportunity to step on a rake last gen, they did it.
Factual.
And it was like, not until we got the back compat announcement and we got Game Pass did the ship start to turn. But prior to that, I give it to them, but you always have to.
I demand one of you to correct his cussing. You do it to me all the time.
P.I.P.
No, I cursed?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, you definitely said the S word.
No, he did. You wanted that. You wanted the boss.
I'm gonna need a recap. I'm gonna need a recap. I'm gonna need a recall.
I would have known if I
would have known.
You felt that it needed to go in there right there.
I'm gonna need a recall.
I mean,
continue. No,
he felt that part of the conversation needed a curse.
it felt like he was going there, but my brother used the IP. Go ahead.
I'm just tired about the damn hypocrisy about the argument, because it's stupid. And the thing is, I think everybody who's arguing it knows that it's stupid, because it's not a one-to-one comparison. But the thing about it is, how could you have been in competition with these guys that long and not ultimately think that they would figure out?
Stop snitching at it.
Snitching. But again, I'll go back and I'll listen to it.
No, you good.
It was close.
It was close, but it
too close.
Yeah, it was good.
Somebody said
I heard Saul drop the MF.
No, I did not. I didn't do that.
Yo, you're crazy.
So, I mean, that's it on it. If you thought that no one at Microsoft or Xbox would figure out the best way to attack you guys is with their wallet, y'all dumb, and you have not looked at the history of video games and how these ebbs and flows come when hubris is at its highest, and you stop seeing the forest for the trees and start thinking that you don't have to compete at the same level to stay where you are. And that's what it is. They felt that they could keep the status quo and be fine. At some point, that changes. And Microsoft has done enough so far this generation to change that conversation enough. Well, we'll get into it later where consoles are selling in Japan.
Get into
And it is a different day. And they made the mistake of waiting too long to counter it.
Right. No,
and now they're on their heels a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, again, it's going to be interesting how it gets handled. But at the end of the day, stop the bad faith arguments. The ideals are the same. They're both doing the same. Not Microsoft's problem if Sony can't hang.
One thing that we don't hear anymore, guys, and I'm glad, is, Sony used to buy stuff and people kept saying, but it's homegrown. It made sense for them. I don't hear that stuff anymore. I don't hear that stuff anymore. I pray for them. Look, Sony just buying stuff because Sony getting the scraps that Microsoft overlooks.
Listen, even the stuff that's homegrown, they nurture from a very young age, but a lot of that stuff was still purchased. Like if you look closely, you talk about the Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog was purchased. They grew it into a different juggernaut.
But it's these bad faith purity arguments. You know what that is. You know what that is.
Cog,
what's up, bro?
I got energy like Sony better tuck their chains in.
Oh, they can't come out with the chain.
The chain yapping out here.
I got to get a chain before I can tuck it in.
Man. Tuck your chain.
Tuck your chain in, and when you walk down the block, don't look up. Look at the ground.
Oh, man. Listen, I got to jump in. This was fun. Oh, yeah, this was big because
CEO's going
Yo, y'all stupid. Yo, Satya was outside. I mean, this was symbolic on a little bit of a level to me because make no mistake, this is a clapback on a public relations.
Yeah, it was directed
towards Jim on the inadequate comments. And basically it was kind of like, okay, let's put this in perspective because let's be honest, Microsoft's doing everything they can to try to get this.
I wonder
if
PR told him not to say this.
It'll be interesting if Satya went off the cuff, but make no mistake, it is Microsoft's best interest to get in front of it, to be as transparent as possible, because all hands are on deck as far as the Microsoft mergers and acquisition teams to get this deal done. This is actually preventing them to do other things that they want to do. So at the end of the
you in trouble, B.
At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? It's interesting the points he
I'll
made.
give up them knees.
Yeah, it's interesting that he made, the things that he's saying, because he mentioned a couple of things to put it in perspective. One, positioning. Hey, we're fourth to fifth. They're the number one guys, right? As far as gaming revenue and all of that stuff. So that part is a jab. Then he even
imagine being the fourth person in the race trying to tell the first person he cheated.
Exactly.
They're trying to tell him to slow down.
Yeah.
No, it's the other way. Being the first person in the race trying to tell the fourth person he cheated.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, obviously the fourth and fifth part, but also like, hey, wait a minute. They just made 3 acquisitions themselves. You know what I'm saying?
They out here buying stuff, talking about what about them?
Exactly. So again, now granted, everyone's gonna say false equivalency. I get it, but
buying
like what Soft is saying is the principle is the same. Right. The principle. That's what people have to look at. Just because one person's pocket can't do what another person's pocket can do, the principle of doing it still, for the most part, has the same intent. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I just want to ask you a question. Right? Let's answer your question. Yeah. Right? You open up a mom and pop shop on the corner, right? You're selling pizza and stuff like that. And Domino's opens up across the street. Now, you've been there. The neighborhood knows you for a long time. Are you going to go bother Domino's and tell Domino's? Because Domino's got more money than you. So Domino's can actually starve you out and hurt you really bad. But you're going to be nice with Domino's, ain't you?
But here's the thing. Actually, I'm with K.Asante on this. Like, I'm not mad. You're supposed to tell. Because let me tell you why. They have, at the end of the day, they have to protect their stakeholders. They understand if Domino's come out here and they have a superior product, or they have it at the slices at a cheaper price, and everybody, you got buy one, get one free. Oh, we out of here.
That's right.
Call of Duty, buy one, get one free slice on Game Pass. We're out of here. So we can't let you. If there's a way to tell the governing bodies about this, and this could hurt our pizza aficionados.
He's holding me. He's
But
holding me.
here's the question.
What?
Here's the question, Cog. Are you going to the Channel 6 News with it?
Listen, the job of Jim Ryan is to protect his stakeholders. Whether we call it snitching or not, they look
by
at
any means
that,
necessary.
yes, they look at that pizza money that Call of Duty was getting. Let's be honest, they wasn't even producing that slice. That special slice that they had was being brought to them, and they was getting a profit for it being in their store.
Yeah.
So we got to protect this bread that you try to take and giving it away for free over there at Domino's. We can't have you doing that.
We can't justify snitching out here, man.
But here,
Satya didn't do it.
Business is
he had
business.
the whole opportunity to sit there and say, "Hey, man, this dude done went to Brazil and said all this stuff."
Right.
You know what he said?
If
it's about competition,
let us compete.
See, and that's why I got to respect the real,
I got to respect it. Now, here's the thing. Because Satya said, look, you over here complaining about what we going to do with this place, but you're the #1 pizza revenue place in this whole place. You sell the most pizza.
You control the block.
We coming in here doing what we do. Let us do us. Stop worrying about what we do. We #4, #5. We not #1. If you want to compete, put some better slices on the market.
That's
Put
right.
some other
Your
slices on
money
the market to make people come to your store. That's what this is. It's business.
man, because we giving Ciroc with our slices.
This is this is Pizza Pass. Straight up, I agree with Aurora. This is Pizza Pass, and this is what is going down. So look, at the end of the day, what I want to say is that at the end of the day, he definitely did the right thing from a public relations standpoint. I think I'm with Sav that they have to be careful because right now, Phil, we got to give props to Phil and the team for getting brass to believe in gaming on this level. This is why people are very excited about the Xbox generation for the Series X and S consoles. Is because for the first time, we're seeing, as King says, young Odin. Odin does not come outside to talk about gaming, period. Past Odins had to be convinced. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, why are we even doing this? We're losing money on the console, or we're the software, we're the Office guys, we're the OS guys. This is not convince us to stay in this, and that's the beauty of Phil and the team through Game Pass, which might be one of his greatest achievements as the head of Xbox, right? You know what I'm saying? And getting the financial guys and the brass to say, oh, no, we need to compete. And at this time, let people forget, Xbox One had like maybe 5 studios. You know what I'm saying? At one point, that was it. That was it. That was the nature output. And people would say, yo, do they care about gaming? I don't believe. And they had to fight for it. So salute to them for getting brass to get in there to do what they got to do. I'm telling y'all right now, this is my feeling. This is personal. I have no evidence, but this is my feeling.
Right.
After this deal closes, this is the mistake I feel that Sony has to be careful of. Because now you've essentially poked and upset the bear who literally has more resources to do more than you in the space. And the perception I get is when you make a statement like, oh, if it's about competition, let there be competition. Now you have made a mindset, in my opinion, to be even more aggressive, right? If this deal goes through, buckle up. Because I told people
it's very, very likely it will.
Yeah, it's more likely. Be very clear. This is I know this is funny, and I'm with KSI. It is entertaining as hell.
I'm gonna laugh all the way
because this is literally console war in the raw room on some level, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So be prepared that as soon as this deal goes through, they are about to be extremely aggressive. So Phil even said himself, "Oh no, we're not done.
We're not done."
When they keep mentioning they're number 4 or 5. That's an indication to me we are not done. Get ready. This is going to be a very different generation. That's all I'm saying. I told people from the very beginning, this is cyclical. Things do not remain the same. You have to continue to be hungry. And in the spirit of competition, right, that's what we want. We want Sony to have to do some things. Okay, Microsoft's coming. They're coming. We're going to have to do this. We got to change this up. And vice versa. People say, yo, Xbox, what are you doing? Right? What's going on? Why are you not in the mix? You got all this money. Don't complain now.
They asked them, right?
Don't. They say we want you to compete.
Careful what you wish for.
Be careful what you wish, because people said this. All I want to show is them to get in the mix and be. Now this is it. Don't get mad because it's not how you like it. It's not how. It's the purity and this sacred talk. They're going to compete how they compete. You better be ready.
We throw sand in your eyes.
That's what this is.
Now, Cog,
this is beef.
Can I add one?
Yes,
one
please.
Just one little interjection, and that's this one piece of the puzzle that kind of irks me just a teeny tiny bit. When people say, they keep saying, and you know, we're looking at the balls and strikes, right? They keep saying, oh, Microsoft keeps competing with money. That is absolutely not true.
Talk about it.
Microsoft competes with cloud gaming. Microsoft competes with cloud saves. Microsoft competes with letting you play your games on a freaking Samsung fridge if you so choose. If you know how to slip the app in.
That's
how they compete.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised they haven't argued that route, because that's really someplace where they can't compete
from behind.
I mean, I gotta say this: they are competing with money. Because they went out and they put servers all across the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they knew at some point in time you was going to come knocking. So when you came knocking, you came with those little nuts and bolts for trade. You came bartered for those little chips. You came in there with your little dusty coin collection. And you was like, yo, could we use your servers? And, you know, young Phil looked over at you, was like, whatever, B, put that in the box. And he's like, yo, I got you, man. You need your lights on. Well, what's the problem, B? What's up? You know, so you sitting down there, you know, Phil is at the table. He looking over at you. It's like, yeah, you know, I don't, you know, my services, and we trying to get the service thing. All right. So then what you did, you just went to the dude that you just asked for help from. And you went and tried to snake them in public.
Right. And that's what I said, the bigger implications. They are a partner with Microsoft on Azure, which is the bigger play Microsoft is trying to do. So again, this gets sticky. It's going to
get real disgusting.
Yeah, like it gets this is going to be very interesting. I know you got to go, but I would love to sneak in.
I know. Listen, I want anybody at Microsoft to look over, right?
Yes.
And y'all can do whatever. Just blame it on King. Blame it on me. Blame it on me. Say we took Call of Duty away because of King. say we turned off their servers because of King. And you know what? I'm ready for all the smoke on Twitter. So when dudes can't log into their joints, it's because of me.
You messy, man. I just want to get you to enjoy. Oh, I was trying to sneak in the Series S joint for you, Lee.
Oh yeah.
Just real quick. Yeah. It's because of King, not IOP. Because of King.
Because of King. Everybody else plays everything else. They Steam, other stuff. You know.
I want
Addict is actively on PlayStation 5.
On Little Man, you know, in Japan, and then obviously the handheld, because I would love to get your thoughts real quick, because that was your topic. Just your quick bars for you, because this is you before you hit it.
I told you. I told you about Little Man. Y'all told me it was a fluke. Y'all told me it was a joke. Little Man is in Japan, and you can't stop him, B. You cannot stop him. Little Man is running around Japan right now, and you cannot stop him. He's the land of the rising sun's favorite son.
He's the favorite son.
He's their favorite son. They don't like you, B.
He's the last samurai. He's the last out there.
Yo, that's a good analogy.
They don't like you. They chose Little Man. Move on. Go on to another relationship. Go to Europe or whatever you want to do. Little Man rocks this town. God bless. It's over.
It's over.
I told y'all when it happened.
3 weeks and it's
but I told them when it happened before. They was like, oh, it was an anomaly. Boom, it popped up again. It's a trend. So you're gonna tell me it's a fad, but Little Man is gonna continue to do what Little Man does, and he's running ripsaw all over you dudes.
All right,
you're too fat, you're too slow, you can't beat him. Your arms are short in the box with God.
Let me address King, because I was the biggest. It's He's right.
Thank you. I love it.
It's
Little Man.
Since that last podcast we had, I've been keeping up with these.
You've been keeping Little Man is out there,
because
bro.
at any time I was wanting to walk in this room with the golden key and say, "Look what you was wrong about, King." But I'm walking in here. I'm looking down on the ground. I ain't even looking at King in the eyes, and it's like one of those things. I get close to him, like, "You was right." He's like, "What'd you say?"
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
was
sorry.
right.
Real quick,
You was
real
right.
quick.
Yes.
Everborn Saga. You see how Sovereign did? You see how Addict did that? That's how you admit you were.
He said that's how you go hand your knees over.
Real quick, Kings, I get
Okay,
time. So bars are now on the handheld because this was your topic. I got to get your
Yeah.
bars on that before you go.
The Logitech jump off.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps saying, when is Microsoft going to make a handheld? They don't need to get in that market. They have partners that can actually do those things.
Okay, fair enough.
Right. So what they did was they knew that Logitech was making this, and Nvidia got on board, Xbox got on board with GamePass. The biggest, scariest thing with that whole thing is Tencent done put their fingers involved.
Yes, Tencent will be coming out with one. People have to be ready.
Right, because Tencent made the did they do something with the OS or something like that? They pretty much have a big hand in this handheld. That's kind of weird to me because when I saw the whole thing, I was like,
especially
oh, boy.
Sean Layton over there now.
Yeah, and Sean Layton is over there.
And
That's
shout out to
another thing.
Jabari and them. They had him on their show yesterday.
They picked up Sean.
I want y'all to know the bridges that you burn is those knuckles that you earn. All right? Sean gone. He went with a bigger dude now. And this dude wants the space that you in. And I think Tencent's like number 2.
Coming, yeah.
So
I thought they were number 1. I thought Sony was 2.
I think Sony is number 1 in revenue.
Oh, okay.
What happens when Sean looks over and says, "They did me crazy." They did me crazy dirty.
He is kind of right. He is kind of right there. I'm not gonna lie.
You
Like,
make
look, people could say that their past won't influence their future decisions, but we all know if he has got some dirt on Sony, he's gonna. I'm applying. I'm with King 100%.
I'm saying this. Y'all are starting fights with dudes with bigger bank accounts than you. What the hell is your problem? Is your ego and is your hubris?
It's ego.
And I cannot wait till the tents to fold up. I cannot wait. And I know dudes is like, King is never gonna fold up. Y'all told me Xbox will never win in Japan. Y'all told me Microsoft will never make a turnaround in this generation. And it will be the same exact thing, and y'all will be selling at a 3-to-1 ratio. Young Phil squabbled up and said, "Hell to the no." And then young Odin looked over and said, "Who's that young squabbler down there?"
Who's that in the gladiatorial arenas?
I got his back.
I also told you God of War is coming out in 2022.
Yeah, see you in 23. Give me these, then. You try to be nice now to get these. You ain't getting them.
Continue, sir.
But this thing that I'm seeing, when you put the wrong people in charge, we had a couple of wrong people in charge before.
Shout out to them.
And it almost sunk our ship. You sunk our battleship. Remember that?
It did sink it. I would say they had to build a new ship.
Yeah. And young Phil came through and got his name. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer is the first of his name, and you will remember it. He's leaving footprints in the sand. You will remember his name because this is the dude that did it to you.
For Capua.
Sega is going to come home. After this deal is done,
Put it out there.
if young Odin says,
King always right. I agree with them. Let's get this going. Like,
if you want competition, let us have competition. That means he got ducks in a row, B. That means he already got a line on something that he's going after. As soon as this is done, he's running straight across the street and he's throwing a brick stack of money at something that you want that you can't afford.
And King, I will say that I have been turned by some little fishies that the Asian market, that whole market is the next target. So
We're gonna talk about that.
I will love that. and I will move to the land of the rising sun.
He said, "I'll move there. He gonna move. You gonna spread the good word. You going on a religious pilgrimage for
Imagine
Xbox?
King in walking distance to PlayStation.
Yo, you know what's crazy? What's gonna happen is though, when we go to the Tokyo Game Show next year, look out.
Salute to the king, man.
God bless y'all.
Well done,
It's
man.
been
Get your
so
balls
much
up, brother.
fun.
We're gonna have to.
A lot of
do
y'all
a
dudes, please
podcast in
quote a lot of
Japan.
this stuff and put that up and have fun with that.
Yes.
We're gonna have to do a podcast live in Japan.
No doubt.
So
King, do
much
your
fun.
thing, man. Let's get to these topics for everybody else's thoughts on those same words. Like the king does his thing. Lord K.Asante, man. So, Series S, a little common topic. The Series S sales in Japan. Look like they're still doing well. Just want to give a little additional context to it. So pretty much shout out to Famitsu. And they brought out the sales numbers as far as still Switch OLED doing its thing, 96,000, you know what I'm saying? And then Switch regular, 25,000 that week, and the Switch Lite, 4,000. And then here comes the Series S. Series S ahead of the PlayStation 5 and the PlayStation 5 Digital, and then the Series X underneath that. And then I do want to give a caveat because we have to be fair and accurate. So it looks like, shout out to Genki at TGS, and this is in conjunction with the Famitsu report. One of the main reasons that Xbox is offering, they had this special 5,000 yen coupon with the Series S in Japan until the end of the month that coincided with the PS5 price increase that recently went up. So Microsoft put a coupon out.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So on the coupon, did it say about the price increase or
It was that they timed it at the same time Sony's PS5 price increase went
so theirs
live.
went down $30?
There went up 5,500 yen, PlayStation 5 in Japan, and then Series S lowered with a special coupon for 5,000 yen less. 5,000 yen less.
Oh, that's dirty.
That's dirty.
I love it.
that was in the mix. So yeah, they said since then the Series S sales units shot up. From 284 units the prior week to 13,200 units that week.
I would like some marketing like that over here.
Well, remember, North America, there is no price increase for PlayStation 5. So remember, every other
Can we get
region-
some of that marketing over here?
ridiculous. But I just wanted to add that caveat to it. So, K.Asante, man, what are you thinking about the Series S part of this first?
Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting that what Series S has been doing in this market. I am one who has stood with little man for a long time. Some of my friends and colleagues have not been so fortunate and having the foresight that I have had.
You called it?
And as such, well, it's still coming. Like I don't think you're seeing the full ramifications of what Series S will do until they start developing in that way. Right?
So what
Right
you're pretty
now,
much saying is the Series S isn't at its final form.
Yeah, it's Final Four. I
Yes,
agree with him on
yes.
some level.
He
I agree.
is Cell, and he is not in his final form. The Cell is not in his final form.
Okay.
Series S, when you
I love
finally,
having someone on here that understands anime.
I know. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but continue.
You're welcome back anytime, man. You're welcome back anytime.
Attic loves it. Continue.
So it's like right now, right, and we all know it, right, for various reasons, right, whether it be COVID or anything else. The 8th gen is not leaving us, right? It's just it keeps sticking around. With 8th gen comes a specific way of development, right? Where the more resources you have, the more you can do. That's it, right? This is a gym situation. You go, you lift your arms, and your arms get stronger. That's it. If you don't do that, you don't do it. That's not where Series S shines, because Series S will never outshine the higher end machines, right? But if we live in a world where they have cut bait with the older processors and the older mindset of development, right? Series S has a lot of interesting tricks that helps them uplift and close the gap on where their strengths are missing, right? So to me, when they start developing that, and every time I start speaking this way, I always have to give Microsoft a little smoke.
Let's go.
Because it's not your fault, consumer, for downplaying the Series S. It's not your fault for clowning him. It should have been up to them. Maybe, I don't know, maybe take something like Hive Busters, make it Miles Morales like separate thing, and put some energy into it and show the people what Series S can really do.
Gotcha.
So even if you don't see it again for another 4 or 5 years, its full capabilities, you at least have something to point to. Nobody has something to point to with the Series S. So when you clown it, and those techies like us who go, hey, on paper this thing is a killer. You need to keep your eyes on it. That's all we got, right? You can't point to something that goes, see, this is how it outshines the rest, but it can.
But you're not even.
So I've always been on that.
I think
square.
not to cut you, but I think Horizon looks absolutely phenomenal.
Oh no, most definitely.
Yeah.
Forza looks absolutely phenomenal. The first time that you opened your eyes and went, okay, is when you saw like Flight Sim running on it.
Oh yes,
And
I see what you're
everyone
saying.
knows.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Good
like
point.
everyone knows. Okay, like that became the way to play Flight Sim the cheapest.
Right.
Because before then, it was a monster rig, like monster rig. And then as soon as they did that, and the Series S was, oh my God, it's amazing. Then they even went even further and went cloud gaming. You can play that thing on a toaster. But that's neither here nor there, right? But Series S is out here. It's just never been able to have the opportunity to shine the way it was built. So, so I've always been like, look, while you're out here, and then of course we have chip shortages, we have all these reasons that make Series S far more of an interesting option for people than the Series X and or the PlayStation 5 or whatever. So I've always thought the Series S as a machine is very interesting. It's great that they chose to skew it the way they did. Right? There is valid criticism about memory, the memory bandwidth that they chose to allocate to it and all of that. But even with that said, when you look at what this thing is capable of, there is a world where, 3, 4, 5 years down the line, that is the reference design for most games going forward, because it is a perfect entry point into the next gen, right? So I've always been confident that it can definitely succeed. It's just, show me something that shows it off, right? And even now, they haven't really done that, right? They haven't really been like, this is why you want a Series S. Hey, this is still next gen, while third parties use it as it seems, and I'm probably wrong, but it seems that it becomes an afterthought sometimes. Oh well, all these things got this feature. Series S didn't get it.
Oh, I see what you say. Okay,
later. You know what I mean? Like it seems they don't spend enough time on there. So I personally think Microsoft, knowing that this is your baby, this is literally what they did with Surface. They got sick and tired of people clowning Windows, and they went, see, this is how it should look. You want to go buy an HP device? If they're not doing this, don't hate on us, because this is how it should look.
Honestly,
right?
I'm with you on one part. The other part, I know where you go with the tech. I'm on the other side. I'll push back a little bit on the tech, but I'm with you in the sense of because they killing me. Like, Cog does not understand the Final Form reference. I don't watch Dragon Ball Z, bro. I'm sorry, but but at the end of the day, like I do agree in that it hasn't reached its final form, because to me, I think it's going to be when Game Pass is at its height, when the apex starts to rise. And we look at an Activision Blizzard King deal, and you have Call of Duty running on that system with
like butter,
right? And now they're like, hey, Game Pass, and you could walk out of here right now with this $300 device. And you could have this whole library with one of the #1 shooters in the game. That's when I'm with you that they need to be, talking about this from the rooftop. I need to be
not right now, though.
Not right now, but I need to see I need to see like the Overwatch, the Diablo, the Call of Duty console. The marketing has to be on point, because if you do that, then there's like, oh, okay,
then it really matters.
Then it resonates.
And then, And then when that starts happening, then third parties will start treating it like an afterthought.
Absolutely.
Then you will start you'll start seeing those. Let's be absolutely 100% here, right? To get ray tracing and all those quote unquote next gen features running on the Series S takes more work than the Series X and the PlayStation's equivalent.
For sure.
And that's why, by and large, you see those features left off of the Series S, right? But if it becomes the definitive source, when you start seeing it everywhere, folks will start taking the time, the resources, and the energy necessary to make that little box shine. So right now, it's not in its final form, but it's still out here, and I'm still really happy to see where it's going.
And we haven't even talked about the prospect of it. We don't know if we'll get a mid-gen refresh or anything like that. I'm sure we'll get some kind of console redesign for both the X and the S at some point, right? So my thing is like, even let's say you make the Series S even smaller, right?
Wow.
And change the innards a little to make it, maybe if there is some sort of mid-console refresh, you up the ante on the X, and at the same time up the ante on the S, and make the S closer to what an X is now. And
All possibilities,
and you raise that base level even higher to make it even that much more appealing. So when you talk about omitting ray tracing and stuff like that, maybe you reach a baseline where you don't have to do that, right?
You don't have to.
And
That's right.
and you're still hitting that 1080p resolution, but you're hitting that 60 FPS with all the bells and whistles, and then you couple that with COD in there and all this stuff and Game Pass. To me,
stocking stuff for Call of Duty, Series S Steam console on the box. Then we didn't even talk about if they decide to do
$199.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
That's the
thing. If that happens, right? And if that happens, let's say it does the old. Let's say if there's a refresh or there isn't a refresh, whatever the case may be, but you do reach that impulse buy $200
trajectory.
I think you can argue.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna do it right back to you. The fact that they are even playing around in Japan right now with the coupon price, when Sony raised the price, get ready. Like they're testing the market over there to see what's working, and when it comes over here, it could get interesting. Continue, Attic. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I actually feel like 300 is already impulse buy. You go lower than that, like we're talking, like, because I feel like an impulse buy is something that you'll question, but you'll buy it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not something that you have to sit there and like internally fight with yourself at Walmart. Like, it's at that point where like, all right, I can mess with this. But I think like you want to get to that point where people just don't feel that they don't feel uncomfortable with it. Like, okay, I'll get that quality. And look, I've said this over and over again. Call of Duty marketing is most of the time more effective than the actual games themselves.
Preach.
And I don't think people understand, and they can't mentally understand that what's going to happen when Microsoft fully takes over that marketing is you're going to see stuff like, you're going to see them market the Series S with Call of Duty like simultaneously.
And the casual guy is going to say, oh, this is where I go. And then I don't know how the marketing works for esports and all that as well. There's a lot of components to this.
And if they're able to hit that $200 price point too,
God.
I would start thinking about packing in that screen.
Making that deal with Epstein. Well, Microsoft been very cozy with them. They've been like, shout out to our people at Upspec. Yeah.
That screen, all of a sudden, you show that to a 10-year-old, like, oh, I can take this with me.
And the reduction of the offline policies of the DRM and making it more friendly to play offline. They got a lot of potential here. I'm with y'all. Absolutely. There's still more to go for the Series S for it to do what it got to do. But I wanted to get that part on. Unless anyone got any more bars on Series S.
And that's what I think you're going to see the Series S absolutely explode when that Call of Duty deal happens.
I agree.
Like, we live in this bubble, and I love this bubble. I don't care about it if I don't like people sit there, Attic, you have to take other people's, gaming habits. No, I don't.
Don't.
It's like, look, like, just because, but if you do consider this bubble in the bubble that we live in, there's a bigger world outside this bubble. And the majority of the people that are out of this bubble, they're the ones that's playing those games. Like, when people say, oh, Call of Duty sold 150 million, I think it's a ridiculous number that they've all sold. Do you honestly think that the majority of that was because they bought it for a platform? No. They bought it because it was the easiest accessible thing they can get their hands on. And you're about to add something even more accessible that the market's never had, and it's already being successful without this.
No, absolutely. It could get real interesting very quick. The second part I definitely want to mention was what King talked about is the Logitech G handheld device. So we got to talk about it briefly. Shout out to Xbox. They came out with a statement: play Halo Infinite, Deathloop, and more with Xbox Cloud Gaming on the Logitech G handheld. So they're announcing it. It looks like it will be launched North America on October 17th. And there's just a bit of a spec sheet with it. You know what I'm saying? It looks like 7-inch handheld, HD 1080p screen, 12-hour battery life, and lightweight portability. And then they also go into the, if you look at the spec in detail, it looks like the basic bells and whistles, Snapdragon 720, octo-core. and Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, all the basic stuff that you would expect for this. Also haptics and things like this, that nature. So, want to bring it to the realm. Start with K.Asante. I heard you talk about it on the Gaming Circle podcast. What are your thoughts of this? What do we want to call it? A partnership? What do we want to call this?
I would call it a partnership, I guess. Yeah, I would call it a partnership. And to King's point, if I'm not mistaken, Tencent made the UI because every time they show you the UI, they show you the UI based on what Microsoft's, based on the Xbox's interface. But to my understanding, there's an earlier interface that gives you the choice of whether it be Game Pass or NVIDIA or whatever. Yep. Yeah, and they have an interface there. That was NVIDIA. That was Tencent's contribution. Yes. So they create the interface that allows you to choose which one you want. To. As far as this device is concerned, I think it's awesome. I'm very happy that they're in this market. This is kind of not an answer, but more in the line of this guy right here, right? But like I took my daughter to the barbershop a couple of days ago, and I had to give her this and shut her up with Mario Kart for a while while I was getting my haircut. And the whole time she's holding this thing in her hand, and I'm just like,
yeah, you're like, please don't drop this. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So in that world, like a lightweight device that you can just hand her, hey, play these games. Oh yeah, it's absolutely great. My only concern.
Talk about it.
And I know people talking about it.
Talk about it.
I'm not. People will. This conversation about value for dollar will continue to happen.
Oh, for sure.
My perch is from the technical place because that's where I've always kind of felt comfortable, right? Look it up. There's a thing called the Xiaomi Redmi Note 9 Pro. It is basically a mid-tier Android device from 2017, 2018, something like that. Literally, spec for spec, this device. Actually, that device has more RAM. And you can buy it for like $240. And it comes with LTE radios. So then you can just slap your SIM card in there and you got everything you need. And then your response will be, well, it doesn't have the right and the left cool controllers. And then to that, I will say Razer or Backbone, right? All of that together will make the same price point, right? My problem is because for reasons, valid reasons, of course, and arguments can be made that this is not a Microsoft produced device. It's not subsidized by the manufacturer. The cost has to be, they have to make some kind of profit. So that's why the cost may not be. If it was subsidized, if it was, because the specs that we're looking at here, specifically to this device, is like $150 at most. Yeah. At most, it's $150.
They coming in at $3.
You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm excited for it. I am, because I know what that Snapdragon 720G can do. And the views represented by K.Asante do not represent the Iron Lord.
Yes,
podcast.
that is correct. I'm glad you said that, kid.
I'm a proponent of keeping games alive. If you own your game, you can emulate it wherever the heck you want. They won't like it, but you can do that because it's legal. This thing can play everything up to PS2.
Right.
Everything.
Right.
Offline. So you're at that dentist, you don't have that Wi-Fi connection. Hey, maybe you throw in a game of some kind, whichever game that may be. So all of that to me is valuable, right? So I'm excited to check this out. It's just, for someone who's not me, for just an end user like myself and Mr. Boomstick, we chat on the daily. I was talking to him. He initially had a Steam Deck pre-ordered, but after I told him its tinkering nature, he opted not to do that because not everybody's about that.
Yeah, some people want it just ready to go and they don't want to do it. Yeah,
this would be the solution for them. It's just, I wish it was more stocking stuff for price. Right, I'd be excited to recommend this to people. I've already gotten a bunch of DMs from people going, "Oh, bro, when I get that, I'm gonna be hollering at you for some tutelage." I got you. I'm excited. I want to do it. I just want this thing to be a no-brainer. If you are a staunch PlayStation user, you've never been about Xbox at all, this should be something you should pick up for like $1 for like $99 or $150 with a Game Pass subscription real quick. And this could be your side hustle to get you into this new ecosystem. It's an interesting, cool thing that we should be excited for. But that price needs to, that price needs to, and that's even that price at $299. At $350, get the heck out of here. What's wrong with you? Get out of here.
A bit much.
That's my thoughts.
No doubt. Lord Addict, the king of the handheld market. Where do you stand with the Logitech G XCloud gaming handheld device?
Salt can have that just like you had today.
This is not a stocking stuffer for you, sir. This is not for you. I want to know why you're the target demographic that we.
I was remotely interested, but my boy, our guest just completely destroyed that.
Oh, now you got the information. So just real quick though, I guess I need to know, what is the deterrent? What is the thing that was like, oh no, I can't. I need to know.
I feel like if you're gonna pick something up like this, you might as well just buy a Steam Deck.
Like, $50 and you got a Steam Deck. $50 more and you got a Steam Deck.
I don't. Now, obviously, see the reason like handhelds has always worked with me. Is because like I play like Pokemon and stuff. Like I've always felt like the only way, and keep in mind, I don't even play a lot of games. Like I have my Switch, and most of the time when I'm playing on my Switch, it's like I'm still on my TV. So it's just like I just personally feel like you have to make games that make it sense to be mobile. Like first person shooters. Like to me, you're not gonna sit down and play Call of Duty online with your boys. Like I just don't see that happening like mobily like that. I see stuff like Persona, Pokemon. That's the reason Nintendo's been able to dominate so long, because they understand their market. They look at something like the Switch and like, okay, we're gonna make games that make sense when you're on the move.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Most of them you can't pause. Most of them you could pause because they know that stuff comes up, you could pause it, and they're like, and then it's gonna have these offline component, online components that you can do. That's why I feel like the Vita messed up, because PlayStation was trying to treat the Vita like a mini console, not like a portable console. They're trying to get like Lost Legacy and Borderlands, and it's just like, and then you got Nintendo over here making RPGs, making racers that you could pause. You don't have none of this fast twitchy stuff going on, and you see stuff like that going. And there's a reason that Nintendo has been king for so many years. And I think the Steam Deck.
You know what, Attic? I will push back on one piece. I hear you, and you're 100% right, but I think that may change soon. I suspect Nintendo has been lucky because hardware has never been that capable of giving you a real next like console experience on a handheld. So Nintendo never even bothered trying. Everybody else that tries, it's a pale imitation of what real gaming looks like. But more and more, that handheld thing is getting closer and closer to console quality. Like Steam Deck isn't 100% there, but it is the closest it's ever been. If you can like seamlessly play Cyberpunk 2077 on this thing for some hours and can't do it on Switch, their argument may have all of a sudden just changed, right? For a long time now, it's been that way. But for now, if you can successfully play Cyberpunk on this thing for a while and it works, and I get you on the pausing thing, 100% agree with you. But they've been lucky because they're like, look, gameplay is king. We don't need to. We have an abacus. It makes us money. Let's keep it moving.
I'm done.
Right? It works. But all of a sudden, now people out here, giving you like stuff that can transcend like console, the things you're used to in a handheld, that might start changing the narrative for people, I think, maybe. I don't know.
The reason I don't like the Steam Deck, I don't like the layout of the control, like the actual hand, like it seems like way up here.
When you play it for a while, you get used to it, and it feels great.
I'm saying I'm not trying to get used to it. Like,
you're not trying to
get used to it.
I like that.
That's the reason I didn't like the dual.
I can't with his resistance to just minor things. It's like
it's not even that I think you get used to it. I'm completely with you, Attic. It looks weird, but the moment it touched my hands and I was in there,
it's fine.
Like, yup, I was wrong.
Yep, it's fine.
Perfect this way.
It was. Would I prefer offset stick? Sure, right.
Yes.
But it is fine.
You're passionate to play stuff on the mobile. You're passionate to play stuff on the mobile.
If it really sucked that bad, if it sucked that bad, I would not be playing it.
Your passion to play stuff mobilely has clouded you.
your head up Xboxes, you know what?
Oh my
just
God.
clouded your judgment.
Oh my God. Be nice. Be respectful. Come on now.
That's
Continue,
what I'm
Addict.
saying.
Continue, Addict.
It's just like, and I don't even play the games I have now mobile very often. It's
Yeah,
just,
had a move.
He doesn't do it unless he has to.
Yeah, he's like forced.
yeah, and plus most of the time, if I'm playing something on the Switch, most likely I'm reviewing it, so it's got to be hooked up to my computer so I can actually do it. It's just like I don't have a hatred for mobile. I probably played more mobile gaming than all of you. My issue is just I got to the point where mobile didn't fit me as a unit anymore.
Yeah, that's what King is at right now.
100%.
Yeah, that's what King is
100%.
at.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. And I will say, Addict, to your point, the reason mobile fits me now is because, I have a 5-year-old, I have a 3-year-old. I'm not sitting in front of a PC. I'm not sitting in front of my console. And even when the chances I do, I'm not playing anything that I want to play because, God forbid, they see daddy shooting somebody's head off. That's not cool, right? This becomes a quick, Elden Ring fix. Oh, yeah, stop, deal with the kids. I'm doing something, stop, deal with This becomes the way I end up gaming far more because I can get that console quality. And believe it or not, even through Game Pass, oddly enough, I play a lot on this thing. So that's what it works for me.
Just to clarify, because I don't know a whole lot, I know some things I see on the Twitter, so I could play like Elden Ring right now on the Steam Deck, 60
It'll
frames.
run better than your PC.
60 frames.
Yep.
It'll run better than your PC. Yep.
Like anything, you have to make
60 frames.
You have to be consistent. You have to be
medium settings.
Medium settings. But then again, on those medium settings point though, the only reason why that medium setting doesn't matter is you're not playing on your big old OLED, right? So those
small screen,
the smoke effects that you made medium, you won't even see it.
The
then textures you've made medium,
and then you apply FSR. You apply FSR, and you can run it at an even lower resolution, but still have the bells and whistles, and it'll upscale it.
Yeah, no, so here's the thing: it's great. I know my brother He's not about tinkering with.
No, he's not
tinkering.
Not about tinkering.
He is not. So if you're not a tinkerer by nature and you want things to be out the box,
not dumb. It's the reason I left PC.
Yeah,
I'm not into troubleshoot gaming. It's not happening.
That G Cloud the Logitech G is perfect for you. It's just that darn price point. Because like Everborn, for instance, he uses this exclusively for Game Pass. He plays XCloud. Just like this.
Fire.
And, people are like, oh, well, you want that device because it lasts longer. If you limit the watts on this and play Game Pass, it'll be 12 hours. Just like the other one, right? It's just, that's what he does. And for that use case, and you're never going to tinker, that device is absolutely, I am excited for it. It's perfect.
No doubt.
You just gotta, they gotta work on that price point a little
bit. I have
your thoughts on that.
I look at this device.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Attic wasn't finished.
You're not done? Go ahead.
So I just Googled, does Elden Ring run at 60 frames on Steam Deck? It says in big, bold letters, you could even use the Steam Deck 40 hertz mode to lock a smooth 40 FPS in many titles, including Elden Ring with the correct tweak. So hold on. So you mean to tell me that I have to make tweaks and it still might not run 60 frames?
It does it because 40. Okay, there's the 40. The 40 FPS, 40 FPS at that resolution and screen size is akin to running at 60 at a higher resolution. It's the screen size. The screen size really does. If you look at the Switch, the Switch doesn't. They didn't think about this, right? And obviously, the Switch is an old machine. But a lot of my hope is that a lot of these little bells and whistles that the Steam Deck has is incorporated in how they're able to push whatever the second iteration of Switch is to be more capable of running modern games. 40 FPS at that screen size feels like 60 straight
60,
up.
Yeah. And actually to your point, Sav, like if and shout out to Digital Foundry, love their stuff, always watch their stuff. Spider-Man on PC. Right? It came out, people were doing the reviews on this. If you check their reviews, there are frame rates everywhere going crazy. Oh, it can barely run. For some reason, nobody went, oh yeah, limit the frame rate to 40 FPS. Okay, it's like this.
It's just
perfect quality.
Yeah, man.
But they don't show you that because you have to hit the button to put that into 40 FPS mode. It's like
Addict ain't about that. He's not about
me to
that.
Google stuff to play a game. Say it ain't so.
Moving on from Addict
Man,
Thoughts.
if I'm gonna
Yes.
do all that nonsense, I'm gonna just stay on my PC. And deal with the
or
cheating.
you
man.
get your Logitech and then you play it through the cloud.
Nah,
and
I'm
it's
good with
60
that,
FPS.
too.
Yeah.
Moving on. We know. I think we got the sense of Addict Thoughts.
Of addicts to take on this. Yeah.
Let's move on.
So,
please.
yeah, for me, I look at this product and I think on live. I look at this product and I think, ooh, yeah. There are things that it's either ahead of its time or too late.
Yeah, good point.
And I look at this and I think it's a product that is ahead of its time. Because I gave you two products, one that was ahead of its time, one that was late.
Oh, okay.
And I look at this and it is the former. It is a product that I feel is ahead of its time because we don't yet have the infrastructure to support this outside. No ubiquitous Wi-Fi.
There we go.
The infrastructure doesn't exist to support it, so that literally you can walk anywhere with it and you can have a connection, right? We still haven't reached that point where input lag and stuff like that across the board is acceptable. So this is for nearly $400 product that you essentially expect people to use in their homes, right? And nowhere else, and then move from place to place that has that level of Wi-Fi to be able to use it. It does not make a whole lot of sense in the landscape as the landscape stands now. Now, do I believe that the products like this have to come out to get the ball rolling and to have to be the sacrificial lamb
Good point.
to get there? Yes. And in that regard, it doesn't surprise me that Xbox is on board with it because, again, they've taken the punches up front to sort of get to even this point. So the fact that they need to associate themselves with a product that's going to allow it to continue to get to that finish line does not surprise me. As a commercial product, to me, it's going to be a failure. And I think they know that. They're not dumb. They know that. But the ball has to continue to roll. You can't stop, because if you stop, then the entire idea of cloud starts to wane, right? And if that's your future, you can't let that happen.
Microsoft themselves would probably bankroll that before they let that happen.
Precisely, right? So this is a product that has to exist and has to die in order for the next step to happen.
That was like one of those vicious nature shows. For the food chain revolution.
Survival of the fittest, and it has to happen, because when you look at it, all the alternatives are better.
So one could say the same thing, that the Sega had to die before you could get the Xbox.
I mean, the Sega died. See, the problem with Sega is this: Sega never had the money to compete with a Nintendo. They don't have the coffers to compete with a Nintendo or a PlayStation when PlayStation jumped into the mix. Ultimately, they were never going to be able to compete at that level beyond a certain point. It just wasn't going to happen. So, besides the fact that they imploded and they killed themselves in a lot of ways, they probably exited earlier than they would have because of that. They were not going to be able to compete with a Sony and a Nintendo that was very much willing to spend their money. It just wasn't going to happen. So, but this is different, because this, to me, it is that thing of Tencent doesn't care about how much money they're gonna lose on this, because they're getting the tentacles in, right? Logitech is all over the place. This is just another product. Again, this is not gonna hurt them if it fails. This is not gonna be a headline that's like, oh my God, Logitech.
And remember, they're not getting no bread off of no kick. Like, they're not getting no off of the I meant to say off the subscription stuff. Like,
I would say that may be mistaken, because the Backbone offers subscriptions. Have 30 days of Game Pass. Have this and that from all these other manufacturers, and they do get a kickback. Backbone does.
They get it back, okay.
Your subscriber. So it seemingly is the same here. I mean, obviously we don't know the internal working of it, but you'd think that if Backbone gets a kickback for getting you into Game Pass through Backbone, probably the G tab will probably also have that same kind of thing. You know what I mean? But to your point, Sovereign, like one thing you said that just kind of kicked it in for me, and I'm just like, that is actually a very good point that would have solved this whole thing. That Snapdragon 720G is built with LTE radios. That is how it's built. That is how Qualcomm builds all of them. So you, manufacturer, must have gone to Qualcomm and said, yeah, give me that 720G, but rip out the LTE radios.
Right.
The thing that we need to basically fill in the gaps of taking this elsewhere. Why didn't you include that in there?
Yeah, that is great. It's built with it. You don't give me the option of having some sort of data plan on there, so I can at least get the feeling of it being fluid anywhere that I go, right? And I know that's got an old school idea when you think about the Vita having it and all that stuff. But again, it's the option. So again, what's scary to me about this is that the overall optics won't be good. My hope is that it's just buried enough that it doesn't matter and it doesn't become a big deal where people start really saying, oh, this idea isn't going to work. And I don't think that is the case. But again, I just think there's so, and when you look at the alternatives is another thing, right? You look at, for a lot of people, you look at the Switch, you're like, whatever, I got a Switch, right? Or you look at the $350 price tag and you look at the base Steam Deck is $400. A device that will do all of this. It will do all of the streaming for you, in addition to having native games playable and playable well. So it's just, I don't know who it's for. I get the idea that it has to be out there. I saw Phil standing next to Kojima with it, and I'm sure Kojima looked at it and be like, okay, let's see what we can do with this. I mean, Kojima's game is very, supposed to be very cloud oriented, right? So you want access for as many people as possible. I don't know who this is for right now, and again,
it's not for me.
It's definitely not for any of us.
Wait for the price drop. Wait for the inevitable $199.
Dude, at like you said, at $99. Yes.
That's what it would have been.
So I can sit on the throne and play. Sure, I'll do it.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll finish.
No, that's it. But again, anything above that, no.
Yeah, my thoughts are kind of exact alignment with Sav, and it's just like, here's the thing, and I want to love it. The tech in me, K.Asante, wants to love this. Like, the problem is, I look at it and I say, okay, the build quality looks great. The design looks fire. I love that they are doing almost like, say, custom UI where they're allowing the different streaming platforms. And then also the big thing that they're not getting enough credit for is allowing remote play into your Xbox.
That is a feature that nobody else can do.
No one else is doing it.
Hard to do that.
That's hard to do that.
Well, let's see if they can do it before we say.
I mean, Xbox is working closely with them, so clearly, they most likely figured this thing out. And to me, remote play, when I had Vita, that was one of my favorite features. I would literally remote into my PlayStation while I was at work, supposedly doing tech stuff, but I was focused on sometimes looking at the Vita and what's going on my PlayStation. You know what I'm saying? That's right. And that was a really cool feature, because what happens is then I helped reduce some latency, because I knew my home connection was connected to whatever it was, and it was lit. You know what I mean? So it was a great feature. So the way I look at this is that it's kind of a half step in a sense from Microsoft. They're not willing to fully commit in themselves. And they're like, okay, Logitech, you do this. And I do think there's a part of them that they're going to sit there and analytically watch to see what...
They're going to check the telemetry that comes in. How many G-Clouds are playing GamePass?
Who's playing? And to their credit, now I'm with Addict. This ain't for me. I'm a Steam Deck guy. You know, my problem is just like Soft at the price point, bro. Like, being that it's a streaming only device, right? Like, bro, I literally have the Kishi, right? For $99. I could do the same thing theoretically, minus the remote, like, with my Kishi and my phone. I get it.
And with data if you needed to.
And with data, you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. So it's like, and let's be honest, as a handheld, part of the allure is being able to play anywhere. That means you are now at the mercy of whatever hot spot at Starbucks you at. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. And the infrastructure of these places are generally not good. So now it's a paperweight on a plane. It's a paperweight where you don't have. That's where the Switch is still winning. People can say what they want about the graphical fidelity Switch, but if I go on it,
you know what you're doing.
Exactly. Oh, yes. Few people are as skilled as you, K.Asante. You know what I'm saying? Like you are a tech connoisseur.
No. I'm just saying, like they could have kind of, and they are pushing that whole. Hey, it also has the what do you call it? Google Cloud, Google services.
Yes,
so
Android.
you could do the Android stuff,
Yes.
and that's offline stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that part,
that does give you that. Yeah.
I just like I said, I think, like Soft said it beautifully. In order for us to get to where we got to go, these kind of devices have to exist.
Have to come.
And they have to exist, and I'm with that. And it looks like a phenomenal. I want to be very clear. It really looks cool. It's just my thing was the price point, because at $300, $349. You're in the same pocket as a Series S, right? In the same pocket as a Switch. Like, it's just, man, if you would have came in at $199, you know what I'm saying? Like that 100
sweet spot.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. And I just think that, eventually we will get there. And the last part I wanted to say is that the reason why the native thing, listen, I know, shout out to Matty Place, we go at it all the time. He's like, yo, why don't they make a native device? I don't understand. And the only point I will say is that what people have to understand is that that's another hardware SKU that you specifically have to have devs develop for.
Like all of that.
Absolutely. And I don't think at this point that is in alignment with the long-term vision of Microsoft.
Mm-hmm. I don't want them to even focus on something like that. Get your house in
order.
order.
Get your house in order. That's where I'm at. The long-term vision of Microsoft is actually this, as far as Azure streaming and stuff like that. So look, the last one I'll say, because I want to be fair to it, they are doing very well with their streaming, and they're like we saw the Fortnite data, how much people stream that blew me away.
Yep.
Like
it's amazing.
It's amazing. So I will say this, and I'll go because I am not a connoisseur in all these other regions. They may look at the data, and there may be regions that this appeals to as an entry
This
point.
isn't appeal to an American audience.
Right, and I'm looking selfishly as Cog, because Cog's American and he don't want, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if there's a region where they look at that telemetry and they say, yo, this is doing well here, then expect the more iterations, and then hopefully Xbox themselves make one that actually the price point is a little lower or whatever. Absolutely. But it's an entry point. That's how I look at it. So I just wanted to say that. So let's get the super chats, and then we get the final topic. We get up on it. You are muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, because once again, there's wilding out in the Bronx.
Wilding out in the Bronx.
Sunday.
I love the face on people when they find out they're muted. Like it's like that.
Yeah, like,
oh God.
Yeah. Why you getting it in order? I can read the what you call this, the merch. Is some merch came in?
I see people.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, cool. Go for it.
Christopher Hart, $5 super chat. Ooh. Microsoft does not want to play chess. They want to play steal from Nintendo and Sony. Whoops, did I say that? Whoops, did I say that? Lyrical voice.
Lyrical voice. Shout out to Christopher Hart. Stealing, okay.
We got CWU, $2 super chat. I need a fighting game with the PlayStation 5 and Xbox. I think that's what he meant. Yeah. And we got Splendiferous, member for 6 months, $2 super chat. Lion crying, dim dropping banana in the tailpipe. Ryan, oh my god,
more superlatives.
Many superlatives. Italian Clouds, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Satya took off the gloves. Ryan's only outspoken to pretend he's doing something because he can't stop it. Yeah, you can't really stop it. Like, Then we got Hot Grits 910, $5 super chat.
Yeah.
It's sad seeing a thug cry. Tighten up, Sony. The streets is watching.
Wow.
Then we got Mass Erect, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. I need an Xbox fighting game with Microsoft and Sony exec. Satya would be throwing money bags instead of fireballs. Yeah,
they messy.
Be very meta fighting game.
Yes, very meta.
Then we got Gaming Times Patrick, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. King is hilarious, and everything he said was true. Satya had different energy. It was like his company was worth trillions or something. That is true. That's true. Then we got Black Ronin 357, member for 17 months. Sav spitting big facts right now. Satya's coming to play and put big money behind his mouth. Oh, that's what he did. Then we got Awful Grim Bones, $5 super chat. Shout out to the Lords. These shows are good for the soul. I'll be working. I'll be at work listening and can't finish the building on time. From laughing
Don't get fired, brother. Don't get fired. Finish. Stay focused on the mission, though. We love them. We love support.
Yeah, the mission's watching us.
Addict advocating
Advocating for getting fired, listening to the Lords.
Then we got Dwayne Turner, $5 super chat. Yo, Jim, make sure you keep your mouth shut when grown folks is talking. Yeah, wow. That's kind of how that felt. Yeah, wow. It's true. It's true. Then we got the homie Gerald Mack, member for 24 months. Looking back, Sony has never had real competition. I get it. Finding out you have to fight is new. Still it's Sony's problem. All hail the ILP. Salute. I mean, yeah, if you think about it, all right, obviously Nintendo was out in the streets, but Sega was a non-starter with the Saturn when it came to that.
We can't do. All right, I feel you on that, but we can't do them doing. Look, they smacked Xbox
no, they did what they had
Xbox
to do.
One generation.
No.
That was hunger because they came off the PS3 and 360 was outside. They was in this problem.
Yeah, so they've had to fight. That is for sure. Yeah. Then we got Awful Grim Bones once again, $2 super chat. Happy birthday to Boom. I wouldn't have found y'all without him. Shout out to Boomstick.
Make sure y'all hit him up with that birthday shout.
Then we got Dub, member for 9 months. Best believe I can't wait to listen on the Lord's Day when the deal goes through. The super chat's gonna be crazy on that day.
It might be interesting whenever big deals happen.
Yes, that day. That day's gonna be funny.
Yes.
Then we have Deus Ex Macchiato.
You know what else day's gonna be funny?
What?
That first ILP after God of War comes out.
I like this name, Deus Ex Macchiato, $5 super chat. Some of us would love for Sony to bring back the SOCOM pizza. We have Microsoft to thank.
Facts. They had that slice.
Love me that from SOCOM.
They got the recipe.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe one of these games. We'll see. We got C Wubby U once again, $2 super chat. King, please share those Xbox checks with the ILP crew.
Get his bag.
Get it back. We got DJ Oros, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday, Realm. Hashtag Hey Bestie.
Hey Bestie. That's the Destiny best. Shout out to DJ Oros, man. Salute to him, man. Good dude.
Then we got Raiden Blade, member for 1 year, £2 super chat. Cog. Did you watch Swallowed Star?
Whoa.
I feel not, Addict. And remember last week he asked you to watch Swallowed Star.
Yeah, it's the name, brother. It's just the name. It threw me off. What I was supposed to be watching.
That's crazy, though.
That's a hill he got to get over.
Yeah, I got to get over that. I don't know.
You know, it's crazy the amount of people that was asking Cognito to watch certain fights in anime in the comment section last week.
That was wild.
I saw so many Gar versus Rock Lee things in there.
They was in their bag, man. No doubt.
Then we got Hot Grits, $9, $10, $5 super chat. I'm turning in my knees. I thought having 2 SKUs consoles was a mistake. Do y'all think the developers like it? Does it matter? My daughter loves hers. I mean, I don't know. Do they like it? I mean, obviously it's more work. But I guess if their game is getting out to more people because of the proliferation of that console, that's all that matters, right? You want your game to be everywhere, as many places as possible. That's what you want. So then we got Bounty, member for 1 year.
You done know.
Let's go.
Bounty.
$2 super chat. I finally get a chance to order something. Respect. I guess he ordered something from the Teespring.
Yeah. Teespring, y'all outside. I see y'all. No doubt.
Then we got C-Mad, $5 super chat. 1440p, 60 FPS is the sweet spot for the average consumer. Series S's affordability hits that demographic. Cloud, then delivering 4K 120 FPS turns into an X. So yes, but again, you get a mid-gen refresh. It could be closer to an X at the same price point. That's the thing. Price point is key. Then we got Chio Walker, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Scorn recent gameplay video was very interesting. I got to see what's going on with this.
I'm good on that game.
Dripping phalluses, I don't know. We'll see. We got Hot Grits, $9, $2 super chat. I have 11,000 games on my deck. Don't tell anybody. Then we got Free R. Kelly, $2 super chat. Kojima is washed up. Oh, yeah, now that he's for the streets, he's washed up. Nobody care about Kojima now. All right. Then we have Sycamore 007, $10 super chat. Satya told Jim, no more dry snitching. Get your team ready. We coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Harky Chani, $5 super chat. Well, one of PlayStation's new attempts at live service game is down. Babylon's Fall fell. Good luck on the next attempt.
One of their games?
I mean, it's Square Enix, and it was. I mean, we have it. It's on Xbox, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
No,
Babylon's Fall is not on Xbox.
Not on Xbox. No.
That's why it fell. It wasn't on the multiplayer call.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Oh, but yeah, that's it. We're caught up.
Cool. We all caught up. Final topic. And I don't know if Attic want me to set it up for him.
Yeah, go ahead and set it up. I can't even remember what my topic was.
Shout out to Team Ninja, man. They out here. Shout out to mpfirst.com. I want to salute them. And, of course, Next Gen Player, who follows me on Twitter. He conducted the interview with Team Ninja at TGS 2022. And WoLong producer, I'm going to butcher this, Fumihiko Yasada, director of Neo 2, explained why they said yes to Microsoft hosting the game on Xbox Game Pass when it launches. So the question was, WoLong is going to be day one on Game Pass. What made the team want to go the Game Pass route, and how, if it has, already benefited the team? Yasada said, this is a first for us, being day one on Game Pass. While we making a really, really hard game, we're not sure what everyone will think of that. But by making it day one on Game Pass, so many players that may never play this game before will have a chance to do that, and we'll get even more players around the world than ever before. So yes, this was a big first for us at Koei Tecmo Games and Team Ninja as well, and it's something we're really excited about. We really think it will be great for the multiplayer with so many people to play with, and really increase the number of people you have available to join your party and take on bosses. So we know the demo is out now. Interesting comment making the rounds. So Lord Attic, this is your topic. What are your thoughts on this?
It's cool. It's good for the game. It's definitely good for us, the consumers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just, my big thing, I just got to see what the game is. You know, I do feel like there has been some misses that's went in Game Pass over the last year, and I want to see, you know, some more hits go into there. And I think this game's going to do well.
Yeah, you were a big fan of this game when we asked you. Like, you seemed like you were very high on it on the demo.
Yeah, I think it's gonna do good. I just gotta, you know, sometimes those demos can be a little deceiving. I don't think this was one of those, but sometimes they package up a good 3 hours of the game, and it's like the best game stuff in the whole game.
Right, that's what you say. You want to see
and you think that, oh, you know, it's just gonna get up from here. No, it's not. Like,
no doubt. Lord K.Asante, what are you thinking about these statements from Team Ninja and Game Pass?
Oh, I'm just happy Team Ninja is back in full force. You know, I contend that Team Ninja was FromSoft before FromSoft was FromSoft.
Talk that talk, OG.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, like,
you know what's funny? You know what's funny, K.Asante? I've been working on a video, and I was replaying OJRPGs, and I came across a game called Enchanted Arms. That's made by From Software. A lot of people don't know that game is made from Software.
That's right. Yeah. And you know, and I've been as we've already discussed, I enjoyed my OG Xbox One experience, and you know, from what do you call it? Team Ninja was very much instrumental in that time frame. They were the Insomniac of the Xbox OG Xbox One, right? They had mad games on that system. You know, the Ninja Gaidens that really, you know, established something. And of course, that franchise has kind of waned in recent years. You know, the newer iterations aren't as good, but you know, Team Ninja established themselves. You know, graphically and gameplay wise, they've been strong for many years. So for me personally, it's been kind of unfortunate that as 360 got heavy and Xbox One got heavy, they seem to be a little less than out front with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and FromSoft kind of came in and obviously no taking nothing away from them. They've really established themselves as a great gameplay and atmospheric kind of a developer. But you know, to see what they're doing here, and I'm looking at what they're doing. Also, Rise of the Ronin also looks like it's going to be very cool.
It looks nice.
I'm looking forward to playing that on PS5. So You know, for me, this story is just by and large, I'm happy TeamNinja's back. I want more from them. I want them to give FromSoft a run for their money because as much as I like FromSoft, and I really do, there are certain places that they lack. And because that game, like, blew up the world, I'm afraid that writers are not going to get any more work. I'm afraid, you know, I want there to be competition, and that's one part of the thing where, as much as I loved FromSoft, and I heard that, you know, R.R. Martin was going, he handed them a couple titles to some monsters and kept it moving. You know?
Yeah, it was a very basic overview of like it wasn't like this deep lore breakdown. He gave them a basic overview of kind of what the world is, and they filled in the blanks.
Exactly. And now we have Elden being the biggest thing on earth, and the story is kind of like,
yeah,
and it makes
that's my
me fear.
issue.
It makes me fear that since this environment and this industry looks at each other, you know, oh, they found the new formula. That formula may equal a lot of job loss for people who like stories. You know, so I'm kind of come on,
that's
now.
Happening. I can almost guarantee you that's happening.
So TeamNinja has always been about the stories. Whether the stories, they sometimes go Kojima crazy, but they still about the stories. So I'm hoping that TeamNinja comes back and also finds success with that style of game so that we can see, you know, as a community, that it's not just the From way with the obscure fingers and the non-stories.
the obscure fingers.
And the non-stories, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of abstract storytelling and From games.
So I'm excited to see TeamNinja back in full force. You know, maybe leave your volleyball days behind you a little bit. Might not necessarily be the best in today's world, but, you know, I'm happy to see him back. You know?
He messy. I see what you're doing. Lewis.
Before I go, I gotta read the super chat. Hold on.
Please do.
My wonderful life in prison. $5 super chat. Free R. Kelly told me to check y'all out. This joint is fire.
Yo, wait, hold on.
Oh my God.
What is more?
It's cool to listen to. It's cool to listen to while me and Kel sip some toilet wine before our afternoon shower.
Yo, that's crazy right there. That's the Selly? That's the Selly?
You know what that probably is? I think there's like 3 or 4 people in a chat that keep changing their name to make stuff. That's probably the same dude that changed his name to White Addict, Black Addict.
I'm glad that our show is transcending walls and you know that we entertaining the gentleman. You know what I'm saying? You know, wrongfully incarcerated. Everybody's wrongfully incarcerated.
Listen, man, like, you know, to provide that comfort to those
and entertainment
behind, you know, in precarious situations. You know what I'm saying? We respect that while you're doing your time, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Man, my wonderful life in prison. I would watch R. Kelly if I was you. I'd watch him.
I just want to make sure R. Kelly will be available after this. Anyway, moving on.
So my take on the TeamNinja, the Game Pass thing. Man, at TeamNinja, again, they've sort of been building towards this for a while, right? Obviously, you see, you know, they stepped up big time, like another level when Ninja Gaiden hit the original Xbox. They won, hands down, one of the greatest action games ever made. And then, you know, as we start seeing the From formula sort of make its way into gaming, they made Neo, and they started sort of going that route a little bit. And for me, it was like, okay, if they're going to continue down that route, why not make a game that touches upon everything that they're good at with the fast action, the Neo style gameplay, where it's a lot of it, unlike From you do have a lot of magic and stuff like that, but the Neo type games is really about like flashy magic and crazy stuff going on. So to see WoLong, I played WoLong for about 2 or 3 hours, and I really enjoyed it. And because I felt like it wasn't an open world per se, but I did feel like I had a lot of options when it came to combat. I didn't have to just stand there, and you know, and I had it wasn't to the extent of Neo when you had all these different stances to do different stuff, but you did have some of that. So it was like the perfect middle ground of what you'd expect from a From game and what you'd expect from what they've been doing up until that point. So the multiplayer stuff is just interesting because, again, Game Pass has that advantage over PlayStation, whereas you're gonna want that. Gonna want that sort of fan base already ingrained, so you can have that that special multiplayer experience that you probably won't be able to have on a PlayStation. And in the Game Pass thing, obviously, you're gonna have so many eyes on it that day one that the vision for what they want that game to be is going to be best realized doing something like that on Game Pass. Now, in terms of what this means for their games moving forward, it's interesting because you look at Rise of the Ronin on PlayStation. That's very much a PlayStation-esque game, right? We haven't heard about any multiplayer stuff, but you look at it and it looks like a single-player, cinematic samurai story game, right? But with PlayStation doing more to sort of, the service-based games expanding upon their service, and that WoLong still coming to PlayStation, I wonder what that means for how these games are perceived across the board, and if that opens up the door for games like Rise of the Ronin to come to Xbox. Obviously, PlayStation is partially paying for this, so that's probably never going to happen. But future games where it's like, okay, now the playing field is leveled, right? Because the thing is, I still have this thing where I think a lot of these Japanese companies, despite the growing relationships they have with Xbox, it's still this thing where you gravitate to PlayStation because that base is there.
Absolutely.
The people that play those consoles expect a certain type of game, right? So to me, if this is successful on Game Pass, which I think it will be, I think a lot of people are just going to gravitate to this because we haven't seen this before on Game Pass and Xbox in a long time, right? So I just wonder if that opens the thinking to, hey, everything is viable on all platforms, and maybe keeps them from in the future making more of these exclusive deals. Because I look at Rise of the Ronin and I'm like, damn, WoLong is great, but again, the multiplayer aspect is a big deal to them. Although you can play it single player, it was fine.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
I want that game over here.
Not for you.
Seeing the Ronin thing just maybe like Microsoft, man, you should have dropped that bag and make that game long exclusive.
But the question, to make it exclusive and make it like this Xbox thing. But again,
because Sony got no problem dropping that bag off at TeamNinja and making stuff exclusive for them.
We talk about ideals and how they're in exactly the same boat.
Ideas?
Ideals. Where they're in exactly the same boat. Just one is a yacht and one is a dinghy, and that's the difference. That's it.
And also, it takes for any deal, it takes two people to accept, right?
Yes,
we have to be clear. You can want something, but if the other person does not agree and feel it's viable for what they're trying to do, that's what it is. I'll jump in if you let you finish off.
Yeah, no, I'm done. I think the viability and how well this does speaks to what we'll see from them on Xbox in the future.
No, absolutely. I thought this was very interesting. First of all, this is a huge get. I don't want to minimize for Xbox Game Pass getting a game like WoLong into it. I like to get behind the curtains and see, okay, how did this come to be? What were the conditions that made this happen? And it's clear, from what the statement was said, they really value for this title that's going to have a multiplayer component, right? Where you can come in, help me fight the bosses, something Elden Ring failed to do successfully in a seamless fashion. And I'm standing on that square for people who defend this, because in 2022, we can't correctly link up with your friends list, and I got to throw up a bloody figure and do all types of seances to get someone to play with me.
Have you used the multiplayer of that game yet?
Yes, with you. Yes.
No, I'm talking about the WoLong.
Oh no, I saw the integration though on the actual, because it's not available in the demo. So it's the integration.
I don't know how it works.
Yeah, we have to see how it works. Absolutely, but I will say, based on the interface and how clean and easy and recognizable it was for me to say, oh, this is where you go connect to someone, which I couldn't do in Elden Ring, which was not available. I could already see it's already a step ahead. Now it's just a matter of the integration. My thing is, I look at what they're saying and I say, okay, this may be one way for them to kind of Trojan horse them way in as far as these Japanese developers, as far as multiplayer engagement and numbers. And the fact that we got to think about the other side. The fact that TeamNinja saw value in Game Pass is interesting to me. You know what I'm saying? So clearly the numbers are enough for them to say, all right, you know what? we'll put this title on that. Now, to Addict's point, and I do feel what he's saying.
I think it's about a bag.
As
That's
far
what I
as
think it's about.
it could be, but I don't know. I don't have the number. I'm not privy to that. All I'm going to say is, to Addict's point, in reference to like a game like Rise of the Ronin, it may very well be saying, look, this is a single player game with no multiplayer component. Historically, Nintendo and Sony, these type of games do well on that service, right? I mean, on their platforms, right? And we may need to see long term if these type of games would work, and that's a relationship that has to get built over time. I just think that is, because at the end of the day, the company has to do what's best for them first. Same thing with Square Enix. Same thing. At the end of the day, they have to look at the projections and say, okay, where would we sell the most? And what if they do offer a Game Pass bag, and maybe, again, I'm not privy to this information, Team Ninja's number may be exceedingly high for Microsoft, and for them to meet in the middle, and maybe that's why these deals didn't get done. I'm not sure. I'm not saying I'm in privy to this information. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I think that Sony probably helped fund a lot of that Ronin game. That's why
I mean, it's a second party game. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you see that they're publishing it, so they're going to pay for all the marketing, all the influencing thing going into it. And Team Ninja's not like a big studio or anything like that. I don't think they really they work with other studios, but when you're coming up there, just the marketing alone is probably worth them making that exclusive.
So there's a lot of factors.
So question. Question. Do we think because of that we will never see it on an Xbox platform? And I asked that question because of Tomb Raider.
Ronin?
I asked that specific question because of Tomb Raider, and it's seemingly the exact opposite of where this time it's PlayStation versus Xbox. Do we think there's no world where after it's all said and done, it could end up on just.
I think it'll go to PC. I don't know about Xbox.
I don't know about Xbox.
It seems like here recently, it seems like when for the most part, when stuff hits that PlayStation platform, it don't leave that. It don't come to another platform.
To me, it's the time of development, and I have to look at when that game was developed, right? Because if it was the development was started during an Xbox One generation, you know what I'm saying? 9 times out of 10, bro, you ain't getting that. So to me, I think I look at a lot of this stuff as building blocks, and a lot of people don't want to hear it. This stuff takes time. It takes time to turn your reputation around as a platform to even consider. This is not an overnight thing, and it's not, to me, they just ain't spent enough bread. People have to agree. People have to look at your platform as viability. And what I'm seeing
to Sovereign's point, the dinghy turns faster than the yacht. So,
exactly. And at the end of the day, right now, I'm seeing they are intrigued right now by Game Pass. They are intrigued by the multiplayer aspect of Game Pass. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll move on because I know we got crazy long, is that what I think Game Pass's next level for them to get where they need to be is the third-party day and date.
Yeah.
That to me is what separates. That to me, because we know the first party's coming. And we know what we already exist to have a Halo Infinite, Forza Motorsport, all these games, Psychonauts, Asia, day one bam.
So what you're saying is when you hear one day that they convinced like somebody like Ubisoft to put a game, AAA caliber game, day and date into Game Pass, it's a wrap after that.
And that's why I don't want to minimize WoLong though. Like WoLong is a huge deal.
It's a huge deal.
It's a huge deal. We cannot minimize. Lies of P. Huge deal. Day and day. The tide is slowly changing. It's just
Atomic Heart in there.
Atomic Heart,
Atomic Heart. Yes. Day and day. We're starting to see it. So it's like I think you get it. So
No, you're absolutely right. I think the thing is also that sometimes when you look at Game Pass, right, we always look at Game Pass as like, it's the greatest thing ever, right? But in a lot of ways, it could be somewhat of a hindrance for them when it comes to those deals because, you've heard Deb say it, like monetarily, it doesn't work for us up front. On the back end, it'll work for us, sure, to keep the game alive. But on the front end, maybe not, right? And when you think about how Xbox makes deals, the vast majority of deals they're going to make are for a game going to Game Pass. There's very few that they're going to make for exclusivity, but not Game Pass exclusivity.
Phil himself said they're really out of the exclusivity market. It's the Game Pass that's more value to them. And the last point I'll say is just that, like, you're seeing that growth, whatever. And then I look at it like, okay, that has turned into now that's why the Activision Blizzard King is so important. Because when you get the influx of new subscribers who will come for those games, that Call of Duty alone, and now you beef that, and now you come back to the table and say, look, these are our active subscriber numbers now. Yeah. We have doubled, tripled, whatever that 30 million, whatever it is, right? And now you come back, there's 60 million, there's 80 million, there's 100 million. Now the conversation gets different, right? Because you could be like, okay, yeah, if we put this, then they look at all this engagement we're going to get. If you got microtransactions in your game, whatever it is, a DLC is a different level, and the conversation gets better, and Microsoft's position of strength get better. But to your point, Saul, I will say that I do feel right now some third-party companies are kind of like a wait and see. We'll get our money on the front end by going to the surefire things of the Sony and the Nintendo first, right? Then get the back end on the Game Pass when the zeitgeist goes down and retail and whatever.
Get that second hit.
Exact that second hit. And I think that's what Square Enix is doing, but that's just me. But at the end of the day, it's good to see them now at least breaking ground with day and date third party. Like I said, the Liza P, the WoLongs. Obviously, we've seen it with the Outriders. We've seen it with the MLB The Show. We're starting to see, you know what I'm saying, them kind of attach themselves to day and date third party. And that to me is when I think it goes to the next level. That's what I want to say. But anyway, that's pretty much all I got, unless anyone's got anything else on that. And we're going to get this poll, and then you want to get the super chat, sir?
Yeah, get the poll first, and I have a couple to copy in right now that just came in.
All right, no doubt. New IP poll with the recent statements by Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella in regards to competition with Sony in the midst of the Activision Blizzard King deal scrutiny. What do you think Sony's response should be? The choices are A, continue to reference to regulators the ramifications of COD not having an adequate deal for PlayStation gamers to block. B, get Microsoft to commit to a long-term deal regarding COD parity on PlayStation. Or C, I don't care, ask Nintendo how they surviving without COD on the Switch. Shout out to all those on the poll that's been rocking and rolling. Please hit that up. And of course, we have to salute the legendary K.Asante rocking us through the marathon of IOP that it is today.
It is every week.
Every week. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it.
I appreciate you,
Sundays
brother.
Much better.
I appreciate you, brother. You know what I'm saying? Where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Oh, well, I will first and foremost say thank you so much for having me on. I asked my wife, what's next height I need to hit? I was on ILP. Shoot, I'm done now. This is great. Thank you guys so much. This is awesome. I'm always in the chat. I'm a huge fan. I'm going to continue to be a fan. It's awesome. And, the way you folks, the camaraderie, the energy every Sunday, I think I speak for everyone in that chat and say, you give us energy and you keep us going, and we appreciate you. So hopefully we'll keep y'all keep going and keep getting better. But for me, it's TKO-Asante on Twitter, Xbox, PlayStation, all the places you want to find me. I won't give you my social security number, so you can't find me on the Switch.
No Switch?
That's fine. I am the co-host of the Gaming Circle podcast. That is normally we're a podcast that we like to give you some news, some music, some movies and all that stuff, with a little bit of slander as well, and just to get you started on your Saturday. That is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with myself and Mr. Everborn Saga, which I'm sure you've seen on this great program before.
Yes.
But yes, again, thank you so much. It has been awesome. Lord Addict, Lord Sovereign, and Cognito, of course, Lord King, who's not here right now. Always follow you guys. Think it's absolutely awesome that you guys continue doing the great work you do, and we will always be in the chat supporting.
Thank you, brother. Much love. Thank you, man. Love what you bring to the game. Yo, make sure y'all hit up the K.Asante YouTube channel. I'll put the links in the chat. Go subscribe, man. Let's get these brothers over to at least 1,000 scrubs. They subs. They're killing it. They're doing their thing, brother. I love what you bring to the game. The balance, the tech. You know what I'm saying? And it's always insightful. You know what I'm saying? And respectful.
And a lot of good conspiracy theories.
Yes, a good conspiracy theory and great technology tinkering. Salute to you, brother. Love what you're doing, man. I'm glad we got this done. This is an absolutely fun show, man. I loved every minute of it, no doubt. Lucius, guys, where the poll? The polls are on Twitter, sir. The polls are on Twitter. I know we're changing. We're going away from LogNet on that, and we're doing our thing. So Twitter is there because we felt there was some social engineering happening. or LogNet with certain polls, certain editors in here. But moving on.
Speaking of.
Speaking of
the devil.
But let's get these super chats, man. Roll out.
Cool. All right. So we have One Bad Mother. Remember, for 2 years, $5 super chat. Great to see Captain Keys on today's show. I hope he can convince Master Chief. I hope he can convince Master Chief to keep his pants on in season 2. Great show, friends.
OBM, brother, man.
No cheeks in season 2.
Salute.
No Master Cheek season 2.
Thank you, Hustle, for putting KSI's stuff over there. Salute. So much love.
Then we got Shroom Kingdom, $2 super chat member for 1 year. Miss super chat and love you guys still listening, man. Listen, just being here is what matters, brother. That's all, man.
Yes, absolutely.
Then we got PO with an MO, $10 super chat. Robert, didn't I revoke your internet privileges after you were DMing Disney stars again? Wow. By the way, Cog, great show. Let us know when you got some more info for us. We'll have some fresh Popeyes for you.
Yo, not the snitching talk. Not the snitching Cog talk. Yeah. Oh, man. They killing me right now.
Every type of law enforcement is just waiting for Cog to drop some bars.
Yo! Messy.
Here we go. Tono Taku member for 1 year, $5 from chat. I played the WoLong demo co-op with a friend, and you can play the entire demo together, and it's easy and intuitive, unlike Elden Ring. It's great.
Who said that?
That was Donald Taku.
My man Donald Taku. Thank you. I already knew it was going to be better, but I just had to be political.
I mean, it doesn't take much to be better than what they have going on.
True that. True.
Delving through.
Yes.
Then we got y'all baby $2 super chat. Bless up, fellas. Just checking in. Great chat. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Then we got Flame, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. I agree with R. Kelly regarding Kojima. Hashtag washed.
Wow, don't do that. Don't do that to me like that.
That's it. We're caught up. We're good.
Up. No doubt. Lord Addict, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. Thank our guests for coming on. It was a great time. Sorry, I've been up and down. I haven't been feeling the greatest today.
You stayed through. I know you wasn't feeling well, brother.
Well, I was sitting. I was like, I guess I just pushed through it. Is what it is, though. I appreciate everyone coming through, man. We add up to, I think, almost 800 people in here. You guys show up every week. Yeah, hit that like button. Let's get that over 600, man. Let's get it over 600.
Yes,
but we ain't doing a podcast next week. How about
that?
You threatened them with the likes.
Damn, Bailey.
But I appreciate everyone for coming through, man. We got some stuff coming up for you. TikTok is a pretty big push right now, so definitely go follow us on TikTok if you guys want to. I don't know how many of these people in here have a TikTok, but I'll put it in the chat if you do.
Put that TikTok link in there, man. We TikToking out here.
And it's like I said, we do, for those of you that saw the community day yesterday, we're going to try. Now, how it's going to go is we're going to have goals every month for the podcast, and every time you hit a goal, you'll get something extra from the Lords, and that community stream will be one of them. We will be doing more of those, just depending on what happens throughout the month, and we'll try to do it every month if we can. Obviously, that's not something that we can commit to because people still got jobs. So I appreciate everyone for coming through. We're going to be trying to go to more events. We're actually trying to go to the video game awards. So if we're able to go there, don't expect a podcast that week. But you know what you can expect? Some coverage for the video game awards if we're able to go.
You can expect to see Addict in a suit and tie.
Yeah, he'd be all. I can't wait. Suit and tie. Yeah, that's the protocol. Let's go.
There might be a Patreon tier. I might have to get a check for that.
It got different. No doubt. Salute the Addict. You already know. Lord Saul, where can people find you? What you got going on?
I gotta work. You know how that goes. So unfortunately, such is my life. But I just want to say thank you to K.Asante. Listen, it's like Cog said. Like you always think your story is so unique.
Yeah, it's so special.
You're so special.
Only we was doing that.
Stuff. Only we was doing this craziness to get our gaming on. And the fact of the matter is, that's what I love about people coming on here and giving their stories, because you find so many similarities and differences, right? But you see the extent when we talk about we're in here and we're playing these games for the past 30, 40 years. When you loving video games, it's a very distinct and special thing.
Yes.
And I think
Preach.
more than any other hobby, it is this thing that you share with so many people. And back
Yes.
then, we only shared it with a small group. Like it's a couple of us, and that was your group. And now to see like it being there, it's a legion. It is. We are legion. Hey, we are Borg, right? It is really that thing.
Yeah.
And I just love hearing your story, man, and the fact that again it all brings us back to where we are now. So I love it. I love it. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, I you know, Everborn. I love me some Everborn. I love them even more when I get the knees. But
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I know what y'all got.
I know y'all got y'all. Yes.
Oh yeah. No, but again, I say I would love to give them knees up. If they do that, I will be here with literal butter on my knees. I will do that.
I'm waiting for Sony to buy them just to see what Everborn does.
Oh
It's gonna be
no!
a great day.
Oh, that'd be crazy. That'd be messy. Anyway,
That's it.
no doubt. And of course, you know, salute to this. I don't know why my camera just zoomed up for no rare reason, but okay, whatever. Salute to King Man coming through, doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? Salute to him giving his bars off. And again, salute to K.Asante. That was a ton of fun. Had some great stories, and I also liken it to hip hop in a way, because like sometimes you think it's this little thing that you love, and then you see how it's growing, and the gaming you see it's just absolutely amazing to see where gaming has come. So salute to everybody in the chat. That's all I got. Anything else, Attic? Or we good?
Yes, we're good.
I know that everybody enjoy your Sunday. We will see you. Peace.